我们的问题是 게임 중간중간에 좀 딸리는 그런 장면인데 솔직히 집중만 잘하면은 그런 문제는 없을 거라 생각해서 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
我们队的问题的话，首先是我们中期的时候会有一些失误，然后送一波人头，所以这个问题的话就稍微集中一下就能优化一下，所以没什么大的问题。
好的，那第二个问题，你觉得今天面对 UP， 你们的焦点会发生在哪个位置？
오늘은 미드 정글 싸움이 제일 중요할 것 같아서 미드 정글 싸움을 이기는 쪽이 이길 거라 생각해서 이걸 중점으로 보면 될 것 같습니다.
今天的焦点的话，应该是中野的2v2吧。只要2v2能赢的话，今天可能会更顺利一点。
好的，我们也期待你们中野之间的一个交锋。
2026英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方2维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然站吧。傲风 G7 LPL 官方指定电竞椅，想赢做傲风。
首先，让我们有请 Ultra Prime。
Welcome in everyone to our day of LPL. Ultra Prime first up onto the stage here, facing up against LNG.
接下来，让我们有请苏州 LNG Esports。
1xn and the boys LNG only played a handful of series so far in Group Nirvana. Same for Ultra Prime. Group Nirvana here, our lower group in LPL. Ultra Prime have played 3 series. TT have played 4 as the most in the group alongside LGD. But most of the teams are stuck here on 3 series right now. Out of 5 total. LNG have played 3, they're 2-1. Ultra Prime 1-2. They're not that far away from each other. If Ultra Prime show up well today, they can pull themselves out of a very difficult scenario. Ultra Prime currently in the I'd say the relegation bracket, but they're in the kind of the kill bracket right now. The bottom 2 teams from Ultra Prime, from Group Nirvana. We should be pretty close towards our draft now. They don't take too long on stage here. What match are we more hyped for? Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of kind of survival series, but yeah, JDG BLG is very hard to beat. We have that later today. Sam's feeling a little bit ill this morning, folks. So Sam's going to soldier through it for the second series, but I'll be solo casting the first one. Coming into this series, though, Ultra have got to have a plan for Croco, particularly. I don't think you can plan for bot lane as much, but you have to have a plan for Croco. Very volatile jungler. A jungler that can flip games on its head just by himself. Welcome in Duro, Katari Amber, Chad, and Brisky, and Salonius. Hey, how's it going as well? Getting into draft now. Alright, let's get into it. Thank you very much, Seb.
Go have fun, guys. Taking a bit of time off, and I definitely ended yesterday feeling a bit ill. So I'll be in for the second series, but I'm sure Alex will sort you out for this first one. My boy
into draft them. Yeah, I was about to say you can plan for Croco maybe. I'm not really sure you can plan for to one extent. Karma first pick looking likely here. There it goes. So Ezreal still on the table. No Ezreal Bard. I think 1XM might just take it. They might. You could go Lucian Milio, but Ezreal Karma. Do they think they can beat that? Lucian Milio beats most lanes, but I'm not sure it beats Ezreal Karma. We are on the new patch. We did see 1 game of Dusk and Dawn Shinzao because the AP ratios on that champion went up. Shinzao locked in for Croco allows him to have largely very dominant early game performances, although the Nocturne can give him some issues. Okay, Zeref, good to see you. Do they lock in the Ezreal? Nope. No, they don't. So they're not. They are going to allow the Ezreal Karma, and they're going to say Lucian Milio will beat it. Fairness, 1XN, very good Lucian. They're choosing not to contest arguably the greatest bot lane on the patch. Ryze comes through for Ultra Prime, but no jungle pick. If you lock in the Milio, I mean, LNG still have plenty of picks. It's game 1 of the series. And it is that Milio completing the Lucian bot lane. So very strong 3v3 from LNG, but there's that global from Ultra Prime right now. Now Ultra Prime, do they ban away the Anivia and the Cassiopeia from Bulldog? Hey, Tack, how's it going? For LNG, I presume they ban away a few remaining junglers. You know, the ones which can fight well early. Oh, they ban away the Vi. I thought they ban away the Nocturne more. Maybe they do that as the second one. But imagine Croco just kind of wants to fly at Climber. Climber's had some good games for Ultra Prime. He has. Considering that last split, it kind of felt like Saber versus the world. For Ultra Prime, a team who have been fighting in Group Nirvana for quite some time now. Saying Xerath is such a fraud. That's funny as heck, Xerath. Oh, God. Cassiopeia banned away, as we were saying, by Ultra Prime. Nocturne is banned away from Climate in terms of those early game fighting junglers. Now Climate has... Well, I'm surprised that Jarvan's left up and available. They let him have it. Didn't want to have the Vi combos, I suppose, but I'm a little surprised by that. Vi banned over Jarvan. Strange. Last ban. Narb. So there are a couple of counters up to the Ryze in laning phase. The problem with trying to counter Ryze is that Ryze has so many counters which don't work very well in team comps, and he's still around. That'll be fine. That does fine against the Ryze in lane. There's a couple of picks which just survive the Ryze / do okay. They trade evenly. The Annie can get ahead. It gives you the engage factor they currently don't have, because Milio and Shinzo are not engaged champions. The Annie is that. Problem is now you only have one engaged threat, and if Jarvan jumps it, you can remove the flash from that engaged threat very well. Yorick last pick in there by Ultra Prime. Okay, alright. Blind pick Yorick for Sassy. The thing is, you can Jax it for Sheer. Jax is pretty good versus the Yorick. Choosing to think about the Scion, actually. Now, typically, Yorick was a very good anti-tank pick, but gives you extra engage. And the thing about Scion is that pretty much everything you can lane against. Hey, how's it going, Shu? Good to see you. So the Scion last pick in, front to back from LNG. All the damage is on 1xn though. Whereas Ultra Prime have spread the damage across more evenly. I mean, even the Jarvan can carry a lot of these fights. LNG need to have strong laning phase and Croco pop off, which is their standard. But their draft is actually a little flimsy. If they end up shutting down the Lucian or they kill the Lucian before a fight, things go wrong. We're going to run a ad break now just so we don't get ads while we're in game. Thanks for sticking around, folks. Again, I might take it a little bit more chill as I'm solo casting this first series. Ultra Prime, a lot more spread damage. LNG focused around the Lucian, but they do have a front line for him and they do have an enchanter. I would have quite liked to see the Jax. Jax is meant to be in LPL, one of those answers to the Yorick. I'm a little surprised they didn't lock it in. Oh, there's what it is. And now we wait to get into the game. A yawn from Sheer. Oh. Win the series and you can go to bed, Sheer. Quick 2-0, right? Have I watched LCK? I haven't watched LCK this week. I've had yeah, I've been a little bit leagued out. I've been spamming Arena instead. I wonder who would win between W and versus DNS. Currently on a 21 game losing streak. Well, W have looked okay recently, and remember that W are in Group Ascend. That W are not the worst LPL team. There are teams in Nirvana which are probably worse than them, almost definitely worse than them. Does Ultra Prime have the DPS aside from the Rise to kill the Scion? Yes. Yes, they do. I mean, Yorick is really good at killing Scion. In fairness, Yorick is one of the best tank killers in the game. Hey, Dogtown was actually pretty good at one point. I don't know how he's playing right now, but Dogtown was actually pretty good back in, say... Oh, what was it? 2023, was it? Yeah, I quite liked Dogtown in 23, and, yeah, he was... No, he was on FPX in 24. He was really good, because it was Dogtown and Life who were playing... They were Milky Way's bot lane. Oh, be careful with that, Michael. We have a Pioshik fan in chat here. We do. Which draft is better? I think Ultra Prime's draft is better. They have way more damage sources. I really get scared when one team has like one carry and that's it. DNS versus OMG, yeah, again, you put it in that way, right? And you look at OMG, who are just really floundering, then you think DNS probably would win that. Are we still on track for a 5-way tie in Nirvana? As far as I'm aware, yes. Because we have a lot of team... let me have a think. So OMG have 2 series left. Who are they against? OMG are facing off again... no, we're not on track for a 5-way tie. No, we're not on track for a 5-way tie because... OMG has to play Ultra Prime, so one of them would not be able to make 2 wins. We are on track for a 4-way tie, but we can't get a 5-way tie. Wait, is that true? Hang on, let me have a think. Ultra Prime can get to 3 wins by beating LNG and OMG. If they win here, let me have a think. So we can't get a 5-way tie between the bottom 5 teams. Can we get a 5-way tie between the top 5 teams? So Ultra Prime face off against LGD and against LNG and OMG. So if they win, they would go to 3 and 2. LNG would then have to face LGD, which would put them both to 3 and 2. Then EDG have to face OMG and TT. Yeah, we can get a 5-way tie from 1st to 5th. Yeah, no, sorry, I misread the situation because I thought it'd be a tie between 2nd to 6th. We can get a 5-way tie in Group Nirvana between from 1st to 5th. So the results that would need to happen there are Ultra Prime needs to win here, and they would need to win versus OMG. LGD would have to lose versus LNG, and then LNG would have to lose versus Ultra Prime, as we said. EDG would have to beat OMG, then lose to TT. Then we have everyone, if we consider the game score working out, everyone would then be stuck at 3 wins and 2 losses, and we'd have a 5-way tie from 1st to 5th. Yeah. So there is an outside world where that does happen. And the game score is close enough between teams where it could end up like that. I'm actually going to turn down the background music a little bit because it's getting a little loud now. I guess we've been in here for a little while. How'd they tiebreak that? I actually haven't read the rulebook. I haven't read the rulebook for Nirvana. I don't think we play tiebreakers. it's nice that Lucian could be a late game carry. I remember when he would just fall off a cliff. That was because when he would fall off a cliff, he would go for like Blade of the Ruin King Black Cleaver builds, Bruiser builds. I do kind of miss Bruiser Lucian, but yeah, there was a time when he wouldn't go for 100% crit, he would go for like Bruiser. LNG easy sweep. Hey, welcome to the channel, by the way. Well, I think on the whole, LNG are the more powerful group of players. You know, I look at players like Croco, I look at players like 1xN, and I think, yeah, these guys on their day could, you know, be in, I think that 1xN should be on a top team in the LPL. But I think that Croco can hang with the best junglers in the league. On a good roll, of course, when things go badly, it goes off a cliff very quickly. I think that Missing's been playing well too. Does it start soon? It should have started already. It should have started already, Vikings. Should have done. But the thing is, I think that Ultra Prime have the better draft here on the whole. I also think that OMG have had really good drafting despite being, you know, last place team in the LPL. No worries, sorry. Well, I don't see any of the typical channel, the camera angles which say we're going into game just yet. Let's have a think about something to yap about. Have I not yapped about something yet? Oh, there's a mod slash fan project which is being developed for the Halo series called Branching Sickness, which I'm really excited for. I'm not sure it's going anywhere, but effectively it's an Unreal project. Where effectively you are an ODST left behind in one of the missions from the Halo series, and you have to it's what it is a replayable, somewhat roguelike in terms of it's a Halo first-person shooter game, but you're an ODST trying to fight through the flood to escape, and then you have to go through kind of like branching pathways, which is why it's Branching Sickness, and you pick up different weapons and stuff along the way. But basically it's like a pseudo horror game where you're trying to escape the flood as like a soldier left behind. Very, very cool. I'm not sure how likely it is to actually reach full development because, I mean, trying to develop something of that size of such a large IP runs into red tape quite a lot. Gonna grab a coffee, I'll be right back. I already have my coffee, luckily, so I can stay right here. Oh, guys, I'm starting to fall into arena hell again. Like, I'm starting to play like a lot of arena again. So, I might do some arena streams soon. Just be warned, I might be doing that. Because I had such a good Pantheon game where everything kind of like, the triple hit just kind of one-shots. I think that's going into game now, folks. I think we're good with that. Alright, let's get into it, finally. Let's see if we have any gyros. Oh, I appreciate the people who shout out for these teams. You know, in a lot of ways, I have a lot more respect for people who shout for the you you know, the teams which are struggling more right now and the ones in Nirvana than I have for the ones who are kind of like supporting the more successful teams, right? It means a lot more to have someone cheer for your team when things aren't going well, you know? Shasha in the bush there gets a level 1 Q onto missing. Of course, the big thing about this LNG bot lane is they ended up allowing the Ezreal Karma to go through, and they chose the Lucian Milia. Now, I think conventional wisdom would say Karma Ezreal is the most powerful bot lane in meta. Not going to lose that last minion. But 1xN is a very good Lucian player. In fact, does he just use the barrier there? I think he does. Knew that he was likely to, you know, just keep eating skill shots for the CS. Melee Lucian is so OP. It is, but the thing is, Ezreal Karma is kind of so OP anyway. You know, it wins lane. It's very versatile. It has great range. Doesn't bring engage is the one thing. Although most bot lanes right now don't either. What's happening on the rest of the map? Well, we've got Crocker going from bot to top. We've got Climber going top to bot, but there is a ward on Crocker's blue buff. So Ultra Prime should know that he's not going to be around bot lane, and that bot lane can kind of play just unhinged as possible. Oh, we're missing a minion there. Oh, exhaust put onto 1xN, but after he'd done the damage. So, oh god, 1xN missing the cannon. You got to be really careful with the early CS. The first 3 to 4 waves of CS are the most important CS in the game, because that determines how good your first back is. If you're good at getting the first 3 waves of a game, you are very happy jumping forwards. His Hannah, 1xN does as well, and you can see that. Press the attack there from Ezreal, proccing there. Nice from him. No Deathfire touch from the Ezreal just yet. We saw that from Dragdar. It's so nasty. Doesn't scale as well, but yeah. Why would you support any of these teams? It's just corporate entities. Well, I mean, there are a lot of people who've got, you know, personal stories that they connect with players and teams. You know, sometimes there's just a player which they like, or they follow them from Academy in some cases. You know, I mean, it's a lot of the time the lower teams, you don't have as much connection to them because you haven't seen them as much, but that doesn't mean that you can't find reasons to, you know, I used to support teams because I like the logo or the kit which they had. Jovan just did just hit bot lane, but was caught on the recall there. Recall coming in from Ezreal, who's 10 CS up on the Lucian early. He's gone for a cull, so 1xN and missing. Chose to go for a losing bot lane, and the problem is now. You know, they chose to lock in a you know, a bot lane which is inherently kind of just losing here. And they are now the ones which are kind of obligated to outplay. No, they've got to showcase why they're such good such good laning phase duo. Croco yet to get into the game as well, but he's a player which you always know can, you know, do a lot of that whole skirmishing thing. Ward onto Croco's Raptors there. I mean, Ultra Prime did a good job of tracking Croco. For those of you that don't know the story of Croco, Croco's a player who was very, very much a flippy jungler for all of his career, really. Whether that was in Korea, or whether that was on, seems like anyone's legends here in the LPL back in, well, would have been 2024 at this point. I picked NIP because I like their game. Yeah, their name. Yeah, for sure. There are plenty of teams which you can support for, you know, all sorts of reasons. No, I've had like a soft spot for Ultra Prime with that hacker roster, particularly in 2024. I really enjoyed that one. You know, I could see someone supporting Saber or Sassy for kind of like, particularly Sassy, you know, for his like explosive playstyle, or Saber for the way that he was playing in Split 1. He was very, very good in Split 1, despite his teammates not performing very well. LNG, of course, are a team which went to Worlds a bunch in the past. They've had a number of years where they were successful. 2023 LNG is one of my favorite rosters of all time. The summer 23, you know, after they changed out LP for Gala, 1xN. Looking forward again. The bot lane's looking a little better for them in terms of the trading now. They've got a couple of levels under their belt. You see that Henna and Xiaoxia, they can't actually fully push that wave in, which means that 1xN and Missing will have safe access to farm for a while. Does Climber go for a flash here? I don't think so. You know, when Annie had phase rush, you would never really be afraid of those situations because you just run away from them. Now you kind of have to go for something like the Electrocute or the Death by Touch. Death by Touch is really good on Q spam Annie though, which is a lot of what you do. Hang on, teleport into the Dark Procession here in top lane. Shit. Doing fine in the laning phase so far. It's Grasp at Grasp lane, not doing anything funky in terms of the build there either. 10 CS behind, but we'll clean up the wave to mostly even that up. And it's been a slow game. It's been a slow game. Typically for these teams, again, as we said, LNG are a team which unknown to be a chaotic team, particularly because of Croco's influence on them. Just like the flippers we've been saying. Jump forwards into the exhaust, the campfire comes back up, and the damage back is not crazy onto 1xN actually. He's very happy to just take that summoner. Henna, of course, long-time player in LCK as well. These teams down in Nirvana, very often a lot of players will try their luck to see if they can find new form in LPL. You know, these bottom teams in LPL have become sort of the... Hang on, there might be a rune prison there. There is flash forwards, and Climber flashes to try and get the dunk onto him as well. Good damage. I don't think Bulldog can get himself the stun, but he might not need to. Climber, another EQ will do it. Stun not quite there from Bulldog. Another Q coming up very, very shortly. Misses the Q, and he's not enough damage. Bulldog walks away, and the flash from Sassy also doesn't connect. Dark Precision just wiped two. The Bulldog manages to get out of the kettle. I have no idea, absolutely no idea how Bulldog survives that play. Croco, just about alive. We'll have to flash away from Sassy. Ultra Prime, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Ultra Prime. You deserve that kill. You deserve that kill. That is disgusting. I have no idea how none of those skill shots hit Annie. I mean, the Jarvan Q went wide. I mean, the Jarvan E hit, but then the flash E from Sassy missed. Oh, that's just horrid. That's just horrid for Ultra Prime. That's got to feel awful. So it starts off with the Rune Prison from Rise into a full combo from Jarvan, and most of the time that would be a dead Annie, but has the flash. It gets the Molten Shield for the move speed, and that allows Bulldog to just about outplay. Charges out the stun. Q goes wide. E does hit, and then he gets stunned after. Flash from Sassy. Oh god, it's such a good sidestep. So that flash from Sassy and the Dark Procession don't lead to anything. Dragon at least goes to Ultra Prime, but that is just heartbreaker. Now, the thing with these kind of comps are, you know, I was talking about this from draft saying that LNG, and they kind of have like a one-threat comp in the Lucian. Well, if the Annie gets ahead, that does sort of change. If the Annie gets ahead, then the Annie can be a damage source. It's just that so often we've seen, particularly at this level of play, when it's not like, you know, the very best Annies out there. We have seen that quite often the Annie will not be that second damage threat, unless you've had a very good game of it. Hey, good to see you, Wanley. Thanks for the follow, appreciate you. We finally got the answer to the question, Annie, are you okay? Very true. The question is, who was questioning that, you know? Was it just Michael Jackson? Was it the alien ant farm? How many of the ants in the alien ant farm are asking if Annie was okay? These are the questions which plague me on a daily basis. LPL top laners, holy. I also think 2023 LPL AD carries. I think that 23 LPL summer was perhaps the most stacked role anywhere in the world ever. If you think about 2023 AD carries in summer, you had players like, obviously Elk had come into form at that point, but we had Ruler, we had Jackie Love, we had Gala, who was on great form at that point. Uzi was the end of his career, but Uzi was still around, and I still think he was world-class, despite not being the best in the LPL. Abel, I thought, was actually world-class at that point. God, there were so many good AD carries. I mean, Light was fantastic on Weibo at that point, too. No, I think of all of those AD carries, and I think, well, yeah, well, all of them are probably, you know, worthy to go to internationals at that point in time. Very rarely do you have that many world-class players. I can't think there was ever a point. I remember when I said that, I remember Orcs disagreed with me because he preferred 2021. But I thought that the actual depth of the AD carry role was crazy there. Croco's got behind this bot lane. He's still looking for the W. Heal to sidestep that. All of the ants. Well, you know that, I think it's something like a third of the animal biomass on Earth is ants. There are like, apparently, something like several quadrillion ants. So that's more than a trillion, you know. There's like 4 quadrillion ants, something like that, on the planet. And they make up something like 20 or 30% of all animal biomass by weight on the planet, I'm pretty sure. Ants are crazy. Ants are crazy. Another fun fact. Did you know that a quarter of all known species are beetles? Or some derivative of beetles? All goes forwards, and I think there's something like 20,000 beetle species. You know, every time that a studio is like, well, we need a new beetle, everyone loves the Beatles. Gotta get ourselves a new beetle. Oh, God. Thoughts on KC versus G2 later today? I've been paying less attention to the LEC recently, sadly, because I've just, like, so, for those of you that don't know, I did an LEC podcast, but we're pretty sure that podcast is just kind of done now. So EuroLeague, I don't think is coming back, sadly. So I'm paying less attention to it, plus, I don't know, I'm getting a little bit doomer about esports at points. Although I do think that, I think that Yike has been on excellent form, and Skumon's not reached his heights of first stand right now. So I actually, but it is in Spain. I mean, G2 tend to play up to the occasion. Or I mean, when G2 were in Madrid halfway through last year, they really struggled. EuroLeague is out. Yeah, I think basically, Rich lost a lot of his motivation for League, and I understand why. And he's got like some big opportunities coming up for him elsewhere. And, you know, I wish him well. It's sad, but basically, like, so okay, for EuroLeague, we might keep it going. So like Kira and I, we might try and find a third. So we might get Sam in to be the host and produce it that way. It will probably be under a different name on a different channel, just because we'll see how it goes. But I'm not really sure how much the problem is I don't want to start it and then get no views and then just quit it. It would feel bad to do that, so we'd have to like hard commit to it, and that takes a lot of energy. Be cool if you did a podcast with Jat. I don't know Jat personally though. I don't think I've ever talked to Jat. You know, I like the guy, I think. I mean, I don't know him personally, like I said. I respect him as an analyst. Plus he already has one with Vedius, so you know. Jan and Vedi having a fun time there. Dragon is available. LNG will take that one. Ultra Prime had the first one. LNG with 1,000 gold lead. They have that gold lead in bot lane, importantly. You know, the Cull cashed in for 1xN to kind of overcome the Ezreal Karma. Hannah, I think that he's walked just a little too far forwards in a bunch of these moments in this game. Yeah. So the thing is, like, there are plenty of people I'd love to be on a podcast with. I just don't. So a lot of people in esports, I mean, despite me being around for a while, I never went international, so I never got to meet a lot of these people. So I don't know them personally. And a lot of people in the LEC are either too busy or I don't really have like a... Hang on a second, stop with the recall there. Missing, ouch. Yeah, I don't have like a close connection with a lot of people within the LEC scene. Like, there are people, you know, they're colleagues rather than friends, you know? So I'm not sure I could go like, hey, let's start a podcast and be like, yo, let's go. It's not that kind of vibe, you know? Herald started by Ultra Prime. Okay, so LNG walking over to him. Sion would have to teleport up. Looks like neither top laner is coming to the play. Croco, does he find himself play here. Sion going for that ult towards the bot lane turret, looking for the steal here. Croco can hit the eye. There we go. He ends up getting that's a good stun, and well, I mean, trying to go for the smite still didn't work out in Sion's favor. Trying to get out with a teleport. The Q does cancel Sassy. No, now he's in real threat. The Sion can potentially kill him, and the Maiden's under tower, so he's going to lose his ultimate. Doesn't have the Maiden. That'll drop the DPS. Flashing forward, Sheer kills Sassy solo in bot lane. Turret slams into mid lane. Wait, Kira, Sam, and I could have an LPL podcast? I mean, technically we could, but then the problem is, what do people tune in for? You know, there are more LPL fans, there are more LEC fans than LPL fans, right? In the English-speaking world, which is a problem with that. I don't like the way that Ultra Prime have, I don't know. I don't like the way that they approach that last objective in the Herald. You know, trying to go for that. The problem is with Ultra Prime here is that now they've given over a bunch of extra gold, and 1xN has that 1,000 gold lead. And as we're saying, look, I thought Ultra Prime's comp was fine. You know, they should have good lanes. They should have split damage sources. Sassy making just a huge error, walking up to that turret and just tanking everything. The Maiden ends up tanking the turret for forever. It's a great angle by Sheer. And no, Sheer, he's had a good week or so. Missing has died in live, but here comes 1xN. Hera flashes into Bulldog, didn't realize he was there, and he goes over the wall now. And 1xN will clean up another kill. Croco goes on to Xiaosha. No summoners. The Titanic Hydra will be sinking Xiaosha. Alas, smite. And that ship will be sinking. LNG take a huge fight. They lose Missing, but they take 3 in return. Ultra Prime, they needed to be more aggressive with this composition. They needed to be more aggressive. They needed to get the Jarvan, you know, snowballing a lane. That play which went wrong in mid lane really, I think, hurt this team. Climb uses his full combo onto Missing, but then you notice that Henna uses his E for the combo, and Croco gets to go melee range. Goes into Bulldog. He kills him, flashes over, gets the Tibbers down for the extra damage. The Q ends up flying for the last bit there too. Although it is 1xN that gets the kill. And Xiao should chase down at the end of it as well. Easy as you like. LNG just skirmishing better. To be honest, skirmishing better. Ultra Prime didn't push their laning leads well enough. Now LNG get themselves into a huge lead. And Ultra Prime, you know, they've had 1 or 2 very good series. Well, they've had the one series they won. I think it was LGD they beat. That was at a point where we thought LGD might be best team in Nirvana. In fact, they're still 3-1. I mean, the Sion alone in top lane, not really someone you can dive here. 2 items for Henna. Is that going to be enough? No, probably not. I think now at this point we have the problem of, well, because the Sion's not been shut down, and the Lucian is ahead, and Bulldog is fed too, LG do have multiple damage sources, and you probably don't have the damage to kill the Sion either. You need 2 items really on the Yorick to kill the Sion consistently, and you're just not going to do that. God, even Croco is so fed here. I mean, Croco can be a carry now. He can probably carry things by himself. The Shinzao is scary as hell. I mean, the Milio can end up just kind of ruining people's lives by putting some enchanting abilities onto the Shinzao. Bulldog walking forwards has the stun loaded up. No flash though to force it. Henna ease away just in case, because that Proto Belt was there. Ezreal will hit the ult onto the Lucian, but it's not. Oh my god, that's a lot of stuns. Owie. It's just the Mikhails for half the HP of Xiaosha as well. Dragon goes down to LNG. And Ultra Prime, they just haven't found themselves any success around the map. They're down 5k. It feels like they just haven't put up much resistance. No, there's no big Realm Warp. No big lane pressure from the Ezreal Karma. That solo death by the Yorick has really set them up for failure too. Does Eri have damage? Eri does have damage, yeah, a little bit, yep. Ultra Prime making basic mistakes. I mean, it's quite a squishy composition besides the Rise. And the Rise is surprisingly tanky. I suppose the Yorick is too. I mean, they have like bulky-ish solo lanes, but it's not if they're now walking in towards this Baron, which is down to half HP. They're looking for the turn, but Ultra Prime are quite slow to this. Climber is in range. Do they think they can finish? This is going quite low. Climber does have an EQ. They should leave this now. They should leave this. They were looking to see how lucky they could get, really. It's almost very. Appreciate the stream streak, by the way, Duff. Duffman. Hasn't Duffman been retired as a character now from The Simpsons? Also, wasn't Duffman inspired by Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses? Wasn't that a thing? In fact, I think Duff McKagan might have even guessed it onto The Simpsons, and they made a joke about that. Is Comet not just better, or why? For Karma, it gives you the extra ability to... And for Enchanters, you want that extra ability to kind of go between healing and shielding, right? So Aerie doesn't just give you laning phase value, it gives you shield value, and particularly stuff like Karma. You get a lot of auto attacks down in lane, which the Aerie can also proc onto. So in a lane like this, I actually think the Aerie is completely fine, although the Comet does have better early... does have better early damage. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Victory Pandas, by the way, I did notice you followed earlier. Appreciate you joining the channel. Hope you're having a good time. Gold lead still around 5,000 from LNG. A lot of that's in jungle. Croco has just destroyed Climber. He's behind, what, 70 CS odd? Sorry, 60 even. Climber might go for engage himself. Does have the flash dunk, but it might be before too late. Header might already be dead. Xiaoxia not able to body block the last auto attacks from 1xN as he was the culling. Sassy now caught out with a late teleport. 1xN still ice skating around the team fight. Walks away with 2 kills. Real credit to 1xN. I think his trading has been excellent in this game. I think that now he's ahead of the curve with the 2.5 item spike. Ultra Prime just haven't been able to shut him down. Player of the game probably is Croco, just for his ability to, you know, snowball this game so hard. But 1xN deserves a shout out too. Survived the difficult early lane and then really came around to huge point of power. An EQ away from Climber is now going to mean that this is a very unstealable objective. Climber, he does have flash. Can he EQ for a flash? He might get close here, actually. They don't necessarily spot him right now. They see it with the Ezreal up. Ah, too late. Baron to the side of LNG. That was the one way back into the game. Like a freak Baron steal. That would have been it. Not allowed hit. I like how Croc has been going for the Titanic Hydra build as well. It is very good upfront damage. Titanic Hydra is, on the whole, better upfront damage than Sundered Sky first item, but it's less tanky. Now it's both. If there's any team that can make it up to the grid into Ascend, it's LNG. The thing is, the last time we saw LNG try and take on Ascend teams, they were pushed much harder in lane, and particularly jungle was a big problem. And particularly if you think about LNG versus Team WE, the big problem there was actually Monkey really giving issues to Croco, and if Croco falls behind, you see this, well, he snowballs from behind just as hard as he does from ahead. You know, so this 2.8 to, you know, 3,000 gold lead, we have seen that in the negative too. We have seen that. Bot lane in a turret taken by LNG on the push. Baron remaining for 2 minutes. Rise is pushing top lane, and poor Saber. Saber is at 0-0-0. There's very little he could have done. He's about to get himself to Actualizer. Third item, Rise. It is strong. Doesn't have it for this fight though, sadly. Sheer pushing out mid lane. It's not often that you see the Scion winning a 1v1 versus the Yorick in, you know, 2 item plus range. Rocker walking over to help kill the Maiden. Another Maiden dies again. Sassy's really been struggling to keep that ultimate alive. You gotta feel for Ultra Prime though, a team which is, you know, had some... Hang on, jumping forwards! Yeah, you're gonna feel pain for them is what you're gonna feel. Croco Getting a bit of damage onto Climber too. That's going to force Ultra Prime away from the turrets, and the base will be broken. Bot lane inhibitor is fouled. W lands onto Henna. Of course, the Eon cooldown. Croco can get his cooldowns back by spamming his Q. Goes a little bit low here. Does still have his ultimate. Level 16 doesn't want to pull the Crescent Guard. The Tib is walking over. Sassy back out onto the play. Texgate over from Climber, who might look for a bit of a dunk. Do they have the damage behind it, though? The Molten Shields. The Milio definitely helping. Climber was really thinking about going for a creative engagement. What do you do? If he goes in, he probably does just insta-die. He might even have to EQ out. There you go. The ult from Sheer very nearly cancelled that. If that cancelled that, that would have been a dead Jarvan. Regicide. Regicide. Dragon to LNG, that'll be their third. Not that I think it will get to Salt. This game should realistically be over with a gold lead of funny number proportions. Oh, it's gone up to 8.6k now. Jumped up beyond the funny number. Crazy. Back out onto the map, and LNG again. So they have just such a huge gold lead. There's a Shadow Flame on Bulldog. 1xN's got himself an extra Noon Quiver. He's gone for the healing boots, by the way. He's gone for the Gluttonous Greaves, and because now he has so many assists, he does have the full, I think it's 10% Omnivamp. Or is it 11%? 10 or 11%. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, that's scary. Henna not had the best Ezreal game, we shall say, folks. The laning phase was not enough. The stun lands on Deshaucher, and he doesn't. Mikhail's in time. Scary. Very nearly one shot. Top lane in a turret goes down. Rise still pushing on the bot side of that Saber. I mean, poor guy. He's been trying to balance out the map, but Ultra Prime just can't survive in the 4-man unit. He's the one that's had to split push because Sassy has not been doing his job really on the Yorick very well. Someone who I actually thought was pretty okay. A point stun lands onto Sassy as we mention him. Another inhibitor goes down. Gold lane now 9,000. One last inhibitor turret to use. The Maiden summoned once more. Sheer can just tank things for forever. 1xN. Ow, yes, that hurts. Turret goes down as a 5-man push comes in from LNG. And Ultra Prime, they just don't have the damage. They don't have the damage. Even if Climber gets like the mother of all combos, they just don't see where it comes from. Climber goes very low. Dunks, but it's only onto the Scion. Locks him into the baby cage, but I don't think he really cares about being there. Just walks forwards again. Now ultimates are used. Inhibitor is down. They have defender's advantage, Ultra Prime, but which means they can heal up and return to play much quicker, but just doesn't feel like they have that much value. Another Protobelt stun from Bulldog. Climber, no ultimate now. Just has the EQ at 1xN. Not firing that last double tap off. Afraid of getting into Rune Prison range. Teleport coming in from the side, but again, I don't think Sheer really cares. The culling really hurts. Climber goes low again. They've probably killed him twice over really if you count it in raw HP, but he goes back to recover again. 1xN, good damage onto Henna through the exhaust. Yes, he just DPS checked the Ezreal through the exhaust and came out on top. That's what having a 4,000 gold lead will do for you. Well, he hasn't actually gone back to spend a lot of that gold right now. It's 3 items to 3 items. The Milio helping more than anything else there. Turret goes down, and LNG, they felt no need to reset. No need to go back on the map. They have gold in pockets. They've got items spent. Ultra Prime, they still don't have the CC needed. It's a flash knockup. 1xN goes low and he does die. Hang on, Ultra Prime. Now perhaps we see what happens when the Lucian goes down. Do they have the damage to do anything else? Flash forward from Sheer. Perhaps he can be the carry now too. Bulldog has himself stun loaded up. Ezreal goes down. We have 80 carry for 80 carry, and Bulldog takes one more down too. That should be the game of valiant defense at the Nexus from Ultra Prime, killing 1xN, but it will not be enough. LNG, a very calm textbook game from them. A triple kill for Croco before he dies to the fountain. Game 1 goes to LNG here in Suzhou, their home ground. Well, Ultra Prime, I didn't mind the draft, but the laning wasn't quite good enough, and the skirmishing set them too far behind. Ultra Prime, I don't know. It feels very sad for them. It really does, because it's Ultra Prime is a team which has had actually some very okay moments in this split this year. You know, I think Saber in particular has often been the hero for them, but I think that Climber and Sassy have rallied around them at points too. I'm not going to say it's just about them. Welcome in, everyone. How's it going? I don't think it has just been Saber this split. If you look at the LGD series, but then the question is, why can't we see that more often? The consistency there is a problem. I suppose we should talk about this for Ultra Prime, where Ultra Prime, they're a team who, when they come under pressure, very easily come apart. Doesn't matter which roster it is. Ultra Prime as an organization do not very easily perform under pressure. You have something to, we both, and of course with Duo redeeming that roast. You know who else comes apart under pressure too? Duo under the slightest mechanical outplay potential in Arena. We were playing against a brand. Duo gets hit with a brand ult. Now in chat, would you like to tell me what you do when you have a brand ult targeting you and you have a teammate quite close to you? Do you 1, walk away from them, 2, walk towards them? What do you think Duo did in this Arena round? I think you can tell from context what happened there. So, yeah, Duo sort of entered me in a couple of rounds. Whatever, it was fun. Like, Duo came over to play, so she was on, like, 200 ping or whatever. But we did kind of have, like, 2 very bad Arena rounds in a row. 2 is the correct option? Oh, okay, right, okay. So maybe I was just wrong and I should take 1,000,000 damage from that. Hello, League of Legends caster Nymaera. How many bees? Regards, your ex Kirby. Not enough bees. Not enough bees. I think there should always be more bees. No. Okay, right. I'm gonna go leave you with the highlights really quickly. And we'll wait for player of the game 2, and then we'll get into game 2, because I've got to go quickly take a break. So I'll be back in just 1 second, folks. Okay, be right back. Hello, everyone. Yes, I do know we need to run ads. I'll do that now. Oh yeah, round against an outbreak as Crocker gets MVP. No surprises, good game from him. A couple of votes for mid lane. I mean, Bulldog actually had a pretty good Annie game, but I think Crocco's early game and his skirmishing was so good. Very good skirmishing from him. Just gotta wonder what, you gotta wonder what Ultra Prime are gonna do. Feels like the pressure's hit them again. Do Ultra Prime lock elimination if they lose hit? I'm actually not sure they do, because they have one series after this. If they go to -3, no, I think there's a world in which Edward Gaming and Ultra Prime tie. If Ultra Prime win their last series, they probably end up being like 2 and 3 -1 game score. There's a chance that EDG bomb out 0-2-0-2 and they get over them from game score. So even if they lose here, Ultra Prime are not out. One failed play and they fell apart. Yeah, I think the mid lane gank which went wrong was kind of death to their mental, I think. EDG eliminated is so crazy to think about. But if you think about it, EDG since about 2024, when they had the vampire roster, the EDG Doom Squad, that was where things really fell apart for them. You know, since 2024, they've had kind of bad rosters, you know? And then last year, they did, well, last year they were meant to have a good roster, and then they just fell apart to pressure. Doesn't elimination depend on winter too? No, no it doesn't. It's the winter basically gives you the seeding for this split. So technically winter's already affected this split, right? Because you're right, that depends whether you're on Group Ascend or Group Nirvana. There was a real world in which IG were in Nirvana and LNG were in Ascend this split. Hey Sam, 1xN still my go. He had a great game. It's a good game from him. Oh, thanks for the stream streak, Kirby, by the way. I do appreciate that. I know I talked about the message before, but I do appreciate the streak. Can't wait for TSM 1xN. So actually, Sam and I were chatting about this the other day. Sam was basically saying, like, if 1xN isn't, like... Basically, if you're a Western organization, Get 1xn this offseason. Look into him. Because if top teams are going to keep overlooking him from LPL, he should get a chance somewhere else. This guy is really, really good. Like, give him a chance on... I mean, it depends if you have the money for it, right? But he's worth splashing out for. The guy is a generational talent, I think. They'll get their LPL slot any day now. As far as I'm aware, didn't TSM look into an LPL slot and then got, like, a lot of teams weren't interested? I think basically China wasn't aware of their reputation, and I wonder whether, when that became clear, I do wonder whether that affect things. I mean, not that I have any solid info on that, but I do wonder. But I'm pretty sure that TSM did at least, like, put out some feelers into LPL. I'm not sure how serious that ever got, but... Because there were reports about it, right? So presumably it was somewhat serious at points. Who do you want to see for LCK at MSI? Ooh. LCK at MSI. HLE, KT, Rolster, maybe? Well, Yeah, I want to see HLE. I want to see Kanavi versus LPL teams again, because that'll be really fun. Like, Kanavi deserves a ton of respect. And, like, put it this way, folks, a lot of LCK fans basically have been looking down on Kanavi for years. Now, actually, Kanavi is kind of running their league, at least in regular season. It's nice to see that opinion switch up. And then in terms of the second team, I mean, I'd like to see HLE KT be very different. But I think HLE KT would be very fun. I wouldn't mind something like HLE GENG as well. You know, particularly to see if, like, BLG could beat GENG in a best of 5. I'd really like to see that, considering that they didn't get to play at first stand. KT at international events is something which I've always enjoyed. Yeah, I mean, I as much as, like, I was an SKT fan back in the day, but seeing KT at international events just kind of felt right, you know? It was such a shame they missed out on 2013 Worlds. PlayStation has reported a $765 million impairment due to underperformance by Bungie. So basically PlayStation... Oh god, well, I mean, Bungie's not been doing well for a while, right? Marathon is just not what they needed, was it? It's like it's just not had the numbers they needed. I think basically the Marathon drama cut a lot of the hype from it. I mean, it's not doing badly, it's just not the explosive game they need. What's the Marathon drama? So basically in development, it was found that Marathon had just directly ripped some art by a very famous creator of a certain like style of kind of art and graphic design for their game. And Marathon's art design was pretty much all that style. So, and then to the point where like the text that was on his paintings was directly ripped into the game. And that was like, it basically their whole game was about this art style. As in, like, if you're gonna think about Marathon, you think about that art style. So it was very disappointing to see that. So they've ended up having to change it midway through development, but it really hit their reputation. Yeah, Destiny 2 removing paid-for content was a very, very poor failure on their part. To be honest, I thought it was bad that they even reset it from Destiny 1 in the first place. Destiny 1 was in a good spot. The Rise of the Iron Lords, whatever it was really, really good. Really enjoyed the last DLC of Destiny 1. That was a very good spot. Okay, into the second draft. Narband away from Sheer. Damn, they're really afraid of this top lane matchup now, huh? In terms of bot lane, aren't you more afraid that you just, I mean, Xiaoxia and Henna just lost with the best bot lane on the patch. There's still Yunara Lulu for 1xn missing. Ashe Seraphine is available. If you take the Seraphine, you might get Ashe Lulu'd. 1xn missing might go Ashe Lulu. They could also go Yunara Lulu, but Ashe Lulu I think is fine. I think 1xn will take that. I think they know they're butchering this bot lane. And then Hannah kind of has to go towards... God, I don't know, Jhin? Like Jhin Seraphine? Pretty stable bot lane, that. Pretty hard to lose that lane. try and provide more CC and utility later into the game. Ooh, they could go for Bard. Ah, again, they choose not to take away the most powerful bot lane. You could go Caitlyn Bard, I suppose. But that would be giving the Ashe Seraphine over. So what do they do for their AD carry? They could leave it till 3 and pick up a jungler now, actually, or mid laner. So you could pick up, like, Pantheon, and then lock your AD carry on 3. Oh, they take the Jhin, so it's Jhin Bard, alright. I mean, 1xn's pretty good at that, but... I think you could have gone Ashe Lulu. You could have also gone Pantheon here. Because it was quite obvious that Ultra Prime were going for the Ashe. So now you see the Pantheon. Cassiopeia is really strong. I mean, Cassiopeia has been moved from being Rise counter into just being top tier mid laner. Deathfire Touch has made this champion so ridiculously strong. You just have so much extra damage. So much. It's down to a second round of bans. Jungler's banned away from Croco, no Skarner, no Akali for Saber. What else would you ban against Saber here? I think you're okay letting them have something like Victor. But Ultra Prime? Suppose you could ban away something like Croco's Lee Sin, actually. Lee Sin might not be a bad ban here. Just because it's so early dominant and has so much playmaking. Lee Sin is working its way back into the meta. We've had a couple of players pick it up and do some disgusting things on the champion. Jace instead? Alright. Well, so Croco's got choice of jungle matchup now. Although a lot of junglers are now out. No Skarner, no Vi, no Shinzao, no Pantheon, no Nocturne. So a lot of your AD skirmishes are out. It does feel like it is something like that Lee Sin, which you are angling towards, hovering the Kha'Zix. I mean, there isn't... The thing about the Lee Sin is that there's not as much setup for it this time. You have a Jhin W and a Bard Q, but the Miasma is not quite the same from the Cassiopeia. You have to do a lot of your own stunts. No stunt doubles to make it easier. Hecarim's up. Hey, if this is Arena, Hecarim's better than Lee Sin, what can I say? But it's not Arena, sadly. Aurora now for Bulldog. Sorry, against Bulldog for Saber in the mid lane. Fine matchup, although basically you're just hoping you stay out of range of the Cassiopeia. Top lane, I mean, Sassy is an Udyr player. When he first came into the league, he was the Udyr guy, and in fact, he played so much of that. It was very difficult for him when kind of came into Fearless, really. Or no, sorry, into Fearless, but like when it kind of came around to hit the Udyr kind of being knocked out to meta, he struggled against that. Sheer thinking about the Renekton now. Udyr is still a strong early game champion. He just struggles a lot later on. Vayne is kind of disgusting there, actually. Vayne's really good here. Now, the problem is you don't have much setup for LNG. But then again, look, much as we said in that last draft, we thought that actually Ultra Prime had the better draft, but they just didn't execute it. I think once again, Ultra Prime had the better draft, but LNG are just better players. Sassy's Udyr is strong comfort pick for him. Saber has a champion that can actually get involved in the game a lot easier, I think, in this kind of draft, because the Rise in the last game was just permanently on sidelines trying to pick up the slack which Sassy had laid down, sadly. LNG have a ton of outplay potential, and that's very dangerous. Going to go into a quick ad break because we don't get them in game. Interesting Udyr pick. It is a Sassy classic. He does like playing that champion. Although he's more of a Jax player too. Occasionally we'll see an Udyr come out of our bottom tier teams. OMG were a big Udyr team, despite it being out of meta for a while. How is he going to lane against Vayne? If you bush bait well, if the Vayne ever face checks you and get into melee, you do well. Alright, into game. Let's get into game 2. Okay. Going into enemy jungle is Climber. Ward over the wall. They spot it, but they spot that the ward's there, so they know they've been rumbled. So Ultra Prime trying to go for this invade. Decent level 1 wards. Crocker's going to start on his wolves, and then he's going to respond accordingly. So Ultra Prime don't actually have vision on where Crocker's starting. They think he might be running over to their side of the map. What Crocker might do is hit level 2 and try and fight Climber on his own red buff. We'll see how quickly he gets down here. Because if Lee Sin actually ends up hitting red buff with a Q, he can actually fight. So what's the plan here from Croco? He's going to try and skirt around vision. How quickly can he get here? Because Climber, he is on vision. They have vision of the red buff. He can blast cone over. Presumably there's a ward in here that's getting close. They have the Q. It's going to come down to a smite. Who gets it? Who gets it? Who gets it? So close. And it doesn't matter. Climber backs off. He realizes he can't get it. Great understanding of Croco that he can start off vision and then go to contest. Croco gets another great early read. It got down so close, because the first smite of the game is around 600 damage, right? Of course, grows throughout the game. Bot lane, we're under a bit of pressure there, but now suddenly, you know, Croco can go into the enemy jungle, potentially contest around that. He does need to take an enemy camp away. He does need that. Hawkshot will spot Croco out. Can they do anything here? Missing walking forwards. Does he go for a Q stun? It lands onto Xiaoxia. Does it force the flash? Yes, it does. The W after. Now, it is worth noting that Croco still lost the Raptor camp. He's down a camp in regards to Climber. Climber's slower on his clear, but Climber has all of his own camps available, whereas Croco lost one of his own. Sheer has the lethal tempo, has the exhaust. Quite happy to play that against the Udyr. Bulldog pushing in Saber very effectively here. 10 CS up already. Wow, Bulldog's doing a number on him. Climber's going for something big here. The Condemn does help a little bit. Climber has flash himself, though. I think Sheer's just dead here. He wanted to turn back for the auto attack. Exhaust goes on to Climber. That's not bad from him, but then the exhaust wears off. There's another Q, tries to get the safeguard. Croco, good damage. Where's the Q? Goes on to Climber. Does he think he can kill here? I think he might do, actually, waiting for cooldowns. And now Sassy's out of mana. Ward hop forwards, extra auto attacks through. Croco flashing forwards, gets himself into a 1v2 situation, and he likes those odds. Q goes wide, but I think with Sassy having no mana, Croco can just walk at him. Sassy has nothing left in the tank. He's all out of gas, and Croco's all full up. One last skill, won't matter at all. Croco gets a double kill in top lane. Croco's Lee Sin, man. Why didn't they ban it? Why didn't they ban Croco's Lee Sin? Huge mistake from Ultra Prime, and Croco's just taken over the series. And the problem for Ultra Prime is they're not a great team mentally under pressure. They never have been. Ultra Prime are on, the verge of elimination. They lose this series, they're not mathematically out, but then they'd have to have a whole crazy amount of results afterwards, so they'd have to beat, OMG, but then they'd also have to wait for every other result to kind of work in their favor. Climber no flash, can't really threaten mid lane here. Croco's going back onto his camps. Dude, when Croco actually finally gets his recall, he's going to be really happy. Didn't get double scuttled either, of course, because he took the top lane scuttle on the way out. I wonder whether Climber should have just gone for the full clear. I think Climber makes the mistake in going for the big play top lane. I think he was already a camp ahead of Croco. If he just full cleared through top side, I think you just take that, don't you? Maybe he was afraid of getting double scuttled. Croco might have been able to force that, but I would have thought Climber was okay with that, to be honest. Still being a camp. It would have been even camps at that point. Now Climber's just full centered on top lane. Sheer is still ahead. Sassy is still down 20 CS. He died very late from that play, which meant that he lost another wave top lane. Oh, thank you so much for the raid there, Inside Esports. Hope that power spike was good. I did notice that you were online. Saw you all recording that one. So Croco is locked in Lee Sin, and for those of you who are LCK enjoyers or LPL enjoyers, you know that Croco is the most coin flippy jungler we have in the world right now. He's definitely up there. Well, he coin flipped good, very good this series. And so Climber has no flash. He's heading towards a blast cone. It just won't matter. It just won't matter. Kill goes to Bulldog this time. He's also had a very good series so far. Ultra Prime, one of our weaker teams in the LPL. They're struggling. And they're definitely a team which don't deal well with pressure. LNG, they're a team which arguably could have been an Ascend last split, but fell apart at the final hurdle themselves. LNG and Ultra Prime in Group Nirvana will only play 5 series down here in our bottom group. They have a single round robin in Group Nirvana. Very few games. Croco, not quite at the level 6 yet. He could technically leech level 6 off the wave and maybe look for something there. Climber realizes Krugs are gone. Appreciate the raid though. And I hope the show was good. That reminds me, I've got to fill out an invoice for stuff there. Oh, I'm so bad at paperwork, chat. Climber is on he's on janitor duty a little bit here, folks. He's just got to clean up what he can. It's really hard for him. He has fallen so far behind that it's very hard to stay some smaller raptors. Doesn't stop Croco getting level 6 though. Which means that he can go for a big play. There's no encore on the other side, no Ash Arrow. Climber, even if he gets this scuttle, wouldn't get level 6. They're jumping forwards for the stun, looking for the perma CC. Doesn't Croco just kill them? They have the kick, which goes through them, gets a knock up onto someone else too. The Aurora's not doing bad there. Bulldog, not great from him on the Cassiopeia. But it still ends up being a 1-foot. Croco might follow that, you know? Croco might follow it. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Stands still, considers his life choices, and chooses not to. Sassy had teleported in for that play. Paperwork usually just lays flat. I don't know what to tell you. No. But what if you want a paper aeroplane? Then you got to get the paper to work. Now, what if you want to get origami? Then you've got to make sure that the paper works. Restraint from Croco. I know, right? Discretion is sometimes the better part of valor. Sometimes. Very rarely, but occasionally. Bot lane walking up. Asher onto missing. Flashes away from it. Realizes that was on target. Good flash from him. Could have potentially led to some issues there. Croco gets the first dragon of the game for LNG. Bulldog still 800 gold ahead despite that death in that last fight. Croco further ahead. Because he has a lot of kills. Like a ton of them. Going for the Sundered Sky build again. The upfront HP, very useful for the Lee Sin in this kind of game. Ulting into mid lane. Bulldog did use that flash in the last time. There's an Udyr around the corner as well. Miasma stops him from W. Wiggity gets a great double ult onto 2 members. I think he still dies here, though, despite it being actually very well played by Bulldog. You shouldn't be that far up without flash. It's a good ult. His first one of the game from Climber. Sadly, even though the ultimate does stun the Pantheon midway through the W, it doesn't stop the stun coming through because it still travels. Eight minutes have gone by and almost as many kills as by late game last game. Yeah, last game was quite slow. Took a while for us to get our first kills of the game. Croco decided that that was clearly not entertaining enough for us on the stream. You know, all of these conversations about League of Legends being in, you know, or esports is it's more like WWE and about entertainment than anything else. Oh, they're taking it to heart here, folks, you know. Wingborn Storm from Sassy, getting good damage onto Sheer here. Looks like he's going for the Fimble Winter. Classic build here for Udyr. Needs the mana and gets a lot of CC to get those shields. Big shield scaling champion, that Udyr. Often goes for the shield bash with extra damage. Grub's taken by LNG. All 3 of them. I don't even think that Ultra Prime have walked away with bad. Hang on, that's an ult going towards the flash. That's Cassiopeia again. He's backing off right into it. Great combo. Bulldog will get killed again. They have really nailed this Cassiopeia. Okay, good play from Ultra Prime. Henna had a poor game 1 on the Ezreal. Was largely outplayed by 1xN. They don't have that many skills now to throw back at LNG. So Bulldog, who was at a decent gold lead, has lost a lot of that. And even Jungle, Climber, was very far behind. But he's picked up so many kills onto Croco that now he's fine there too. Got the kill top lane too, so he picked up 2 from Bulldog. Potential fight here from Croco. Does he jump forwards? Does have the flash for a kick. Poor Bulldog. Well, he's still ahead in gold, but yeah, he shouldn't have been stood up so far, really. He goes wide. Always scary at this point when Lee Sin's at the 1 item mark. Because we saw it in the bot river fight, right? Where Croco is actually tanky enough to look for a big play. W out, flashes the encore, which does catch Croco. Does he have the extra the healing? He has it from the Sunder Sky, not back. Kick away onto the Pantheon. W, it's not quite enough. Flies in for the Sunder Sky, but can't quite get it. This time, Croco is not tanky enough. Now we start to have some interesting conversations. Croco, snowbally jungler from ahead or behind. That's the thing which we say the most regularly about him. LNG needs someone else to stand up and make a bit of a difference. Now suddenly Henna is 1,000 gold ahead. Not by the fault of 1xN, but just because Croco and Bulldog have been way too far up in a bunch of different times now. I mean, Sheer is also verging on 1,000 gold lead, and that's scary. He's about to cash in a cult. And once Sheer gets to, what, 2 items, we'll see what the full build is. Sometimes we see the Essence Reaver after the Hex plate. Sometimes we see Triforce for the extra bulk. But as soon as he gets that Hex plate, it's a problem. Hang on, Henna does have the ultimate. Ult for ult traded. That's actually better for LNG. The Ash ult has been really scary. Is the Jhin W up? It is, actually. I was wondering if you go for a Jhin ult into trade. But I suppose they don't know where the Pantheon is for the ult now. And that's the scary thing. 1xN has Cleanse and Flash, so he doesn't have to be too afraid himself. Sheer 1 million off of the cult. There you go. 1.3k up. Very happy. This Vayne is just scaling. Just scaling. And it is going to be the kind of game where the Vayne can out-duel anyone. How is Udyr in the late game? Doesn't scale as well as the tank as other tanks. Does have decent damage, but struggles to get it down. He doesn't have that much target access in late game unless he has flash. And he's not running something like a Ghost either for continued move speed. His damage is good for a tank, but it's just not... It's just not what they're going to be able to... I don't think he's going to be able to put that down very easily in this kind of game. He's going to need a lot of help from his team to have someone CC'd up in front of him. Lethal tempo stacks. Vayne does Vayne things. Scary. Ash Arrow not up right now. Potential of Croco looking for a kick, I suppose. That gold lead definitely not looking as hot as it was before, despite the fact that LNG are still 1k ahead as a team. Henna, not bad damage onto him. Encore onto missing. Not bad from Henna and Shasha. Remember, they were given this crazy ultimate, this crazy combo 1xn and Missing chose to let them have the Ash Seraphine because, well, they destroyed them the last time. Why shouldn't they go for it again? After all, why shouldn't I? Ultimate from Xiaoxia down. Ashar is still available. Perhaps LNG just chill out for a bit. They just chill out and they let Sheer scale. I mean, Sassy's not doing anything on the Udyr right now. Sheer's very happy to just wait until he gets XP and gold advantage. Sassy is behind 50 CS. I mean, the Udyr can't play. He's down 50 CS. The Cull's cashed in. Sassy's not doing anything with this lane. Reminder that, you know, Sassy is an Udyr player. He's comfortable on it, but there are some champions who just can't play it. Well enough, I was playing a game the other day. It was a casual game, but hang on, I might look for an ult down here. I played like Vayne into Trundle top, and it just feels like that class of champion, which are the run at you champions. Vayne just can't lose to them. Ult is going down bot side now. The flash and the cleanse gets hit by the center of the ultimate. Cleanse away. Not bad survive there from 1xn, but using both summoners is definitely not what he wanted. The wave is just about to die. Lee Sin's coming in. Summoners that were used by 1xn. Ultra Prime do have the summoners to use themselves, but they don't have a lot of ultimates. Tries to W to the side, but Crocker may well just die for the play. Sundered Sky Healing's not bad. Where is Sheer in all this mess? The Vayne's got to get value, and he's going straight into it. Here comes the Vayne. The scary top laner has the lead and is looking to outplay in the 1v2. Is getting close to E. So scary. W. Just enough to get away, goes invisible, but I think the Suns will be enough. No, the Q, but the W kills him from the Henna. I just shout out random letters of the alphabet, and one of them will definitely be right. Henna kills with the W. So Sheer goes into the play, but it's a lost one. I don't know what Crocker's doing. No, Crocker loves to make the big play, but the restraint isn't there. I mean, Sheer was really waiting to get into that first play of the game, but he needed a little bit of extra help on the backline. Ended up in the 1v2. The E from Climber made all the difference there at the end. Now, the teleport did come in from Sheer, and then Sheer just gets like immediately stunned, and then the kick is only onto one person. Oh, no, it doesn't even get a kick onto anyone. It's just onto Xiaoxia. Crocker misses the kick angle. If he gets a multi-man kick, the damage probably is enough. You notice that Sassy goes straight into the middle of it, puts down the Boingdom Spawn Storm. The ult isn't bad from Bulldog, but you notice that Sassy actually gets to go forwards and get a good amount down. Sheer's then left in 1v2, very nearly picks up a kill from that. I wonder whether he should have done damage onto Henna instead, try to force that flash. Last volley takes him down. That is bad from LNG. Ultra Prime, we said that they're not great under pressure. That early game had gone wrong again. Perhaps we'll revise that as this game goes on. Henna's in a great spot. Great spot. It's going for the Storm Razor Ash, which is good for kind of repositioning. Herald being taken by Ultra Prime. Sheer is getting a bot lane, sorry, he's happy with that. So the individual gold lead to Sheer is going to get scary. Potential jump forwards from Crocker. Has the flash. Can he land a Q there? Saber position in front of the wave. It's actually quite dangerous there. Crocker doesn't find the play though. Sheer will get himself, I think, the full turret here. Although mid lane is going to get hit by the Herald. 1xn can't wait play this one for forever. Good game from Xiaoxia, by the way, too. Light is on cause. Mikhails will shrug off the Ash ultimate. Finally has that item. Big for him. Ult stops the Herald going down. He actually dies anyway. Wait. Wait, why the Vitality 2018 logo? Huh? What is it? Why has Vitality got the 2018 logo? What? Why has he got... What link does Missing have with Vitality? Does anyone know? Huh. I don't quite get that. The bees. Well, if anyone knows about the location, like the connection there, guess we'll find out. Bulldog gonna go behind Sassy here. He should be able to walk his way out of danger. Bulldog, the Deathfire touch is scary, but not scary enough. Bulldog has the he's not going for the healing boots, by the way. He's gone for the cooldown boots. He's gone Rod of Ages as well. Hang on a second. Shit. There's a Pantheon coming towards him. Goes invisible. Does he have a Condemn? He does. The Condemn's not bad, actually. It means that Climber has to go forwards with his own stun. Sheer's getting pretty close here. Magical Journey. Not bad, but they don't have the damage. Too far up. Sheer has not played the Vayne very well in the big moments. Too far up in that first fight. Ended up in a 1v2. Too far up in the side lane here now, too. He needs to use his gold lead better than this. You know, with this amount of gold lead, Sheer... with the, you know, the 60 CS lead, he needs to be using this gold lead more responsibly, is what we'll say. probably because it looks like a bee. The thing is, so many of Vitality's logos look like bees, so that's what it's meant to be anyway, so. Oh, hang on, the missing ultimate goes wide. I was wondering whether connect the CC. No. Asher now onto Croco. Mikhail's will shrug that off. Sassy teleporting up. Okay. Guess he thought that play would lead into something more. Sheer coming out on the map. Croco. Once again going very deep. It's a 3-man encore. Xiaosha on point. The ultimate from Cassiopeia ends up disengaging the play though. 1xm does have both summons. He might need to use them actually. Condemn from Sheer. Sheer teleported in for that, did he? Actually, not sure about that one. I think he actually just walked up for that one. My bad. Yeah, his teleport's on cooldown. Just walked his way over. I think LNG, this is what happens when the early lead doesn't come about for them. You know, they try and look for the big play and they don't have the gold for it anymore. Croco has really been struggling. Climbers had a very good Pantheon game, actually. Bulldog managed to hold on to a gold lead despite those kills in mid lane earlier. Dragon Ball Ultra Prime started here. Bot lane turret goes to Saber. Wait, Yamato likes to tell the story that how that Vitality team was too heavy for Korean elevators. Oh, that's crazy as heck. That's funny as hell. Vayne is definitely a winning champion. I mean, it absolutely has been in pro recently, actually, and it should be. I think that Sheer has a good point. Look, this is the kind of game where a Vayne should actually carry. I think that Sheer committed to fights a little bit too early, and the way he committed to those fights was a little too main character energy for that point in the game. 1xn has his own Storm Razor now. Managed to close the gold lead a little bit against Henna, despite Henna's very good kill participation. We need Callista top lane back. Look, I was a big Quinn Sanguine Blade enjoyer for a while, but that doesn't need to come back. It doesn't, really. Callista top, Quinn top with Sanguine Blade was not very fair, really. Not bad trade there from Bulldog, actually. Ult lands onto Xiaosha. No, sorry, not onto Xiaosha, onto Henna, and I think he'll just die from the miasma afterwards. Ashe down. Missing dead 2. However, the stun lands onto him. Croco behind him, and now suddenly LNG pick up the damage. Again, Sassy not at the play. Croco walking up, still has the kick. Xiaosha does not have a flash himself. Croco going forward, gets into melee range, and I don't think Saber can save him. He'll go down. Xiaosha, good game on the Seraphine, but this time Ultra Prime overextend, and they allow these extended rundowns. Baron started, no jungler on the other side. They've got the Vayne and the Cassiopeia for DPS. Sheer will roll away. Flash forward for the extra CC. Sassy trying his best. Croco going for the kick and gets straight onto Saber and delivers him into Sheer. Is the Baron still leashed? No, but I think they'll just take the kill. Sassy doesn't have a flash. He's got some move speed, but the Q stun from the Bard will mean the move speed. Boy, it's stationary. Don't get to use it. Double kill for Sheer. Vayne picks up even more gold. It's not been the cleanest game from Sheer in the early game, but the gold now means that it's very hard to really resist that Vayne as the game goes on. Good ult onto Henna. I thought it was Xiaosha at first because the shield was on my back. But the Ashe gets caught. Great pick onto the AD carry. Pantheon ult ends up killing Missing. It's a 1-for-1, but then Climber's in way too deep. I mean, if Henna can survive by flashing away, then that's a good ultimate. But the miasma makes that play a winning play for LNG. Hey, really appreciate the sub there, Mecha. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's been a messy series from Ultra Prime, really. Henna's had a lot better game 2 than he had a game 1. His game 1 Ezreal was not really great. Although, to be honest, I think the jungle matchup was bigger than anything else. Sheer is going for, wait, is he going for a fire cannon? Huh? Well, Sheer going for the, the Zeal item third. Gets the root there, 1xn. The Baron is started. They're 2-manning it with the Cassiopeia, but because they're pushing in mid lane so hard, they don't see it right now. They could hawk shot over towards it. Climber's walking over now. Because of the all-seeing Baron, it is actually going to be seen going low. They might have actually leashed it. I think that Ultra Prime should actually try and kill it while it's low. No, they let it reset. I wonder whether they should actually have looked to try and take the Baron. Well, try and leash that Baron. I wonder whether they should have done. They don't get many opportunities like that. Push baiting right now. Croco walking away. Pantheon's ulting into the mid lane. Flash away And that's a good condemn into the wall. That he's now off from Climber. Still has his flash. Bulldog going quite low, but he's doing a lot of damage back. Shear's running at them. The Hexplate movement speed, the ultimate movement speed from the final hour. Croco, bloody hell, the last auto attack destroys them. Fourth shot from Jin. Very consistent over this game. I think 1xN, while not being the main character, has been so consistent. Hasn't died the once, despite the pressure being put onto him. He's put out a lot of good damage in return. All onto Climber. Not really sure what follow-up they would have had there anyway. Dragon now in a minute. Ultra Prime failed the play and Shaosha dies for it. Yeah, the Scout Slingshot, it doesn't build into something like Flicker Blades, right? I mean, Vayne is not really a fire... Oh, Fiend Hunter. God damn it, I forgot it built into Fiend Hunter. I was thinking, sure, Vayne is not a fire cannon builder. It goes for the Fiend Hunter bolts. So he's going for like full ult cooldown reduction. And the first 3 ult attacks from the Vayne are going to shred. I haven't seen the Fiend Hunter on third on the Vayne that much. I suppose for a lot of Vayne games, the first 2 items are the ones I'm more interested in, right? So you can, like, obviously Vayne used to be a big Rage Blade builder. We used to see Triforce first. And now we see Hexplate into Triforce or the Essence Reaver. Dragon spawning now. Ultra Prime really want this. They're walking forwards with Sassy and the Roll Quest Teleport. Everyone in position. Sassy jumping forwards. Miasma stopping some of the damage after his Bulldog's going low. But Sassy is 2 Bulldog alive for now. Gets the ultimate on Climber as a parting gift. Croco gets on to Henna, who just about survives, but not for long enough. Henna goes down. Croco, good assassination. Ends up being 1-for-1 as Sassy lives, actually. Croco's quite low. Can they walk back in? They don't have the final hour. Which means that Sheer is a lot less scary. Q does land onto the Dragon. Q... not enough to dissuade that. Jin W won't steal. Ultra Prime take down the enemy Cassiopeia, get onto the Dragon, and they get themselves their Dragon. That's not bad for them. Considering the position they were in the game, it felt like the fights were really going against them. They'll definitely take that. So what happens here? Sheer ends up tanking everything. Lot of CC. No, sorry, not Sheer. Bulldog tanks everything. As Sassy goes forwards into the front line. Henna very nearly gets the kill onto Croc and then walks melee range. That's not good enough, Henna. You can't walk into melee range of a Lee Sin like that. That is messy. Loses the summoners and loses his life. Who's stopping the Vayne? My pleb brain says no one. Well, that's what I think too. Eventually the Vayne does become unstoppable unless she walks into every bit of CC under the sun. There's a chance of a good Encore, a good arrow. But it's quite hard to consistently land CC on Sheer, and Sheer shouldn't be all-inning until that CC is used from the bot lane, really. You can also occasionally condemn the Pantheon out of the W, although it's a little bit of a slow wind-up time, so it doesn't always end up being like that. Sassy taking some damage here. Vayne will really start to hurt here. Doesn't have the Rage Blade or Blade to have no crazy anti-tank potential. This is much more of a bursty Vayne build, actually. Very good at dueling squishies. I mean, it's still good at killing tanks, but it just won't kill them as quickly as Vayne kills tanks with other builds. With, like, the Blade, Rage Blade on hit. Phantom Dancer for Henna. Big movement speed from the Storm Razor Phantom Dancer to try and kite away. Almost there at the Infinity Edge. There might be a Baron start here, actually. Hang on, LNG needs to be careful. Baron start... Nope, not going to be there, actually. I just saw them moving as 5, and I thought there was a bit of a worry. Might have tried to force out Sheer's teleport then disengage. But of course, if Sheer teleported late, then things get scary. $3.5k lead for Sheer. That is an entire item up's worth of gold. Recall now from Sheer. I wonder what his next item's going to be. Another crit item. I guess he goes Infedge then. I guess he could go LDR. We've seen a lot of LDR third from Vayne players. Just for the extra % damage against high HP targets. It does affect your W against tanks. Sheer is the gold lead. Yeah, he is. And that means Sheer has to play well. So he needs to not get hit by the CC. Easier said than done. 3 items for both AD carries. Infinity Edge for Henna. Whereas 1xN is stopped off, of course, for a bit more Mosquito build. He's still doing good damage. It's just that if he hits Sassy, then he doesn't really do that much, right? I mean, to say that, Sassy doesn't have a crazy amount of armor. Bulldog even in gold with Saber now. Saber's had an okay game on the Aurora. Bulldog was better early, and then they threw like a million ults mid lane. Bulldog has the flash. Good ult catch. Only catches... So he catches 2. Catches Xiaoxia and Climber. Now suddenly... Well, yeah, that is not a tanky tank. Sassy gets destroyed. Udyr is just not tanky enough. The late game value is just not good enough from the Udyr. Baron, now going to get started by LNG. No tank in the front line. Sassy caught out. Good ultimate from Missing. He's had a few of them work wonders in these team fights. Their engage is now sort of gone. Saber misses the E. The Q not landing onto Xiaoxia. Missing gets the angle wrong. Hits the champion, but not the wall. Or the champion behind him. They back off now. I think they realize that with Missing not hitting the skill shot, the fight's over. Apparently Doonby hasn't played a professional match yet in Dota 2. I thought that well, I knew that he was playing a load of Dota, but I didn't think he was going pro. I know there was the April Fool's thing of him joining T1, but that wasn't, you know, the same. Okay, so Dragon up in 30 seconds to be Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime. That's a win condition for Ultra Prime. So Sheer needs to have a good fight. We'll see if Missing can get that good engage again. Sassy cannot afford to get just isolated in the front line like that again. Skill shots Missing onto Bulldog. W onto Climber. Pulls out that E. Hannah jumping forwards. Good damage onto Missing. Ults onto the other side of it. Sassy going through. And Saber pulls the ultimate too. Hannah really trying to keep things in his own court here. Good ultimate onto Bulldog. Good damage onto the Cassiopeia. Q's landing. But Sheer's not got the damage here either. Sheer's out of the play. Ultra Prime are going to get themselves Infernal Soul. Incredible play from Hannah. Dragon goes down to Ultra Prime. Henna takes business into his own hands. Sheer not able to find isolated targets, and Bulldog is struggling. Had the flash there, but not able to escape the encore. What happened to him in that fight? CC came through. Bulldog doesn't use the Zhonya's, doesn't use the flash, goes down. That's incredibly important. Dodges out on the initial play there, jumps forwards. And then what happens here? Henna goes forwards and gets some crazy damage onto Missing. But then what happens to Bulldog? Does he just get Flash Pantheon stunned? Aurora comes forward. Bulldog away from his team, just Flash Pantheon stunned. Does get an ult through. Could have Zhonya's there, could have flashed there, I suppose. Bulldog goes down. I mean, he was out of position when Henna had his all in. It's very good from the Ash. So now Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime. This should be a winning game angle for Ultra Prime now. I think they have way too much damage now. Croco, I think that his mechanical plays have become harder and harder to make as the game goes on. Vayne's coming in now. Baron's going quite low. They do have the Bard ult to slow this. Ult goes onto himself because he doesn't have the Mikhail's up off cooldown just yet. Magical Journey won't save him right now. Sassy, I'm not sure he wanted that, actually. Sheer gets to go and force the flash from him. That Magical Journey actually ended up being a bit of a problem there for Udyr. They can go back towards it. Sassy's going to heal up as he can. Vayne doesn't have the ult. Halfway off cooldown there. Croco going around the flank. Doesn't have flash, but might be able to find someone. Q misses. He needs to get onto Henna anyway. Henna has flash. W lands from the Jhin. Ult's not bad. Saber's going low. Sheer's trying to find himself the crit. It's not bad. Gets out of vision, though. Saber hops away very, very close. Henna's low, too, though. The Baron's almost assisting onto him. Climber goes forwards, assassinates the Vayne. The gold lead is gone. However, Jhin gets a double. The Jhin W's have been so excellent from 1xN. X marks the spot. The accuracy is great. Pantheon ulting in towards the Baron, looking for the steal. Croco goes low, gets the Q onto Climber, who has the GA. Doesn't have it onto the Baron, though. It's taken by Lee Sin. Climber goes down low with the Saber passive, doing damage, but not enough onto Bulldog. 1xN is low, cleanses through. Pantheon down. I think LNG have clutched it against the Infernal Soul. It is a mess. You know, initially, Missing goes down, but Sassy loses the flash. A lot of the ults are used. And then some way in that play, Sheer ends up finding some isolated damage against both Saber and other people as well. So initially, I mean, Saber gets hit by, you know, the Jhin and the Cassiopeia. Then Sheer manages to get onto both these backliners, loses vision there for a second, which is why it looks awkward. Maybe if he'd rolled against the wall, he could have got the quick double auto attack. Then gets jumped on by Climber. I actually think Sheer plays that quite poorly. If he'd flashed earlier than auto reset against the wall with the Q, he would have stayed in range and potentially got the quick second auto. So a mistake from him. Luckily, rest of the team in Bulldog and 1xN particularly had a much better fight this time. Bulldog just about living that. Bloody hell, that was close. Hard to play the low range AD carry of the Vayne. Does have that Noon Quiver now. Tower's going to go down. Jin is still 4-0-8, by the way. I think that 1xN is my player of the game. The way that he's managed to influence this game and not die is incredibly important. His Jin Ws have been very important. Potential jump in towards bot lane. There's no cleanse on him now. But Bulldog's the target instead. The encore goes through it. I think the Jin will go down with it as well. Sheer into the backline. Goes into the Udyr. And he just rolls in and dies. A bit of Vayne spotting there. He's gone down. And suddenly the Baron's all wiped out. The kick's good. But I do wonder whether Sheer just had to roll backwards there. Just take the L trade. Just allow the members to die. First death of the game for 1xN as we were praising him. Bulldog has been caught out of position so much. Ultra Prime doing a good job of engaging onto him. I think that Climber and Shausher have had a great time getting onto the backline. Hang on, Croco flashing away. Did damage from mid. Whoa, hang on, Henna's just exploded. Croco gets the damage down, does die on the other side of it, but it's a 2-for-1. Croco, insane playing from him, despite being behind the game. 7-3-10. Has felt like Climber's been the main character there for a bit. Croco gets an insane burst of damage. And then suddenly, you know, like that's an incredible amount of gold onto the board again. It means that Ultra Prime don't get to control the map before the Elder spawning in a minute. You know, they're going to be back up and alive again. But Croco is going to stop them from getting wards down. It's going to allow LNG to get their recalls, their resets off in a decent time. That's really not a bad prize for Croco there, but does lose the flash, importantly. I suppose on the other side, Climber does too. Vayne pushing out top lane. LNG's draft is better only if they're not playing a 5-on-5 skirmishes. I don't think that's true. I think that Jin causes a lot of issues for them, as we're seeing. Ultra Prime are better in the 5v5, but LNG, particularly with someone like the Vayne, if Ultra Prime mess up their engage, the Vayne, if the Vayne plays well, should actually be able to find some decent individual fights, especially at this point in time. Particularly because this draft, LNG have a lot of very powerful individual members, right? You know, the Lee Sin's good against the Pantheon early. The Vayne is always good against the Udyr. Bot lane is somewhat even, and the mid lane's winning. So they have effectively 3 winning lanes in a good jungle matchup. So that makes the draft very powerful in its own right. And they did get that lead onto Sheer. Sheer has that LDR now, so he is going to be doing so much damage towards Sassy. Hang on, Saber. Hang on, Sheer rolling forwards. Missing the combo. That Saber, if he proto-belted for that, perhaps would have been the chunk they needed. Both of the AD carries were stood on top of each other. Jin not really doing that much damage to the Udyr, but then again, that's not really his job. That's Vayne's job instead. Elder alive now. Not bad damage from 1xN. Miss it. No, he hits the W there. Shield comes up again. Pantheon jumping into the backline. Jumping forwards onto the Jin, who cleanses away. The encore doesn't hit the Jin on the backline. It's a very good bottled. And he'll end up getting damage onto Henna on the backline. Sheer goes down, though. Sheer goes down, and perhaps the damage goes with it. Croco goes into the backline. Can't quite kill Climber. LNG do not clutch it out. Sheer can't do enough on the Vayne. Gets the gold lead, but for what? Ultra Prime clutch out. Deal with damage in the 5v5. Good damage from 1xN. Trades one back. It's now suddenly a 3-for-2. 1xN, I mean, what can he do here, though? Saber walking over. Fourth shot's not bad. Ends up getting away from the Q. Flash forward from Henna. I don't think 1xN will do enough there. Chin very nearly kills him. Red buff so close, missing. One more auto will do it. 1xN a missing combo up to kill Henna. Perhaps the game not over now. Missing will die for the attempt, but it means that Ultra Prime will not have 3 out of 5 Elder Dragons, nor can they end the game. They can stall for Udyr. That's a good point. They can get 3 out of their 5 elders here. Teleport in from Sassy. I guess they'll run straight up towards the Baron afterwards. Sheer is just not able to do enough in these fights. Ultra Prime are keeping their battle lines fairly effectively. No, Sheer gets hit by the Ash ult. He rolls too early. He pops the ult and he Qs immediately. Gets hit by the ult, rolls forwards again to go invisible. Sheer goes into melee range of 4 people and dies. I get that he's trying to kill Henna, but I think that Sheer just rolling into 4 people, surely that's just a huge mistake, no? He's got such a big gold lead. 1xN does save the game. 1xN, if he doesn't make that play legitimately, I think they just lose there and then. I mean, it's still going to be Elder and Baron for Ultra Prime. Don't get me wrong, they're still. And the Infernal Soul. But LNG, I think, you know, Croco made the mistakes early game to throw his individual lead. Later on, I think Sheer has not done enough with his own gold lead, and now Ultra Prime have themselves their late game death ball dream scenario. I'm not sure LNG can do much. There's not a crazy amount of wave clear, right? Where's the Ash arrow coming through? There it is, onto Bulldog. The ultimate not good enough. The Elder will one-shot him. And without the Cassiopeia, I'm just not sure what LNG could do. I think we're likely going through to a third game. The Jhin ultimate only going to be onto the Udyr. It's not really who they need. Fourth shot goes wide. It was perspective anyway. Croco does have flash. I don't think that's going to be enough. Encore goes through. And 1xN is left ruining the deaths of his teammates. He'll survive, but at what cost? At the cost of the Nexus, we go to a third game. Ultra Prime hanging in there. Play through Dragons, objectives, and the 5v5. And LNG, they don't stick to their guns early game. They end up throwing in that bot lane fight. And then a couple of times after, they had that gold lead. Just couldn't see it through to the end. And they fell off. Despite the fact that felt like a game where... oh, thank you so much, Sam. It's brought me... Oh, did you get a new booster pack?
This is the new set that came out.
Oh, Sam just got the new set of Riftbound. Nice. But yeah, I mean, that is the kind of game I do think that Avane should be able to win. I almost wonder if he should have flexed builds at some point and gone towards a Rage Blade later in the build. The Hexblade, I understand. I think the Fiend Hunter bolt is a bit overkill. If you get towards Blade... I don't know, Blade Rage Blade kind of feels like you're shoehorning it in. You need to know the game's going super late to do that, though. But I'm quite, yeah, disappointed in how Sheer played that out. Gosh, that was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? Not that it was easy anyway, but there were a couple of times where I think that he could have, like, fast wall cancelled with the Q. Didn't quite manage to do that. I think you just buy Death Stance. Death Stance is bad on ranged champions, so you don't really build that on them anymore because it's only the 10% of the range denial. I will get hydrated, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Celebrating.
Nice. LNG has so many good players, but they're just coin flip. Yeah, I think they rely on individual brawn, like, a lot. Oh, that is good coffee, actually. Very good coffee. Nice.
My boy 1xN needs saving.
Yeah, he does a bit. He does a bit. What's with the Bruiser build? The Bruiser build means you always have your ult, and it means that you have a really good ability to just shrug off damage from, like, because a lot of tanks and Bruisers have low damage. So it means that Vayne doesn't, it's like 100% win scenario because they just never have enough damage to kill you. But it's much worse at scaling and actually putting out damage. But like rolling into 4 people is just not it.
Shout out to Henna though, what an insane Ash game.
Yeah, he played really well. I also think Xiaosh's ultimate may be MVP. It's one of the bot laners.
They had a very good showing.
Very, very good.
Yes, damage to fake. I mean, a lot of it's into Anudia, right? So I get, yes, there's some truth to that. How many times do you just die after like 2 autos in a team fight?
Yeah, look, I don't look. Hexblade is fine, but I noticed this about Keen's Vein at first stand, where I thought that going towards like the more bursty build rather than more DPS, I think becomes a big issue late game.
Yeah, it's very feel good at about 15 minutes. It's less feel good at 25. And like, if you're going to run Vayne top, going 5 and 7 isn't exactly exciting. Compare that, say, to Zuian's Vayne against Bin, right? Like, yes, there were a lot of deaths, but how many times did he win a team fight with some insane players?
Exactly.
Right?
No worries, Blade. Thank you for sticking around. Really appreciate you. I got to put on an ad break, folks, and then we'll I don't know. Do you want to open some packs?
I can give a couple packs, yeah.
Also,
I'll open
packs?
some on stream, but I'll happily.
I was about to say open some packs on stream here.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Content.
No, right. Sam got the new Riftband set, so we'll open some packs on stream.
Alright, 2 each. Here we go.
Cool. Why not? Wait.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, I got paid, so I was like, well, Riftbound is released today. We'll do this one.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
You do your one then. I'll do you want me to zoom in on it? Or zoom in on it?
That's fine.
Cool. There you go. Make sure your face is in camera. Just want to see the reactions.
See what we get. So big pulls from this one are the Uber buffs from League. So we're looking at Elder and Baron are really cool. There's some cool champion releases too. So LeBlanc is looking pretty strong. Lily has got some fun stuff. But there we go. So we'll start right here. One. There you say. I close it down. There you go.
I don't know what these cards are.
I don't necessarily know from this side either. Probably what the best way to go is get through our commons. That's fun.
If you pull full art, it's you want dibs on the full art cards? Yeah, we'll mail them to you, right?
That's a fun one. Ooh, what's this? Ooh,
Fresh beans, whatever that is.
and that is fancy foil. Irresistible Shaper. You gotta buy. There we go. And
Cool.
Nah.
Cool. Right, I'll pull one then. We'll do one at a time. Okay, so.
Need to hit Lexi up to see what he thinks is strong, and Cass,
Okay.
wherever Cass is.
Okay, so let's see. So I'll do it.
Right, nice.
I'll move the mic over this way so you can actually hear me yapping. This way.
That's a good one.
That's a Diana thing.
Uh-huh.
Luna.
Diana's quite good as well, actually. Diana's.
Battlefield. What is that? Towering Pyrophant. Jin.
Ooh, nice.
And that is a full art Vi, looks
Oh,
like. Oh no,
nice.
is that the that's the
Is that a legend?
hot-headed
Is
Vi.
that a
Full
fan? Is that an over? Is that an over number one or a?
reflection. So that's the reflection token.
Yeah, I've not seen that one. That's fun. I need to go get that sleeved. That's cool. Oh, that's a mythic variant. That's all nice.
Mythic variant of that, and it is going to be Hannah that walks away with playing the game. Very good game for him in the Ash. So I mean, he did a crazy amount of damage, especially since he had a very poor game one. That's really important for him. I'll have them. We'll wait for like this to
Yes.
go, and then when he gets into the highlights, we'll get around to that. Okay, do your next pack, Sam.
Okay. One more pack. There we go. Like that. Yoink. Alright, what do we get?
Well, the light a bit about the angle rather than
No, it's like that. I got really lost looking at the screen and kind of like got it. That's a fun one.
Just went to see which champion do pull.
Ooh. Hey, Galio.
Galio. Master
Yi.
Yi.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix. Spirit Blossom Kha'Zix, is that?
Oh, is that a? It is. That's That's an alt number 1. That's Death Bloom 1.
Oh, Death Bloom, sorry, not Spirit Blossom.
And round we go. That's Baron Pit. Oh, fun. Baron Pit's a token one. So this is a new battlefield. It's a token battlefield. More people do a Baron dance.
That's funny. So, okay, I'll do one more here, and then we'll go back into game 3, I guess. Okay, so.
Aha.
Okay, so. Let's have a look at what we get from these then. So, that's a Soul Sword. Not seen that before. Is that Annie? What is that? Chromatic Visioning. Wait for Sam to react to anything here. Battlefield. That. Ooh. Heedless Resurrection.
Oh, that sounds fancy art, eh?
That is a Nami. That's cool. And then last one is just next speed tracker. Cool.
Nice,
Right.
nice.
So no huge pulls there, I don't think, but some fun ones.
Indeed, indeed.
We pulled fish. Okay, right. And then have I done an ad break yet?
You said you were doing it. I'm not sure whether you actually did, though.
Did I? Oh yeah, I did. Cool. Right, I gotta go make camera smaller again. And then, okay, I'm gonna go turn camera for a bit while we're into the break. Bring back the seal. Oh wait, hang on, wait. Hang on, wait.
What, do we get a seal?
Hang on, I do have the. Hang on, let me show you. Where is it? Got the. There's a seal like there. You know, the seal, Sam. There's a seal like right there. And you're leading into it, Sam.
Oh.
That's the seal.
Arv.
I've also got the Meteor 20th edition.
I thought we pulled a seal, which is quite important. There's some quite good cards in here. How's Bulldog looking? Not fantastic.
No, his first game was great.
I mean, first game, but that second game was not superb. Sorry, to clarify, that second game was not great.
He was arguably MVP of game 1.
But game 1, I saw that grand escape on the Annie that was ridiculous.
Yeah, and then his proto battle engages were insane. Yeah. Game 2, I mean, he was pushed up too far as the Cassiopeia a bunch of times, lost a lot of his gold lead. And, I mean, credit to Ultra Prime, they actually shut down some huge gold leads that game. Some really big ones.
But yes, to clarify, my comments on Bulldog were for game 2, which was not fantastic from the position they were in. Again, I suspect people like Sheer are also going to get a lot of complaints, but it also felt like Sheer was often trying to outplay a losing scenario rather than anything else.
So Sir David Attenborough turned 100 just yesterday.
Just saw, yes.
So happy birthday to David Attenborough. But there was quite a funny thing where people saying, "Oh, David Attenborough can no longer play with Lego." Because it's for ages 4 to 99.
No.
So Lego has now updated it to be not 4 to 100 plus.
Oh.
So don't worry, we changed it for you.
Also, Graham Norton reposted his fantastic clip of the tortoise and Croydon mating with a croc that David Attenborough narrated on the show. Yeah. It was a tortoise trying to hump a croc. Not joking. Yeah, it was phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Crafton wants a fun fact about Final Fantasy.
Ooh. I can do some fun Final Fantasy one.
Sure.
So one of the big things with Final Fantasy is obviously all of the game. Essentially, I'll tell you what. I will go on this route. I once saw Nuobo Uematsu, who is the composer of Final Fantasy. There's a number of other ones. My personal favorite is Masashi Hamauzu, who's a wonderful composer.
Takahara Shinoda.
Also fantastic. There's some great composers, basically. But no, I saw Nuobo Uematsu for the grand total of £10 in London one time. He was doing a speech with the London Symphony Orchestra, which was ridiculous, because basically I got to see him play the Final Fantasy VI music. And he was basically talking about the limitations that came with writing music in games where you had limited numbers of channels. So he was talking about what it meant to come up with the Dark World theme. It was the first theme he wrote for Final Fantasy VI, which of course became arguably the most iconic Final Fantasy. Yes, or rather the best one. The most iconic is probably 7. I think that's the one. It's the one that people know the best. But you can argue for other ones. But 6 is arguably the game that really changed what it meant to play Final Fantasy. And he was talking about writing music and what it basically the kind of emergence of things like synths and how you went about writing music for video games when you already had very specific characters and character theme writing. And Dark World was the kind of the Kefka theme, basically. And the conversation... there's a Huya Adele. And basically he was talking about, actually, that was the first theme he wrote for it, because Kefka was the most important character in that game. Because you had this guy who basically won. Kefka wins, basically, at the start of the game. That's what happens. And the rest of the game is trying to undo him winning. And basically we talk about, actually, here's Dark World, here's what we based the game around, because it is a dark world. And so actually one of the big things that coloured the music and the story and aesthetic of Final Fantasy VI was Dark World from Final Fantasy VI, specifically around Kefka. And the limitations of writing when you've got very limited tracks in terms of within the concept of a PlayStation 1 to get your audio across from. There you go. Also, it was a pretty cool conversation to have Nobuo Uematsu just talk about it. He played the theme for us with the LSO. It was super cool.
Well,
there you go.
I have a fun fact somewhat related to that. Now, Sega made a very important decision, actually, with a bunch of their games. You know, like the Sega... You know that sound? That took up more memory than most levels in entire games. I think it took up, because it, was very high def, like the sound is very iconic, that took up about 20% of the files on games which it was on. However, they stuck to their guns on it, because effectively it made it seem as though they were more professional and had better hardware than they did. So basically it was a running battle to basically keep that sound in the games, because it made them feel more professional and further ahead of the time. So they ended up having a lot less memory to work with for the rest of the games, which really annoyed developers. But the Sega sound was so iconic that it ended up being a huge branding point for them. Okay, what happened in Game 2? Basically, LNG got to an early lead again, but then Croco threw his lead, and Sheer on the Vayne had a very large lead, and Team fought quite badly with it. However, it is worth noting Ultra Prime had a very good 5v5 comp. They played that well. Henna on Ashe hit some incredible arrows, particularly onto the Cassiopeia mid lane multiple times, which shut down that individual lead. So basically, Ultra Prime shut down about 3 1,000 gold lead plus leads across that game too. It was very impactful. That okay, all right, let's get ourselves into draft number 3. I'm gonna drag that up again. My bad. Over that. Okay, so let's get into this. Orianna permaband, not too surprising there. We still have Nocturne available. That's the big one. With Skarner banned, you're probably looking at a Nocturne first pick for Climber unless it's banned. We might get Neferis now. We might get Neferi Vi banned away. So we have Nocturne, Neferi as our big junglers. That's probably what we're thinking of here. Climber is a very good Neferi, which is why I mention it. Goes for the Nocturne instead, though. So now Crocker has to think about what his jungle matchup's going to be. And there's no Lee Sin, as we were saying. Probably is an Neferi angle if you want to be active early. I mean, not that you can play against the Nocturne early, though, is the problem. You don't beat the Nocturne early, is that at all. Yunara Lulu, power bot lane for 1xm missing. Would be a big point for them. I suppose you lock the Lulu right now, just because there are other Lulu, because you could get Sivir Lulu'd or a Phelios Lulu'd. I want to give that over. On the other side, you've got Corki Nami. Corki Nami likely the lane here for Ultra Prime. So LNG choosing not to go for the disengage versus the the knockdown. It's not the Korkinami at all. We get the Zeri. Is it Zeri Yumi? Oh dear God, Zeri Yumi's back. Oh dear God. Okay, Yone locked in, just completely dry straight up though. Not knowing about this at all. Zeri Yumi's back. Sam is now Yumiing the cast. Thanks, Sam. That's great. You just punched the microphone. That's what Sam's saying.
Not actually providing any value.
Yeah, not providing any value. Poke it. Sam, you're not an actual cat. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Get off. Go find another person to be your buddy. So we get the Zeri, and reminder folks that Zeri got a lot of changes on this patch. Zeri is now slightly longer range but less bursty, and she is one of the biggest beneficiaries of the... What's he doing? He's thinking about... He was thinking about doing something else is what he was doing. But Zeri is a big builder of the Gluttonous Greaves, the cooldown... Not the cooldown boots, the Omnivamp boots. Zeri Yumi being back, the strongest argument in favor of Fearless. It's one of the strongest arguments against the... Wait, you have a mic punch command? That's great. In order to provide the best League of Legends viewer experience, the casters must assert dominance over the mic intermittently to remind it who is boss. Don't question it. Oh, God. Akali TF banned away from Saber. I mean, the Akali is one of the better matchups into the Yone. He's still got something like... I mean, Victor is a mobile, but I think you're okay with that, I suppose. Ahri you could go for. Ahri's not bad for Saber here. LeBlanc, also not bad. No Sejuani Maokai for Croco. He really kind of is just left with, like, Neferi, no? Neferi's not easy to play into. Zeri Yumi. That'll be different. Bloody hell, alright. Think of some very different picks there. Come on, give us something fun. We haven't seen it. We actually haven't seen a Nidalee in the LPL the entire split. We haven't seen this the entire split. Technically could be a flex top lane. Boring. We have an AD mid laner, and you choose the Trundle. Now you're pretty much kind of perma-telegraphing that you're going to go for a Gwen top lane or something as well. You kind of need the magic damage top lane. I mean, Yone has a bit of split damage. So we said the Ahri is pretty good for Saber here. Decent laning phase, good follow-up. Not bad, though. No fiddlesticks. And there's the Casentu. So now you probably are just thinking about the Gwen for sheer. There you go. Gives you your magic damage, gives you good anti-tank value. Compressed W and the Nocturne can struggle to run at you. Mordekaiser might actually be better, thinking about it. You need some magic damage. Although, Mordekaiser's good versus Yuumi because you can pull the Zeri out and then the Yuumi can't attach them. It is going to be the Gwen. So Trundle Gwen there to really hurt the Cassante. Gonna go into a quick ad break and talk about the compositions. Maybe Upset can get a... maybe Ultron can get an upset in this one. I mean, the composition's not bad. I mean, you've got the Nocturne, who's pretty happy here. The Yone diving into a Cassante, into a Yuumi, not the easiest. I think LNG have a much better time in the 5v5s this time, though. I mean, Yunara Lulu... I mean, 1xN is one of the best Yunaras in the world. This guy was on the scrim teams around Worlds last year, and he made a huge name for himself. Playing this champion in the scrim meta of last Worlds. Ultra Prime. I mean, it's not a bad front to back. Again, you've got Cassante front line. You've got Zeri Yuumi as your back line. If Yone ever catches you, though, it's a problem. There's not that much CC from LNG. That could be an issue for them. You're not playing Nidalee here? You could do. Into Nocturne, you actually can. You actually can. And it's Croco. It's Croco. Into the game for our last one of our first series of the day. Second series coming right up after this will be JDG BLG. Stick around for that. $600 total games for LNG in the LPL. Been here for a little while. Remember them in 20... God, was it 2021? the Doomby roster. Was it 2020? I think it was 2020 rather. I think it was. The Arla roster there. Not bad trading there from LNG, actually. They're pretty happy to keep their... I mean, I guess Xiaosh is pretty happy to lose some HP as Yuumi and not die for it. No wave control for the Henna here. Doran's both at 1xN start. Looks like the overlay is broken, so we're back to the old one. You think that Ultra Prime is better if they play for a skirmish and pick comp? I think it's the opposite, actually. I think that because you have very powerful individual champions like the Gwen and the Yone and Trundle, who's so good in 2v2s, I think that's a mistake, actually. W not quite tagging on the wave there. Both junglers going top to bot. Trundle has misread this. Wait, what's Trogger doing? He's going back around the... I mean, if he gets flash off a Saber, it's a big win. I mean, Saber shouldn't be expecting this at all. Good charm, though, and he gets the electrocute trade. I mean, that's just a failed gank by Croco. He gets nothing out of that. Saber ends up getting a great charm onto Bulldog. And now, you know, Bulldog goes in for a heavy trade, loses it. The Ahri does beat the Yone before level 6 and before first back, really, particularly. $600 games in the LPL. Wow, they played like 3 weeks in the LPL. We do have a lot of games here at LPL. We have like a ton of them. LNG, famously, I think they played something like... Good electrocute trade there from Saber, actually. They played, I think it was 24 games in a week. I think it was. Because they played, or like 2 weeks. They ended up playing 5 best of 5s in 10 days, something like that. Or 14 days. Back in summer 23, they ended up playing, I think it was 4 playoff series and then 1 regional qualifier series. So they ended up playing 5 best of 5s back to back, and only 1 of them went to 4 games. So they ended up having 5-game series for almost all of them. So I think they had a 5-game series versus Weibo, 1 versus JDG. They had a lot of close games, actually. And then they had the 4-game series versus EDG in the qualifiers, where Allah's Jax took a game off of them. That was Uzi EDG back in 23 summer. So LNG have had some very long playoffs runs at points. That's to be corrected. Well, I mean, no, you're not completely wrong, right? You've got Zeri and Nocturne on the other side, which are great at pick comps. It's definitely going to be a very interesting game to see how skirmishes and 5v5s work out. Because in 5v5s, LNG don't have much CC. Their CC is a Trundle Pillar and a Yone ult, and Yone Q if he stacks it. However, in skirmishes, they have just a crazy amount of mobility. Whereas Ultra Prime, I mean, they're not that they aren't mobile, but someone like a Yone and a Gwen can chase you down very nastily. Sassy does get the QW trade there. Whereas if you look at picks, for pick comps from Ultra Prime, you have Zeri and Nocturne who can fly into the play from quite a long distance, because the Zeri can fly over walls. Ahri can do that too. But then in the team fights, they do have frontline, backline, and they have, you know, decent ability to peel for their backline. It's not like Ultra Prime have a crazy amount of CC either. They've got Cassante and they've got Charm, really. That's it. I mean, the Fear Tether doesn't really count. It's too long to proc. With such a mobile draft, with very little CC, that mobility is going to be very fun to watch. Saber hasn't got that much of a lead in mid lane. I thought he would do. Now, especially after that heavy trade onto Yone. He's not actually been able to deny that much CS, though, from Bulldog. Climber coming bot side, checking if there's a ward. Doesn't spot anything there. Jumping forwards is Hannah. They put down the exhaust after missing. Lands the slow with the Glitter Lance. Here comes Climber. End up getting themselves a lot of move speed with the Ghost. 1xN actually managed to defend things off, and Hannah's now on the bad end of a trade here too. Nocturne, not the best early ganker for a reason here. Ends up being the heal and the Ghost popped by 1xN and missing, but they end up still taking a very good HP trade. Croco walking over towards Climber. I think he does win the early 1v1s. Needs to be, no, needs to be a little careful here, buddy. Good pillar away. The extendo beam not landing from the Zeri. This is getting a little bit spooky for LNG. Trying to go for those coin flips again early. Gromp taken by Climber. Ultra Prime, I mean... Oh, by the way, another thing here too. It's the Doran's Helm for Sassy. The first one I've seen in the LPL. Now, I saw some people saying that, wow, this thing is so bad. You need HP regen. Looks like the overlay is now, well, they tried to reload it. That doesn't look like it completely worked out. So like, wow, Doran's Helm is bad because you need HP regen. Doran's Shield is broken. And yeah, I mean, that's still true. And that's why we see Doran's Shield built so much. But basically, after you get like one back, you do start to outscale with the Doran's Helm as a starting item. So as long as your first few levels of the game are not bad and you have a decent matchup to play around, the Doran's Helm is actually very successful. Sassy getting engaged onto you from the level 6 though. Sheer pulling out the needlework and has to flash away. Was caught on the reset. Thought he was safe to recall and maybe come back to lane. Not so. The ward in the brush gives him away. -1, Sheer misses the cannon. Oops. Still up 10 CS though. Happy with that. Hey, see me. Good to see you. Bot lane 10 CS lead for 1xn. Top lane a 10 CS lead for Sheer. Mid lane better for Saber. Unlike last game where LNG had like kind of winning everywhere. A little bit more contested in the early game this time. Though they still had that slight lead. The overlay is back now. Cool. Croco gets vision onto Climber, blue buff being taken. Level 6 here for both junglers. Croco with that subjugate will be really important for LNG. Now he will be their front line. If you can ult the Cassante, he's very, very happy. Even ulting the Nocturne is not a bad idea. Who wins scaling late here? Probably LNG. Hang on, ult down towards bot side. Jumping away is the Lulu. Gets the Glitter Lance. Climber, not best first ult of the game. Hannah pops the ultimate to try and dissuade 1xn, who also ends up popping the Cultivation of Spirit. You have all summoners available for Ultra Prime, so not easy for LNG to force anything back onto them. Do you get the Pillar? Glitter Lance, the Arc of Judgment coming through. So flash away from missing. Ultimate use from Climber. No big advantage gained. The ultimate from 1xn used, but I mean, it doesn't really need the ult to fight. It's obviously makes you much more scary, but in this kind of game, there's not that much CC. You don't need to immediately jump away with your ult dash. Rocket going towards the dragon. Is it going to reset fully? No, not quite. Keeping it leashed. Climber spotted here. Missing still has his wild growth. No ultimate for the Zeri. Zeri is quite ult dependent, though, I will say. Going quite low. Might go down to a smite fight. 3v2 briefly. The Q missing from Climber. 1xn getting good damage. Good polymorph. Dragon taken by Trundle. Here comes the Yone. They still have flashes. They might need to flash away from a Yone ult if it comes to it. No, they don't use it. Is there a teleport behind? Yes, there is. 1xn has flash. Charm. Not. It's just a bad flash. Good kill there from Saber. Comes out of the blue. Still has a lot of damage available. He still has the charm. And 1xn doesn't flash the wall. Goes down. Great teleport from Saber. Now he's 1,000 gold ahead. Gets himself first blood, gets an assist, gets a Dark Seal stack gets 3 of them. Gets 2 from the kill, 1 from the assist, gets 2 Ultimate Hunter stacks, and LNG were just not ready for that fight. Great teleport in from Saber. They were not expecting that angle at all. That is so important. Ultra Prime. No, we've got to start talking way more about the stakes here again, because we thought that LNG, particularly even in that second game, were probably going to walk away with the victory. Ultra Prime are almost fighting for survival here. If they win, they drag everything into a 2-win mess. Is there such thing as Zeri, Yuumi, and LPL now? We have. This is the first one of the split, I believe. But we may see it some more. We saw it once in... we saw it in LEC. It was Paduk that was playing it, did quite well on it. He went for... Hexblade has been quite common for this area, just having your ultimate is so important for this champion. But also having the Gluttonous Greaves, the healing boots, is really nasty. Saber by the book. I mean, Magi solves a lot of issues, folks. If Saber goes Magi's, you feel a lot more safe to go towards something like a Zhonya's as well. Could be quite powerful. Xie uses ultimate, by the way. On cooldown there, use it in a trade somewhere off screen. And IP played it last season, trying to play around the cannon minion there. Henna and Xiaoxia pop ults, or pop the ult to stop 1xN getting that cannon minion. 1xN also used his ultimate, transcending the spirit. Climber is on bot side, has Hexblade himself, and he has ultimate. Not really sure. They can't dive this, not against a Wild Growth. I don't know about this one. There's a Wild Growth available that goes through. It's going to be maybe a 1-for-1. No, call me a liar. Good kill from them. End up getting the kill very easily onto 1xN. I thought the Wild Growth would be able to get the CC under turret, but not quite. Missing. Not quite able to save his AD carry. No heal there. Good kill. 1xN now sent to 0 and 2. Saber, good trade onto him by Bulldog. Bulldog waiting for that first item. Saber, very good first play of the game from him. Ultra Prime, they're off the ground early. Their early games have not been great this series. Can they stop the recall here? Oh, Close does have the E. Does stop the recall. Gonna run at them now. Does he have the ultimate? He does. Hannah has flash. Might be able to force it out of him. Can E wall right over. So it's just going to be the subjugate. Hannah will live for now, but he's going to be delayed on his reset by about 10 seconds. Let's have a talk about item completions elsewhere. Koenig Rucker for Sassy. Kraken Slayer for 1xN. Ardent Sensor for missing. So 1xN is strong, even though he's, died twice. He's strong. There's a reason why Ultra Prime have been firing onto him so much. I think the Nymaera is in a good position to do a lot of work this game. It's not going to be the healing boots from Hannah, by the way. It's going to go for the Berserker Greaves. Game's slowed down a bit. Feels like we're, with so little CC in the game, we're playing around ult timers, particularly from the Nocturne, and wave timers around bot lane, it feels like right now. Top lane's been quite uninteractive. Sheer getting a lead, but nothing game breaking. Croco has Triforce. He's pretty happy with that. You sometimes see the Thunder Sky jump forwards from Henna. There we go. Playing around wave timings and ultimate timers around bot lane. Good damage onto 1xN. He popped the Ghost there. There's Ghost for ult trade. Pretty happy with that Ultra Prime. They need to be afraid of the Nocturne coming down. Hannah, who had such a poor game one, playing very well now. Wild Growth here again. Climber might actually jump on bot lane. He could jump on 1xN. Alright, 1xN are missing. Able to stay under turret here. Still here. They have their flash. No ultimate from Hannah. The ultimate's coming through from Climber now. Wild Growth onto the Trundle. Uses that subjugate. Not a great DPS check there, actually. I think that Croco is playing with a lot of bravado, but I don't think he's got the muscles to back that up. Did come out with the Triforce. I mean, it's not weak, but at that kind of HP, Ultra Prime doing a very good job of just playing it slow around the Hexplate ultimates. Like, okay, you can walk up. We'll fire ult to you. We've got Hexplates. We'll get our cooldowns back earlier. And the Dragon goes over to them. The Gold is not exploded for LNG, and Ultra Prime, a team that has famously done very poorly when it comes to these deciding series, doing quite well here now. In LNG home territory, in Suzhou. 1xN, the talisman of LNG, not having the easiest time. Now, Climber went down there early. Hannah playing much better than that first game. Bulldog will get himself the turret. That's the first turret of the game, actually. So there's a good amount of gold there. Over to Bulldog. Evens up what was an early lead for Saber. Potential fight hitch. Saber goes in. The charm goes wide. Missing. Flashing away from the fear tether. Croco is pretty low here. Saber could jump forwards. One more skill shot will do it. The Mulligan just puts him so low. Q goes wide for the Nocturne. It's so close. The auto attack will do it. Saber picks up another 2 Dark Seal stacks. And Croco dies early. That is horrible news for LNG. When Croco starts to go off the boil, he goes ice cold. Saber, great angle. Missed that first charm. Didn't quite predict that step to the side. And everything's going well for Ultra Prime early. despite the turret going down to Bulldog, I think Ultra Prime are very happy here. Getting that Herald, very happy with it. LNG, they are technically a scaling team, but the fact that the Nymaera Lulu is not getting much value out of this early game is a problem. The Zeri Yumi is a scary thing. Jumping forwards again, not respecting the Nocturne. You had no right to be there. Climber gets 2 in the bot lane. Ult through from Sassy. The Yone does not like the Cassante matchup particularly much. Bulldog forced onto the defensive. Does Sassy flash for this? He does actually. E to the side by the Yone, trying to stack up that Q again. Sassy flashes, doesn't get that much value there. I mean, 1xN are missing. We thought they were so kind of like overpowered for this level of play in Nirvana, but Henna and Xiaoxia in games 2 and 3 have been their equal. They've done very well here, and in this game, the Zeri Yumi done very effectively. Bulldog teleport up and towards topside. Saber pulling the ultimate, catches him on the end of it. Q flash, and that'll be a dead Ahri. Does he die in return? No. Very important play from Bulldog. Manages to catch out Saber, who was snowballing, takes away the Dark Seal stacks, and gets himself a kill. That is a big momentum shift. We were just talking about how Ultra Prime, this was looking really good for them. LNG needed something to give themselves some confidence, a bit more gold in pocket. That's big. Did use some big summoners for it, but hey, they'll take those. Saber off the board. Oh yeah, Saber is going to go Protobell. I think it's a mistake. I think that this kind of game, you are so able to carry as the Ahri. I don't think you need a Protobell. I don't think you need it. There isn't enough CC on the other side to be dodging it. Against some mage matchups or long range compositions, I see it. I think that the more melees there are on the other team as Ahri, you don't want to, the less likely it is you want to build the Protobell. Even though it's really cheap as a second item. Stuff like Lich Bane or Shadow Flame really gains so much value against this kind of compo. You're sole AP, everyone's very low range, you're likely to be hitting people at quite low HP because everyone's brawling so much. That last death in mid lane from 1xN missing, they must have just not known where the Nocturne were, or maybe they thought that the Nocturne was out of range, but bad deaths in the mid lane. We were saying that, 1xN, one of the best Yunaras out there. Doesn't seem like it this game, though. It's more about the decision making. 1xN, scary AD carry. Still ahead in gold compared to Henna, by the way. Partly because of that cult. All the pressure has been put on by Climber, who's had an incredible Nocturne game. Now, Ultra Prime, a team which, as we said last split, was very Saber driven. Climber has become more and more of a driving force for this team. At the start of the year, when they went into Masia Cup, Ultra Prime had quite a different roster. Ended up dropping some quite promising players, actually. There was a promising jungler that played for them in Demacia Cup, and they didn't stick with him. Not a big name by any means, but someone which we wanted to see maybe a little bit more of. I was quite surprised to see him not play for Ultra Prime, but Climber, credit to him, he's managed to get some good value out of his time on this squad. Ultra Prime 5 kills ahead, but even in gold. Yeah, the CS advantages, the cull, and the first tower are making a big difference there. There's a 20 CS lead in top lane and 3 plates. Oh, 1 plate difference actually in top lane overall. Saber jumping forwards in mid lane. Climber looking for the extended play. Trundle alone here. Here comes the Nocturne. He's just way out of position. Croco, you are nowhere close to teammates. You can't path that way. He was afraid of them diving onto it, but surely just go into the Raptor pit there. Flash over the wall if you're in danger. Don't put yourself any closer towards the enemy champions. You're not tanky. Croco, I just don't get that. Climber jumps onto him. Saber finds the angle. Dragon will go down. I suppose with the ultimates down, maybe you still choose to fight. 4v5? No, they don't look for the engage. That's a lot of ults. I wonder actually whether they should have looked for the fight. Even then, away from towers. Croco. We do say it very often, but he's such a feast or famine jungler. And this is actually the big problem of LNG going, with their prospects of Ascend or playing against top teams, is that Croco is so good when he gets ahead, but if he does get rocked in the early game, this guy falls off a cliff. We saw this versus WE in the effective promotion series last split, in 1xN, and he traded back onto by Henna very effectively there. Good damage though. Croco walking forwards, a little bit scary. Walking into Climber, who's got 4 kills, 2 items. That Stride Breaker is terrifying. Deadman's play almost in from Croco, but he's not had an easy time of it. Hey, I think Raptor's a good jungler. Don't you put him on the same list as like Croco and hang on, jumping force. He's going to the base! No! He's jumping to the base! What is happening, Climber? No! He hits it at just the wrong point in the recall. I have not seen that for many a year. Nocturne flies into the Nexus turrets. He's got his head in his hands. And he has every right to. The kill goes to Sheer, the scaling Gwen. They're gonna go to Barret. Oh my god, no! Only Ultra Prime could have heartbreak like this. I can't believe it. It's not a bug. It's not a bug. It follows him all the way to the base. The Baron now started up, trying to get the knockout of the pit. Jump over the wall from Sheer. Sassy goes down. Sheer will go back in, and they'll go back to the Baron pillar onto Saber. I am very rarely do you see a play completely shatter a team before your eyes, and yet, ladies and gentlemen, of course everyone else, we are in that scenario. Climber flies into the Nexus. 1xN was so far through his recall that he ends up following him all the way back. The recall completes, and he follows him all the way home. He doesn't realize it. He doesn't think it's on him. Sees him come through. Sheer completes the recall. Climber is dead. It leads to a Baron. What dark entity is following Ultra Prime? What have they done to deserve this? Ultra Prime is one of those teams where it is like I've watched Ultra Prime for many years now, and I've seen them get single games away from astounding victories. I've seen them take games off of top teams occasionally. They're trying to deny the Baron buff now. Can they somehow break back this momentum? The turret goes down. This fight's not looking good for Ultra Prime. They've formed up in the 5v5. Bulldog completely whiffs the ultimate. Perhaps it doesn't matter, though. Gwen goes down. Ari gets the kill and gets a reset. Perhaps Saber can carry. Where's the charm? W back. Last charm does hit onto Croco. That's not bad. They're not in position now. 1xN jumps forwards to protect his teammates. Baron buff still on for LNG. They're still very happy. Flash forwards for the polymorph. Flash for flash. They'll take that. Henna. Not in a bad spot. I'm genuinely so heartbroken for Ultra Prime. I'm so heartbroken. I cannot believe it. Well, that's going on Reddit. I cannot believe it. That actually might end Ultra Prime's year. That actually might end Ultra Prime's year. There's no way to cancel it. So you... Oh, God. I mean, I don't think Nocturne can cancel his own ult with Flash, right? I know that Akali can with E. This may be how Ultra Prime dies this year. This may lose them the series and effectively relegate them for Split 3 in a game where they were favored to win in a series they fought their way back from. I'm so sorry, Ultra Prime fans out there. I'm so sorry. You don't deserve this. That is just... This is horrifying. Yeah, so if anyone wants to post that on like Twitter and Reddit, maybe now is the time. Jesus Christ. Nocturne or others can't cancel his ult when he's already flying. Bloody hell. You can do that with some ultimates, but not that one. I mean, Akali can cancel E. That's the big one, right? But I don't think Warwick can cancel his ult. They're jumping in towards mid lane. They do have themselves some extra move speed, and he's gone too deep. This time, he's gone very, very, very deep, and he's going to die. 1xN gets the wild growth. Henna now alone in the front line. Sheer gets into melee range, and there's a double kill to 1xN. Ultra Prime, they were winning these before that horrid play. Saber has his ultimate. Chump flash dodged away from. Great reactions by 1xN. Saber can't save the team. Ultra Prime have lost off of a Nocturne flying into the Nexus. I can't bring myself to be happy about this. I cannot bring myself to tell you this is how the series was meant to go. Ultra Prime, they are truly the Greek tragedy here in the LPL. Always so close, but never quite across the finish line. I'm angry for them. I'm upset for them. It's not a bug. It is how it is. It's just one of those freak interactions where you don't expect it to happen like that. May have been a 1/10 of a second off, if that. Dragon goes down, 2 for 2 now. Baron buff is worn off, 7,000 gold lead or thereabouts, but over 6,000. I mean, now he doesn't have the stats. He doesn't have the stats, and now he's going too far. I think the tilt set in. But how can you blame them? Henna goes forwards next. Next on the chopping block. You can just see... this time you can't blame them. This time you can't blame them. Teleport behind them from shit. The game is falling apart. Shaush is dead. Trying to ward. I'm so sorry, Ultra Prime. I'm so sorry. This is not what you deserved. LNG shouldn't be happy about that either. Again, it's not a bug. It is what it is. An entire season may be determined off of one play. Ultra Prime lose this series. They're in an awful spot. Technically not mathematically eliminated. They do have OMG to face. But they're dependent on the other results now. LNG will go to 3 wins. And then the problem is, you know, if TT and EDG... Well, TT and EDG have to face each other, but if EDG face OMG and beat them and TT beat EDG, then Ultra Prime are out. Their fate is no longer in their own hands. And again, folks, this is not a planned thing. You saw how Climber reacted. He was heartbroken by that play. I can't believe it. That's not a bug, folks. That's ridiculous. Hang on, jump into mid lane. Not bad. Oh, no. Climber has to flash out. Almost dies there. Sheer into the back line. Anyone else coming up? No, Yone stays in bot lane. They didn't commit to the fight fully. Bulldog did have teleport. Chose not to use it. Baron is alive if the play goes badly after this point. Henna pops the ultimate. Was afraid that guy was going over the wall. Bulldog on a flank angle. Sassy's now alone. He has to flash away. Bulldog has himself a Q to stack up. Sassy uses the W now. Now he's not unstoppable. Now you can cast the ultimate if you want to from the Yone. I don't think they'll even need to. Sassy goes down. This is a team mentally collapsing before your eyes, and I cannot blame them. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you in the same situation? The Baron will go to LNG. That'll ride over into the Dragon. An entire team season might be determined by this. Reminder, if you finish bottom 2 in Nirvana, you don't play for about 7 months of the year. You don't play in Split 3, and then you have to wait until January next year. Your year will end in May. No, I don't think they will cringe. No, they won't. No, and why would they, you know? They were winning this game, and that is not something which you plan. That is not something which you plan. That is not a bad decision. That is half a second. If that. That's like a 1/10 of a second. There's nothing intentional about that. Jump in towards mid lane again. Jumping on towards 1xn. They disengage him once more. Goes into the GA this time. Bulldog goes low. Misses his ultimate whiff again. Here comes Sheer into the middle of the team fight. Climber dies. Minute till Dragon now. Sassy alone on the backline. Brought up by Crocker. Crocker probably wins this, by the way. He's put the subjugate down. Ari's died on the other side. The 1v1 between top lane and jungle keeps going. Henna dies. That'll be the end of the series. Ultra Prime. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Ultra Prime. You didn't deserve this. LNG will win the series 2-1 off of the most freak of interactions. It's not a bug. It's 2-1 to LNG, but ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, I can't bring myself to be happy about it. Climber ults into the Nexus because he follows the recall. The mental collapse afterwards, it's a lot from Ultra Prime. I'm so sorry, Ultra Prime fans. I'm so sorry. Climber solo loses. I mean, yes, technically yes. And I think that, you know, jumping into mid lane over and over later beyond that point is a huge mistake. Ah, someone post the LPL English clip first so I can't get it on Reddit. Wait, I can post mine now. Damn, wasn't fast enough to post it on Reddit. That is just... I don't have words, folks. I genuinely don't have words. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, I've posted it to Reddit now, so... yeah. Who do you even MVP? It's probably Sheer, I guess. Sheer's Gwen was pretty good. Okay, well, if anyone wants to, like, interact with the Reddit post, it would make a difference to me. Appreciate you all. That is actually a season-ending ult. That's ridiculous. I gotta be quick. I think it's like I can't post those clips mid-game. Like, not when I'm doing it solo, you know? Like, and then I can't cast the rest of the game. There's like a lot of the attention I get on the stream is actually from those clips, sadly. Oh, it might get taken down as a deeper clip now is the thing. Oh, man. Maybe the other one doesn't have a spoiler tag, so maybe that'll get taken because it's a spoiler. I don't know. That is just so unfortunate. They were ahead in the game. They were so... They should have won that game. They should have won that game. That... No, so Ultram are not confirmed out, but their season's no longer in their hands because they can get knocked out regardless of their own result now. No, whoa. Look, I see so many comments in different chats here. In what world is that intentional? You cannot plan that. You cannot plan that. I'm sorry, you cannot plan that. Prediction for the BLG series? JDG looked pretty good, actually. I really need to see the mid lane matchup. These are the two best mid laners in the LPL, I think. Honky Knight is going to be really fun. I think JDG's drafts have been good. I think their early game's been good. I think that if Shun doesn't turn up to play, I think it's very hard for BLG because Junja's been on excellent early game form. Viper's not been excellent. We didn't see this clip actually in the first time. He just runs at him. Jesus, yeah, that works. Do you think we have fearless bans in the future? A best of 5 nowadays often have the first 3 bans. Well, I don't see how that changes anything. I mean, going for like you ban something and it's gone for the entire game. That, I mean, I already have issues with fearless in terms of like fearless. I think already makes a game worse in terms of like the gameplay is worse. The champions are more interesting in many cases, but it's yeah, the champions are more interesting, but the gameplay is often worse. I don't think it would change much. Anyway, we're gonna get in a few, and we'll listen to Victoria's team, I suppose.
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人洛欣。那在这里，我们首先要恭喜苏州 LNG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们有请到的是苏州 LNG 的打野选手 Croco， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
你好，我是苏州 LNG 的打野 Croco。
欢迎 Croco， 那你们今天呢也是拿到了自己在组内赛的一个3连胜，拿到了第3分的积分，来到了3分的这个行列。那想问问，赢得了这场比赛之后，现在是什么样的感受？跟大家分享一下呢？
오늘 게임 이기고 나서 3연승에 되었는데요. 지금 기분이 어떠신지? 기분 좋아요. 现在心情非常的好。
那我们可以看到第3局其实是这个局势变幻莫测啊，前期其实对面 UP 是掌握了一个主动权的。想问问，在等待时机的时候，你们的整体思路是什么样的呢？
사실 마지막 세트 때 UP가 초반 주도권을 꽉 잡고 있었는데 저희가 그 기회를 기다릴 때까지 소통이 어떻게 되었는지. 일단 저희가 조합 힘이 되게 센 편이라 최대한 버티면서 잘 해보자 그런 얘기 많이 했던 것 같습니다. 就我们这个阵容的后期是更厉害的，然后我们沟通的时候一直在说，我们就挺到后期嘛，就一直挺到后期，然后再打，我们肯定能赢。
对团队的这个后期的续航是非常的有自信心的。那可以看到后续呢，你们也抓到了非常精彩以及戏剧性的一幕，就是对面梦魇是跟着你们的袁安娜回到了泉水这样个位置，被你们终结拿到了大人头。那想问问那一刻大家的语音交流以及你的心情是什么样的呢？
그 세 번째 경기 때 상대 먹턴이 저희 유나라 따라서 집까지 갔는데 그때 팀원들 간의 소통이랑 크로코 선수의 기분이 어떠신지? 일단 다 같이 좀 바로 먹자 이런 콜을 많이 했고요. 그리고 개인적으로는 저걸 따라가지네 뭔가 그런 생각 많이 한 것 같아요. 第一时间沟通就是我们拿一下资源，然后大家说的就是，这个原来还能一起飞到那个泉水啊。 就是这种沟通
跟观众一样都没有想到，居然跟着就真的回到了家里，真的是我们看到的梦魇最远的一次飞了啊！那下一个问题要问问啊，但就是 Croco 选手，你对于大家今天的表现满意吗？你觉得谁是今天的关键先生？为什么？
오늘 전체적으로 게임에 대해서 만족하시는지 그리고 오늘의 MVP를 뽑자면 오늘 개인적으로는 뭔가 경기력 자체는 만족스럽지 못해서 조금 아쉽다고 생각하고 개인적인 MVP 뭔가 팬분들께 드리겠습니다. MVP. 整体来看的话，我们今天的表现还是有些不足吧。然后今天的关键的选手，让粉丝去猜一下吧。
好的，更多的是交给观众们的啊，相信群众的眼睛是雪亮的。那当然可以看得出来 ，Croco 选手以及队伍呢，已经开始不断的去进步、去反思、找自己的问题所在了。那我们下一场比赛呢，就到了最后一场，在组内赛和老干爹的对决了，也是你们榜首之争非常关键的一场比赛。想问问你觉得会是一个怎么样的展开呢？
이제 LGD 전이 남았는데 이게 사실 1위 쟁탈전인데 지금 어떤 감정이신지?
일단 오늘도 실수가 좀 많이 나와가지고 LDG전 때는 정말 잘 준비해서 최대한 실수 없이 잘할 수 있는 경기를 하고 싶습니다. 열심히 하겠습니다.
首先我们今天失误是比较多一点的，所以我们在打 LGD 之前，我们会尽量去减少失误，然后好好去练一下，准备一下，去准备对阵这个 LGD。
好的，再次感谢 Croco 选手来到我们的赛后采访，也期待你们在调整之后下一场更加精彩的比赛。接下来时间继续交还给我们今天两位解说吧。
Yeah, legitimately, that might be their last ever split.
Oh my god.
That might actually be like Ultra Prime's. That might lose them their last ever split. Because we know that LPL orgs are dropping from the LPL quite commonly now. That's just heartbreaking. 1xN gets player of the game. It's a good game from the late game, to be honest, but yeah. Well, that's the player of the game. Player of the series? Probably 1xN2, actually. He actually had a good game too as well. Yeah, he's quite clearly player of the series, actually. Shit. No, that's not right. No. Croco's not player of the series. It's 1xN. His game 2 wasn't good in late game. He actually ended up throwing on that, and his game 3 was actually kind of messy. He had a very good game 1, but player of the series is 1xN. That's not who I would have voted for. Swap audio, I mean, it's fine for now, but yeah, I can do it later. Okay, yeah, I'll swap audio now, why not? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of like Iron Mode drafts. I think that Iron Man drafts, like I already think that Fearless introduces basically the fact that the gameplay just gets worse as the series goes on. Iron Man's going to lead to some like clown level of gameplay, and the gameplay is just going to be bad. Like for instance, I mean, you look at Last Worlds, right? That is probably the lowest level of Worlds play we have seen for like years. I mean, the finals wasn't particularly mechanically well played. Not really. In fact, a lot of that tournament wasn't really. I think that Iron Man mode would just end up making the game just much worse in terms of like the play would be worse. And I get that you need to kind of trade off some gameplay for some excitement in many people's eyes. I think that is, to be honest, I thought it's done it too much with Fearless in some ways. But I think doing it that much will make the gameplay worse to the point where I think it would actually affect viewership. Okay, I gotta go take a break real quick.
That's fine. Of course, it is worth noting that myself and Alex have got a very specific opinion on League because we are pro commentators here to watch the best of League of Legends, right?
Well, I think we've already seen this though. Is that the gameplay's just gotten worse everywhere?
Yeah, it's true.
Like the gameplay last year was not good comparative to most of the history of League of Legends for its era.
Yeah, let me just get the Spotify on.
It is on.
Oh, I know. I just wasn't seeing any audio on the desktop.
Yeah, it's just at the end of a song.
Ah, that'll do it. Hello, Soikrom. Good to see you guys. I am in shock of what happened there. That is, I mean, that is freak stuff. I mean, obviously, the one I remember is the All-Star event where Frogger managed to snowball into the base twice versus Double Lift in the A-Round 1v1.
That was different.
Well,
because the snowball.
Yes, I know. Obviously, that's the only one I can think of that's even vaguely similar, which is that reactivation happens, right? But I've never seen anything like that. That is just... Well, I wanted them to bring 1v1 for side sets. I mean, it was really cool, Nelly Cat. Oh, O'Neill Cat. No, Naycat. There we go. Good grief. I was adding an L in there where there wasn't. Sorry. But the problem remains that it was adding a lot of extra time. I think for a best of 5 in a day, it's not the end of the world. There is no. Oh my god, I am. Oh, there is. It's Neil Cat. Oh my god. Guys, you can tell that I'm still a little bit under the weather. I am paracetamoled up. I'm caffeinated up. I'm ready to go. But I am struggling a little bit. Bear with me. Oh, get hydrated, idiot. I've actually literally just got myself a cup of tea, so that's good timing on that one. Oh, welcome back, folks. I'll turn the camera on briefly. Let's say hello. Folks, good to have you all in here. We've just witnessed a very odd series. Obviously, LNG Ultra Prime was quite an important one. Ultra Prime needed it. They needed it so badly. I mean, I know I've seen .yahoo on Reddit kind of being very, very down. Obviously, that end result there with Climb having that ult. Really frustrating, I'm sure. So the Ultra Prime fans out there, I feel for you. That's just not the way you want to lose potentially the most important series of your team's career. It's so frustrating. We will probably move on from that for now, because of course we ought to focus on this game that's coming up ahead of us, namely JDG versus BLG. Massive match to come, guys. Honky's been on great form. He'll be up against Knight, though, and as it stands, BLG find themselves in sole position of first place, while all of their near competitors have had a little bit of a stumble here and there right and around. It should be BLG winning. Should still be BLG winning. They are the best team in the league. Not perfect. Again, things like having the additional online qualifiers, having a lot of games going on, feeling like they've largely locked top 2. BLG sometimes take their foot off the pedal here. It's an LPL thing that teams with so many games played just take a little bit of a backseat towards the latter end of regular season to let things cool off a little bit before playoffs and make sure you don't burn out, which can be a thing. That said, I still think BLG are going to be the team to beat. We have seen that realistically what happens is if Shun and On aren't on the right page, aren't synchronizing well, then things look difficult, and BLG struggle not to have everyone be the main character. Sometimes you just need to take a bit of a backseat, and people like Bin and Knight have not been fantastic at that, being caught out in side lanes more than I would have liked to have seen, even if they have still been doing a lot of winning. That said, JDG, not in perfect for themselves, but I will say Junja and Honkyu have looked pretty good so far this last few series. It was a dodgy second game from Junja in their last series, I'll say that. But even then, still, I think if there was a place to start fighting for winning options, it will be through that mid and jungle role in general. I think Honkyu fighting up against Knight should be a really exciting matchup. Knight's been on incredible form. We can see a lot of fights for the soul. It's been interesting because BLG have been, towards the beginning of the split, very topside focused, giving up a number of those dragons. There's that recent match record. Of course, BLG favoured there on the whole. But there was a little bit towards the beginning of the year where we saw JDG just having a little bit of an edge there against BLG and make things nice and fun. I want that top esports rematch, I think a week from today. Oh, it's going to be so good. Can't wait for it. Yeah, I'd say you have barrier on Syndra. I mean, it's the worst things to run on Syndra. You can trade quite aggressively with it. Shun getting a highlight here early on. Good for him. Had a little bit of a downturn in form from being one of the very best in the world coming out of first stand. Everyone seems to be stumbling everywhere. As I said, part of that is teams just taking a little bit of time off. Interesting to see the main broadcast focusing on Gala and Vampire. Obviously damage per minute, damage per gold there is very good from Viper. I hadn't actually quite realized that he'd been putting out such good numbers of late. So good from him, especially because actually it feels like some of the laning phase hasn't been that spectacular. Gala's been struggling a little, I think. We've seen some dodgy lanes from him in particular. That said, there has been some very good Ashe gains. Gala's Ashe has been very, very good. And obviously the Lucian there also quite impressive. On the other side, just don't give Viper Ezreal. Don't give out Viper Ezreal right now. He has been monstrous on it. Should be a fun series nonetheless. Again, I'm going to give the edge to BLG, as you kind of have to against every team in the LPL. They're just very, very good right now. Lucian mentioned, oh yeah, been very big here. Oh, bring back Graves ADC. I think he's been reworked a way that makes him much more unique. Though I grant you, I get you old ADC Graves mains. There ain't anything quite like him anymore, is there? There's the Lucian kind of, and I get why that there was synergistically in quite similar spaces. And the Graves rework now makes him significantly more unique. But I get the disappointment, I do. Even they say BLG 2-0, that makes sense to me. I'm going to quickly pause Spotify and let the
状态正盛的一个环节当中啊，比起上一次跟 BLG 交手，你觉得最需要警惕的部分是什么？
最需要警惕的就是中期的资源团方面吧。
那包括今天啊，上路依旧是我们这个聚焦的重点之一。今天这个版本下跟兵哥在上路的一个交手，你觉得会是怎样展开呢？
现在这个版本的话，面对兵哥还是做好自己对线上的东西吧。
好，比赛见。好的，在赛前我们请到了 BLG 的 On 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助圈。
最近也是要面对到我们的完成6连胜的北京 JDG 嘛，所以觉得队伍今天的优势可能在哪儿呢？有观察他们的比赛吗？最近？
感觉我们都是优势吧。比赛的话，昨天看了一下。
也是非常非常的有自信的。那结合当前版本，你觉得辅助位会多大程度的影响这场强强对话呢？
主要还是看整个团队的配合吧。辅助其实在前期的时候会给团队非常大的帮助。
好，那我们赛场见真章哦。
Nice to have that little interview. Ooh, a little bit of a stutter in the feeds, but that's okay. Me flick that. Oh, no, we're actually on the stage. So I'll keep this that way it is. No need to go back to Spotify. Life is good.
And onto the stage here, we'll have BLG. We have a banger matchup today, folks. BLG versus JDG fighting for top of the table spots. BLG currently a first place team within the LPL. JDG chasing the pack, currently tied second. They win here. I believe they actually draw even with BLG. They're in JDG's arena. It's in Beijing. It's the large stage, the large crowd. This matchup has been a hallmark of the LPL ever since 2023, and it's returned back to the limelight now.
It really has. And quick note as well, because you weren't here. Interesting, the matchup they decided to focus on today is JDG about to enter here as well. Look how big those screens are. It's going to be a hell of a matchup, guys. Very exciting. Gala leading the way there. And the reason I want to call that one out is Gala and Vampire as the featured matchup, showing some of those stats up. Gala currently undefeated on the Ashe this split, and on the other side, looking at Viper, leading the way in DPM and damage per gold charts.
God, Viper on the DPM charts, damn.
The number one and damage per gold as well.
I'm surprised that, because I actually thought Viper's been having a middling split.
I
actually think he's been having a middling split. Gala on the other side, I think is the best AD carry in the LPL right now. I think he's been playing incredibly well this week despite a weak rest of the split. Personally, I think it's down to jungle stuff. I think Ginger has been on incredible form in the early game. And I think that Shun needs to be locked in today. If he's not, I think this game is going to be very hard for BLG to win. Jungle and bot lane always tends to be a form where there's nowhere bad to focus on. I also think we have the best two mid laners in the split right now, playing against each other. Welcome in, everyone.
To look.
if you're joining us for the first time or the 100th, we'll welcome ourselves again. My name's Alex, this is Sam, we're brothers, and we cast LPL for a living. We do it here, and we do it for you all in our wonderful community here. Sam, in terms of favorites for today, it's pretty hard for me to pick because JDG have such a horrid schedule. They had top esports a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
They have BLG today, and they have anyone's legend. They have anyone's legend in 2 days' time. This is the gauntlet for JDG. JDG are on the march towards the top of the table, and this is their chance to really shake off the dust of quite a middling split for themselves. They were top 2 last split. We expected to come back with a lot more firepower, and it wasn't quite as simple as that. I thought that bot lane was struggling in bits and pieces, both Gala and Vampire kind of trading off games. Honku largely playing quite well, but they're not able to carry the early parts of the split. Xiaoshu having a wobble, and Ginger being the Ginger dice that we've known from him. Is it going to be the hit or miss? It tends to go both ways very often. Now they're starting to shake off that rust, and this is a great opportunity for them to ramp up into playoffs.
Yeah, I'm glad you called out the schedule. I had a horrible reaction just listening to the names of teams they have to go through. Again, we are getting to that point, though, where Group Ascend teams, especially now that some of our teams have really begun to realign themselves and get themselves locked in. Anyone's legend did drop to NIP the other week, but they have been on great form. JDG kind of coming back into form. Top Esports still very scary. And then all the top of this big mountain of scary teams is BLG Gaming. You have to give BLG the edge because against any team in the LPL, you have to give them the edge. But even so, it's likely a 2-1, folks. I would be not surprised to see this one go the distance, and I wouldn't be entirely surprised to see JDG win it. There should be some very exciting matchups to track here. Make no mistake about it. Anywhere you look could be killer. Official broadcast said, hey, these bot laners might be worth a look. We've said, hey, mid-jungle also pretty scary, but you can't go wrong. First set of bans about to come on through. Get locked in, get your popcorn, folks, because you don't want to miss it. Orianna, Annie banned by JDG. On the other side, the Varus and the Nocturne taken off the table.
Jungle matchup is so important. Taking away something like the Nocturne, which is kind of unparalleled in its level 1 ability to impact the game, is very important. And, you know, sometimes it'll also just fly into the Nexus to lose you a game as well. Who'd ever seen that? Never seen that one before. Definitely hasn't ended a team's season. God. For those of you that missed the last series, we had a truly horrific Nocturne freak incident where he ulted a recalling target, flew into the Nexus, basically lost them the game from a winning position. Horrible for Ultra Prime, sorry for them. Of course, we're on to the second series now. We have a lot of choice bot lanes up. We still have Jarvan, we still have Rumble, though. There's Pantheon Rise. The Nocturne being off the table does make a lot of sense. I think if you're giving first pick over to BLG, I think they actually might take the Jarvan, or rather, I think they should take the Jarvan, because I think Ginger is very good at that, and I think you want the best early game jungler you can, and Jarvan is pretty good into all comers.
I completely agree with that. Shout out to Slayer in chat, by the way, who came in to nerd out about that Nocturne. Don't blame you, LPL English similarly having those crazy reactions, but again, the champion I called out from when I saw Viper on screen, he's 5-2 on it in the split, putting up obscene numbers.
Yeah.
Viper's Ezreal is the pick right now.
You're going to give up the Karma, and you might end up giving up the Jarvan as well, though. Now, I get this is Viper's best champion, and I said that I actually think Viper's had a middling split. His Ezreal has been superb, though. What do you take into the Jarvan? Pantheon is a losing jungle matchup. You can go Xin Zhao, you can go Lee Sin if you want a bit more ability to brawl with the Jarvan. A little bit harder to play out compositions with them because, of course, the global of the Pantheon is so important. And then, of course, you'll probably want to go... Well, you don't have the Bard for Ezreal, so you might have to go Seraphine.
Not Pantheon Rise here? Well, there's
You're going to go for the Seraphine.
Okay.
Because you can't leave half the bot lane to your open, so you need the Seraphine. And I think you need either Rise or the top jungler. So you could just say, screw jungle matchup, we go Rise, ban out Cassiopeia,
and the Anivia.
And then, well, you don't need the Anivia ban. I think the Cassiopeia is the big one there.
I think Honky plays the Anivia into it.
I'm aware of that. I think at that point, you ban out Cassiopeia and then just like a top laner instead. Because I think the Anivia, you can live with the Cassiopeia, you can't.
Debating a Vi here, who is actually, to be fair, very good with the Seraphine. Because if you're looking at arguably the premier Encore extender from the jungle, Vi's right up there.
But now do you just... Well, you're probably going to get, you know, either Caitlyn or Sivir or Jhin for Gala. They'll be happy with that. They got it... You kind... Well, I mean, there are enough AD carries. You could leave AD carry to second round. You could pick Cassiopeia yourself.
Fair. His Honky's cast has been happy to blind it.
Yeah, I think that could be an option. Because I think there are enough AD carries you could do that. They're going to choose the Jhin anyway, it looks like. Second round of bans might be the most important part of this now, Sam. JDG have counterpick. They will likely counterpick for Xiaoshu and top lane, looking at stuff like the Vayne, potentially. If Bin goes towards something with the more classical, you know, blind picks like the Gnar or the Renekton. So BLG might need to ban that away. JDG, they're going to ban away playmakers that combo with the Vi.
And that makes sense. The Ahri Vi would be very dangerous to give up, and especially because Knight is potentially piloting that Ahri. Just can't allow it. I think that makes some sense. Still a fair number of good pairings to work with here.
To BLG, I think they should ban away the Vayne. I think you can't allow counterpick Xiaoshu to go kind of game-winning angle. They ban away Honkyu's TF. I actually think you ban away the Vayne, personally. I think the TF is fine. I think that's a way for Honkyu to kind of just organize the map. And we know that JDG have been playing very well around mid-game combinations right now. And Honkyu on the TF has been one of the scariest mid laners on the patch.
Option, do you just lock the Vayne yourself as BLG?
You could, but then, you know, Jarvan's still probably going to, like, perma-roam to your lane. You could do, though. That is definitely an option. Cassiopeia banned away from Knight, actually, because, of course, he used to be known as Orochimaru in LDL back in, like, 2018 odd. That was his champion to shine.
Had a bit of a grin about that, actually. Just saw Knight's face there. The smirk was out. That very iconic expression. Danny behind, just having a bit of a conversation about what they want to ban last. Been mid lane focused here in this second phase, so I think top laners might be getting away with it, Alex.
It might be. So BLG, do you get rid of something like Aurora? Do you want to pick it yourself? Do you ban the Vayne in top lane? They banned the Rumble, which has made it through to the draft at this point. I always wonder if... Well, I suppose Jarvan Rumble would have been picked on 4 for them. That makes sense. I'm still quite afraid of this top lane counter pick, though. Yeah. I think Honkyu may just lock in the Aurora right now and just say it's fine versus the Vi. It's a good blind pick, and that allows you to counter pick top lane, which I think is a very important matchup for them to have the upper hand in.
Our eyes on it. There's some snarky comments about Gala in chat. There's some truth to the whole of the split. The caveat has been that most recent performances have been quite strong.
I gotta say, look, the thing about the LPL, and look, I understand people love to make big, bold statements, say, Gala's been awful this split. For the first, 4 weeks, I would agree with you. I don't think he was very good. This last week, Gala has been fantastic. I think he has been the best AD carry in the league in the last week or two. Particularly with the schedule in the LPL being so unforgiving, it can be a big issue to have like these, changes in forms. JDG very often had back-to-back games. I think if Gala turns up today, and his last GENG game was excellent too, BLG are going to have a big handful with that AD carry. Aurora for Knight now, very likely that'll combo up well with the Vi.
Yeah, debating, don't nod his ear, please, Knight. I know, obviously, that the level of form has been debatable. Some thoughts about the Talia as well, with the Deathfire touchback in. She suddenly got a little bit more to her, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her coming back out.
And Knight is arguably the best Talia in the world, and perhaps the best Talia, maybe of all time. Actually, it's really good at it. And Bessa last pick. It's one of Xiaoshu's real favorite matchups here. Avoids the Renekton. It's not going to be the Vayne. Actually, the Sion does quite well into Vayne, weirdly, because he can actually push her around a lot early. We have the front line for BLG, a lot more dive for JDG. There's a global for Honkyu, none for BLG. This is a very intricate draft. We're going to go into a quick ad break to make sure we can talk about these compositions. JDG, strong lanes here on the whole. These fights are going to be explosive. You're going to have Vi flying through, the Encore as well. I'm quite afraid, though, for BLG, because I think they have a lot of squishy members that can get jumped on by Jarvan and Bessa, Rise Realm Warping, the Jhin ultimate. JDG's extended engage range is actually longer than BLG's. And if you are out of position on the Ezreal, a single E isn't going to save you. If you're out of position on a Seraphine, you got a half flash or you die. I think BLG are going to be walking the knife's edge this game.
So the other thing is, if you do get towards these brawls, Sion Vi with the Aurora ult coming over the top, Encore and Seraphine there to give you that kind of additional AoE shielding and death ball capacity. I can see JDG also suffering a little bit in terms of potentially being blasted in those extended fights as well, especially if you don't get the full combo off. So I think these fights get really spicy, because do BLG get the front to back they've drafted for, or does all that backlane dive and target access that you were calling out become a proposition? A little too much for BLG to have an answer to.
So a little bit of a pause. We go on to the Rift itself. First game of the day here in Beijing, at least in the venue. So perhaps sorting out bits and pieces there. It has been a long time waiting for this. First series of the day down in Nirvana. There we go, into the game. These gyros are going to be loud. Cover your ears. And call your friends to come watch, though. Let's get into game one.
It's looking mighty full out there. The Jing Dong chant leader is here. The JD chants were decent. The problem is the seats have been bought out by the BLG fans, and they are in there in force.
Yeah, BLG international champions traveling here to Beijing. Most interesting thing we got to watch right now is what Junja is doing. He's starting on blue buff, and he'll be walking across the other side of the rift. So he's going for the early invade again. Junja loves to do this, going towards the Raptors. Vi can't fight at this point. They will know he's heading there, though, so Shun will have ample information to work with. Bot lane is pushing in, makes it a little hard if JDG wants to go answer Shun. He's actually going towards his full bot side clear, wants to hit level 3, but that means that he's arguably going to be in a very rough spot trying to take away camps away from Junja. Junja might have got himself the early lead here.
Yeah, you can see what's happening. So we're going Raptors to Raptors from Junja, so that'll make things a bit spicy. He'll burn bot siders on. Just got a bit of a shout out there for his 600th game. For him as well, been a staple here of the LPL. Make no mistake about it. Looking instead for a potential look around, might look for a red buff fight.
No, he wants to look onto Honkyu. He wants to go for Honkyu because he doesn't really have any way into Jarvan. Here comes the Q cooldown now.
Honkyu needs to start trying to sprint away. The weirding slow flash for flash, and Honkyu should get out, but he's down both summoners.
That is a very good escape from Honkyu, but the wave's in an awful spot. At least he gets a good trade onto Knight, who doesn't miss that cannon. That was quite close. Junja is ahead in the jungle matchup, though. He went Raptors to Raptors, so he's gotten that camp's takeaway from Vi, and Vi wasted a lot of time there going for that mid lane play, which means that she will be down a camp in the individual matchup. Now, we know that JDG love playing through jungle advantage. It has been the meta since first stand. In fact, Shun was the best jungler in the world at that through early jungle pathing. Shun is trying to go for some hyper ganks early. Xiaoshu going under the tower, uses that W. He has a ward here, has flash. Bin flashes for the slow.
Does indeed, and it's a big chunk of damage as well. Does have the flash. Shun can just walk at him, though. Forced to flash the decimating smash. The Vault Breaker lands. I don't think they'll quite have the damage. The last auto won't come on through for those denting blows, but hey, Chunk's in.
So this is now going to be a double scuttle for Jarvan. Okay, I'm actually not sure this is worth for Shun. Now, we saw this at first stand when he went onto the Kiana. Junja's going to get the red buff steal. He's going to get the topside scuttle. I mean, mean, Junja's just so far ahead in terms of jungle. What can Shun do? I think that he's gone for a very ambitious early start. He must get this smite or he's out of the game, Sam.
He's going to queue into the bush here, lands that, can make the smite happen, gets that, and wins that big fight. Can now go towards the bot side, scuttle crab as well, and Junja has still got camps he needs to get because his camps are on very weird timers now.
Sam, that is game saving. That is game saving. Knight might end up getting comboed onto here by Honky. No, it won't happen. Junja is down a level despite all of his hard work. Shun has just gotten away with real murder there, Sam. He should never get that red buff.
Junja just got the level 4 there off the wave in mid. Shove in bot side, shove in mid means realistically it's still double scuttle. Vi should be able to keep farming up well enough here, and Shun has gotten away with it.
That's the big thing, right? Junja's going to have a slight lead, but it should have been so much more. I mean, it should have been Shun kind of locked at level 3. Junja won't get anything down. He might just drop a flag for poke onto him or something. He's going to go for the Raptor take here. He's still going to be ahead in the jungle matchup, but Shun getting that red buff means that at least it's playable for him. Junja should have been so much further in the advantage. Does Knight steal away any of the small ones? No, doesn't want to use those skills onto them. Junja advantage, but flashes down from solo lanes to allow BLG to exert their laning brawn a little bit more in mid lane and top lane.
And I do appreciate the fact that Shun just tried to make as many plays as possible there and gets away with that red buff take. Chose the good moment to go in and take that smite fight. Sometimes you have to take those risks. I think if Shun had done nothing, it could have been even worse. He's still going to be down a little bit here, but hey, flashes in mid, flashes in top. You kind of just take what leads you can get, because I think if you do get to a mid game here, your 5v5 brawl from BLG is very potent.
Yeah, we actually saw On almost die there. The fourth shot from Gala was loaded. Can they stop a recall with the W? They can actually. On didn't back off far enough. I mean, the laning phase was going fine for them, and the wave is crashing in, so it's not quite that 10 CS lead. Mid lane, it's actually okay for Honky despite losing the the flash a little earlier on, even in mid lane. That Rise also going to be a huge problem when he gets to go out onto the map. Shun not the level 6 just yet, even in terms of XP-ish right now. Although Junja has the extra camp to work with. Xiaoshu, no flash. Level 6 from Bin to potentially look for that big play onto that Ambassador if he walks too far forwards.
Right as well. Xiaoshu really wants to try and get around this, but Shun's going to back away. Skirts into the alcove and will likely look to go back into the jungle and keep farming.
Ambassador might actually look for an ult here for a big trade, though. We'll see. If he does, then things go very poorly after that point. Xiaoshu not pulling that ultimate. The wave's in a good spot for Xiaoshu now, despite losing that flash earlier. Shun has been wasting a lot of time in lanes now. I mean, I say wasting, but he's been investing a lot of time into the lanes. And the Vi is going to be a big part of the engage. If they're behind, we've seen this from Shun before. You can just kind of go in and get popped. BLG, they're getting a little bit nervous here, I would imagine, actually, with Junja getting into the jungle consistently. Several camps taken away. Farm advantage. It's tunneler for tunneler in terms of components right now, because it's about half a level between them. Shun's going to have to win some smite fights to keep himself up in XP.
Yeah, the reason he was playing around that top side was because there was no camps to be taking, so he just kind of had to do something. That blue buff being fought over. Vampire and Garlet in the river, though, kind of denying On and Viper the easy access over, and it's just going to be that smite win from Junja. There's no real contest from Shun.
Junja's not going to smite, so he's going to look to smite the Gromp, so it's not a smite contest. Shun just has to back off because he's aware of that level 6, and this is what I was saying about that red buff steal earlier. If that had gone over, obviously it's unplayable, and you can see that it's still continually an issue. Imagine how much it would have been, how much worse it would have been. Junja is so important to JDG.
Yep.
If Junja gets ahead, he is incredible on this champion. In particular, the Jarvan has been one of his best ones. Probably finally missing there onto On. There has been about a 10 CS lead opening up between AD carries here. On is now actually going to get ulted. Pops that heal early to stop some of that execute damage. Second shot on target. Third one likely to hit. There you go. Where's the fourth one?
Right, yeah, the hop away. Nice from Viper. Take away that one, but worth noting, JDG just in general here, about 700 gold off the early lane prio, the early invades. Work from them. Gala in particular having a good showing of it so far on this Jhin. He's gone for the DFT by the buy on the Jhin. It's into a attrition of comp that I think you can get some value out of it. And I suppose as the Jhin, you're not really tasked with dealing with the Sion, and if you are, you've picked the wrong AD carry.
Oh, hey Cower, by the way, thanks for the follow, appreciate you. Going into the enemy jungle is Shun now. Vampire trying to stop the ult coming through from the preamble is coming through onto Shun. Does he have Q? He's gonna have it stopped.
Honkyu's got the level 7 here. Junja does as well. It's 2-level advantage in the jungle, but overcomes Bin. Makes it spicy. The public execution doesn't get quite what they're looking for. Junja with no flag and drag goes down. All the while, Shun's still just about alive for a second or two longer. But remember, the flash is just about up from Xiaoshu, so might be able to run away. Will need to. Makes it the 1-for-1.
2 for 1. Junja and Honku go down. So BLG win the skirmish because Knight and Bin get better AoE damage in the play. Also, On is at the play. The Seraphine makes its way over. And JDG don't spot, so we'll watch this again. They think that they have the numbers advantage, but On sees the play coming. He's on the reset. And JDG, they don't spot the overall map play. Very good in their combination between mid-jungle, but On makes it to the play first. The only reason this is salvageable is the fact that Xiaoshu gets a kill. Xiaoshu getting it onto Shun as well, so Shun can't get into the enemy jungle to steal camps, is very important. We know that the jungle difference in terms of the XP and farm is really important here in this game. If Shun had stayed alive, he would have gotten that top quadrant, not able to do so. JDG maintain a lead, at least in XP, through jungle.
Important that, yeah, good call out on Honku falling. I was a bit distracted by Bin following Junja, so missed out on that additional death there, so catch there from Mike Holocaust. Quite an important one as well.
Knight's also going to death by touch, by the way, on the Aurora. Wants it for the extra burn damage there at points. Grub's getting taken. Shun can't contest. So 3 grubs to JDG. This is, again, JDG classic style. Get Junja ahead with the invade meta. See what he can do with it. BLG, somewhat classic for them too. Leave Viper alone in a 1v1 or a 1v2 on roams, and the solo lanes are the ones which end up providing the firepower for BLG. The gold lead has reduced a little bit. Both top laners ending up getting a kill from that play. I mean, the Scion is going to have significant damage onto him into the late game because of that Ambessa and the Rise. Viper should be okay. He's got Flash and he's got E. Goes away from that Q there.
1W though is quite that's, you know, Jin W is mostly annoying and mostly utility. It's not necessarily supposed to be that high damage in the early stage of the game. With the DFT, it was like double the damage it should have been.
I mean, DFT, man, he gets so much AD, Jin. He just always gets a crazy amount of stats to allow that DFT to come through. I think particularly Death by Touch with Jin was why I didn't like Jin as a champion. Jin with Death by Touch was just not okay. If you were playing back in Season 6 and that sort of time, Jin was getting just obnoxious. He'd poked with one skill, he'd lose like a 30 HP for reasons beyond me. He's going for the lethality as well. Missed Q there, Vampire coming over. Knight should be fine. But still a good trade for Honky.
Yeah, gets a bit of a heal there from Vampire, actually to keep his HP bar nice and topped up. Interesting choice there from the Karma, but decides I've got this opportunity to make sure this lane state is still good for you, even though you took a bit of a combo at the back end of that.
Yeah, I think particularly because Honky wants to get out of lane and use that realm warp. In fact, he might even use it towards bot lane right now. In fact, that is exactly what they're going to... Oh no, he's got 4 seconds on it, so just a bit off that time. But I saw the pings, I was like, oh damn, it's got really good timing. Maybe he could have done that, but I suppose Viper and On were timing that well. Gold lead is completely even now. As Knight's got himself these first tier boots, walking forwards, trying to get onto Honky here again. Lands the Q and the E, so a full trade onto Honky.
Potential here for this full send. The Vault Breaker forced the Realm Warp out as well, and Honky has to leave.
He does, and you see how much damage the Aurora does. I'm a big proponent of saying that Knight is the best Aurora in the world. The win rate's not been great for him because it's often been twinned up with some less good performances from his teammates in this split at least. But you look at the damage he puts out, how easily he can snowball with his champion, and he is just levels above. He's got that 10 CS lead onto Honky right now, but where he really comes to life is in these skirmishes. We can find these individual picks and just blast people with this bursty bunny from mid lane.
Just trying to think who else might even be contesting. I mean, Chovy, as ever, is very good at that style of champion, so I give him some credit too. And always fun to see the likes of our best mid laners in the world duking it out on the Bunny Rabbit with so much playmaking. Curtains are called bot lane, makes things a little spicy. The Encore thrown through to try and threaten Vampire, won't quite land, but that means that's down, as we can head over towards this blue buff. As Junja is once again on the invade. Viper over here, doesn't have his first item yet, is also down about 20 CS in this bot lane. Gala is having a really good showing of it so far.
Well, a lot of that's because On's been roaming. They've been trying to play that. On gets the blue buff, by the way. Junja doesn't get it. They go in with that now. Knight trying to fire across the side.
Oh, Junja's just a dead man. No chance to Cataclysm, and the invade goes wrong for the first time, really, in truth, this game. BLG find their 3rd kill. That one picked up by Knight, which is always a horror show.
It is, because he gets himself the Dark Seal. That's his first kill participation with that. And On stealing the blue buff and then also getting the roots, I believe, onto Junja is what leads to that. Viper, of course, behind a good amount of gold to Gala, as we've been noting. The bot lane quest is 400 of that, so don't get too crazy about that one. Dragon going to BLG and a Raptor steal. Shun is much happier now with this game state. The skirmishes working out for BLG, particularly around Knight's Aurora, have really helped.
Yeah, they have. Again, still the farm has been very good from JDG. Don't get me wrong, they drafted for some early prio. They've gotten the early prio and leveraged that into some good farm leads. But the problem is converting that into good game state hasn't been perfect, right? These invades haven't led to the kills I think they were hoping for. They're still up a bit
Hang
of
on,
gold.
Ryze is coming over.
Yeah.
They might look for a play here because Ginger is
behind.
around. They spot him now. Knight has ult for this play.
It's another invade. They're going to try and make the play again. Smite's going to be available. This should make this a bit spicy. Just about claims it. And now Junja needs to start backing away. Viper gets his bot lane roll quest. Still down 900 odd gold.
Shun really likes to play it fast and loose with his smites he does sometimes. Knight, he's doing the thing with Aurora which you do with Leandries, which makes sense with the Blackfire Torch. Sorry, with the Deathfire Touch rather. Hang on, that's the ult, the ghost being used from Honky. Really chasing here.
Can he look for the Rune Prison? There's the waiting to keep running. That's pretty deep now. I don't think Junja really wants it. He wants the Raptors instead. Flash forward for twofold Hex for Between Worlds. He gets the kill. Cataclysm out does not enough. Now Junja's in danger. Needs to try and flash away. Oh, Knight, that was superb.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best Aurora in the world. Roll up, roll up. It's not the bunny out of the hat. It's a bunny with a shotgun instead. Takes down Honky, who is quite firmly, I think, the second best mid laner within the LPL. Knight just so happens to be the best.
Oh, someone call Arthur and find themselves the holy hand grenade of Antioch, because that is a killer bunny rabbit. Oh my god.
Oh, damn. Well, Sam, I think we might have to bring back out brush the dust off of the sharp, pointy teeth later into the game. He uses vision so well here. Just hugs the geometry. The Rune Prison can't come through because he's out of vision. It means that Ginger can't combo through to it. And Knight waits for his cooldowns, flashes over, realizes, I've got passive. Blackfire, the Deathfire Touch is working out, and the reset in the W comes through. Shun saves his mid laner. Knight, Aurora strikes again.
Very nice Q flash, actually, from Shun. I'll give him credit there as well. It was quite clutch. Yeah. Towards Herald we look, though. 15 seconds, and BLG find themselves up 500 gold. Xiaoshu's likely going to get donated first turret here, nonetheless, with the 3 grubs. And again, we've seen Ambessa get nerfed, but I still think she's going to be quite potent. Her regular combos are still strong. It's just the combos with the ult that are a little bit dicier. But you're playing this with Rune Prison, you're playing this with Jin W, you're playing this with Cataclysm. The honest answer is the Ambassador should still be relatively simple to hit. Just get good.
I know there's some questions the chat reflected over in Twitch chat was talking about, well, you know, is Honky as good as we say he is? Well, we saw him demolish Cream the other day, and I think that he has been, you know, he has been inconsistent alongside the rest of JDG. But you look at his games this split, when he's been against weaker mid laners, he has become a solo win condition. We were questioning, can he stand up against the best mid laners in the league? And then we saw him versus Cream. We thought, oh, bloody hell, he can. This is the real test, though. Can he stand up against Knight? He did that last split. Not at first stand, though. And jumping in, on goes to the Encore afterwards.
Buffered through well with a flag and drag, but he's just gone too deep. I get the thought process. Listen to Kanavi, always flag and drag forward. You had to flag and drag somewhere, but very nice response from On with the instant flash, and that means Herald will be BLGs.
Tries to trade that flash onto On. Now, I suppose On doesn't have flash now and he can be targeted the next time, but this is the fatal flaw of JDG, which is when Junja falls behind, he still goes for the play and JDG is still all in for it, but they don't win them anymore. When Junja is the primary engage and he fails, they don't really know what to do beyond that. They struggle to have Xiaoshu or particularly Vampire on something like the Karma. They can't be the primary engage. So JDG, they're in a huge problem now. This is something which they've not dealt with stylistically as a team as this roster iteration. They don't know what to do when Junja is primary engage and he starts to fail.
And now I don't want to say necessarily that the game plan's been bad from JDG. I've really enjoyed the relentless jungle invades. I think that's been the right play, but it's not led to the kills they've been looking for. It's not led to the advantages they've been looking for. We've been oscillating from 500 gold to JDG to 500 gold to BLG. BLG been picking up majority of their gold from kills. JDG with the kind of farm advantages they've largely been eking out everywhere but mid, where Knight after these kills has really begun to take over against Honky. The problem I think is going to be, though, that you are seeing Junja and Vampire not really synergize in the way that I have seen Shun and On just be around the map together in a more consistent fashion.
Now, this is what we saw a lot from Split 1 of JDG, and I love that you brought that up as well, because JDG love playing through individual power. Junja being ahead in XP, Gala being strong in lane with a good matchup. In fact, I felt like JDG kind of did the classic thing you do for new rosters of 5 people that haven't played that much together. Of course, they've had duos which have played together, like Junja and Honky. But they have these champions which, Second Knight actually can do a ton of damage. He actually might be in kill threat here using his ult the next time around. Xiaoshu's got to be damn careful. But JDG play around individual power to make up for the lack of inherent synergy that they're working with. Xiaoshu has ult, can immune some CC.
onto here as well. Speaking of jungle support synergies, Xiaoshu is wise to back away. He's got 2 items, but Eclipse and Shojin doesn't make you that tanky in the grand scheme of things.
So for those of you who watched Vampire and WE last year and have watched JDG this year, just watch where the support is compared to their AD carry. It's exactly the same thing. Vampire loves playing through winning AD carry because it allows him to push out an area and then just brutalize an area of the map. And that worked out very well for WE for most of last year. But BLG, they're very happy to leave, you know, Viper on a champion he's very happy to 1v1 with. Have On roam to the side of the plate. It's one of the reasons why BLG are such a good side laning team. On is much less attached to Viper than Vampire is to Gala in this kind of draft and with this kind of style of team play.
Here comes the Herald. Dragon just got taken by BLG. That's the trade. BLG wanted the turret. They wanted some gold. They want to try and take some parts of the map and find themselves some serious gold lead to work with the Herald now. Used as a battering ram in mid rather than a weapon of war.
Yeah. Yes.
They'll back away.
Yeah, the Dragon was taken by JDG. Just
Sorry, did I say the other way around? My bad.
So BLG was splitting the map, and again, they don't mind giving up a Dragon or 2 for more kind of monetary advantage. They use the Herald to slam into mid lane. They take some plates there. Steals off the Krugs. They'll see Junja there too. BLG, a significant gold lead. However, JDG, this is actually where they start to become a very powerful team after the early game spike as well. They are very good at using their first aggressive combos in mid-game. We've seen it a lot from Honkyu, though, and Honkyu's behind, and we've seen a lot from Junja, and Junja's behind. So now we get to see, okay, JDG, you are behind in some of your primary playmaking roles. This is now going to be down to Gala, Xiaoshu, and Vampire to try and deal with the fact that their mid-jungle, who has typically been very, very good, they beat top esports through those roles just 2 days ago, who we've very much been praising themselves for mid and jungle. Can they do it versus BLG with those roles behind?
I want to do it, and again, because I think if we do come to the 5v5, with Knight in particular being ahead, the AoE team fight from BLG, very, very strong. Seraphine Encore with Sion in the front line, Vi and Aurora full sending at someone like Honkyu, someone like Gala, makes things very tricky, because JDG don't really have a front line this game. Yes, sure, the Jarvan can somewhat do it with the Sundered Sky, but you are not a Sion, and you are not that into what is a lot of upfront burst and CC chains with Vi Aurora full sending their combos, as we have seen across this game. Seraphine also nearly at the diadem of songs. Get a bit spicy. Bot lane turret being considered. A lot of members turning up from both teams.
We do have Xiaoshu there with ultimate. 2 items. I mean, this MBS is scary. Look, BLG have the gold lead, but we've seen them lose these kind of leads before. Jhin, Ryze not there. If this doesn't happen, Ryze gets solo gold from top lane. He kind of needs that. Will he teleport in? They're going for the dive, maybe? No, they call it off.
Xiaoshu hops forward, gets a big old shield. There's the public execution. The flash encore. On will likely die for this, but the trade will be strong. Vampire dies. 2 for 1 as it stands, but Gala's here. He's damn threatening. Flash from Junja. Looks for the knockup. Can't quite get it. He dies as well. 3 for 1 on the dive, and On will happily trade his life for that kind of song performance.
Honkyu doesn't have teleport. JDG were well overstaying that. They knew that they were going to be in a numbers disadvantage. They wanted to try and delay the play so the Ryze could get gold. They didn't want to die for the play, Sam, and that's what happens. BLG used to be the best tower diving team in the world. Flash Encore leads to On, dying to the Jarvan on the back end of this, as he just goes a little bit too far into the Cataclysm, but that's the only cost which BLG play. They get so much gold, they get Dark Seal stacks, they get a lot of people off the board, and while Ryze is farming on the other side, it's not an equal trade. BLG come out on top.
Yeah, you get a couple plates top on that top tier 2, you get that top lane turret. That's all well and good, but the problem is BLG still get the turret bot, and still get a plate bot, and do get the 3 kills on top of that. Knight's now 404, enemy health bars not found. He's building towards what I suspect will be a Shadow Flame. He's got 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. He is monstrous.
He might go Zhonya's because he's so far ahead. And what you can do with the Aurora with the kind of burn build is you can kind of like throw down your skills, go into Zhonya's, and then you can look for your second cooldowns, look for that extended fight. I mean, Shadow Flame will be, true one-shot, you're absolutely right, but jumping forwards there again. And sadly for Gala, he's just not been able to get involved in the game. This is something that JDG was so good at in the earlier part of the year, was winning jungle, winning bot lanes, transform that into just game-breaking advantages. They had winning bot lane, they had winning jungle this time around, and unlike Split 1, BLG managed to root their way out of that situation. We've talked a lot about JDG's side of this. BLG, they found so many more ways out of early games than they were earlier in the year. We've seen the evolution of BLG. They are much better at getting themselves out of difficult early game slots.
Ward there by the Raptors, actually very key there for JDG to keep Gala safe. They get the Raptors, they'll still lose that mid turret that was chunked out earlier by the True Shot Barrage, but that did come through the Rift Herald. There we go. Got distracted by things on screen. Can you tell I'm ADHD? Either way, the grand scale of things, and as the way things are right now, is BLG a significant advantage. They have dropped a couple dragons, that's worth noting, and if there was a way back for JDG, getting the soul point might be it.
Viper on the 2 items is so scary as well. This is the thing, like BLG they've got different amounts of damage in different places, right? I mean, most of the time with the Scion, I get a little bit worried when it's like Scion Annie, where sometimes the Annie falls behind and can't carry. Now you have a Vi that's in a good spot, an Aurora that's in a good spot, and Ezreal that's in a good spot too. JDG have a lot of people they need to be aware of, because someone like Gala, he will just immediately die. The Karma won't do that much there. Alright, Vision, they can't really start the Baron there. They don't have the damage in position. No. There's going to be a free dragon for BLG as JDG just kind of trades the dragon take for Vision control around Baron.
And you'll notice Viper did just throw down that True Shot Barrage just on the off chance, because I think while the Baron could have been done, it would have been very slow, which is partly why Vi's happy to do that. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, there's a comment over in Onivia's chat, which I find very interesting, because it says that you know you're cooked when you lose the game that Bin is playing a weak side champion. I think for the last year or so, you're correct. However, you go back to 2024. You go to the start of 2024, and Bin was playing stuff like the Skarner top lane, the Cassante, and he was actually the best weak side top laner in the league at that point too. 2024 Bin was a very special kind of beast. Bin has always had the ability to play that, but one of the problems was that last year, and really the start of this year too, he had lost his mojo a little bit, to use a Munchablesism. The mojo wasn't there. I think that the confidence, because he's such a confidence-based player, you can tell from the way that he has interviews, his social media, his body language even, he needs that confidence. Being the best player in the world from LPL Finals 3 to First Stand, I think it's really unlocked something again for Bin. Now, a lot of the split has been up and down for him again, but he has got that. Now the question is open again. Can he start playing the weak side? Well, actually, I trust him to now, much more than I would have done just a couple of months ago.
Awesome stuff. Vampire gets jumped on, cease and desist, overcomes Knight. Goodbye, Karma. The flash gets you nowhere. Teleport's coming on in, but to what avail?
Yeah, the double summoners for Vampire is actually really important. You might need that for an upcoming team fight. It feels bad, just not on the right part of the map. This is where we start to critique JDG's jungle support. Earlier in the year, I think that they wouldn't have got caught out in that position. They were quite good at turtling until those late game 5v5s, but BLG much more clinical in the way they look for the picks. Knight gets himself to 10 stacks, and he is going for that Zhonya's third for him, and I actually think it makes a lot of sense here. He's gone for the Magi, he's upgraded that. Go on, my son. He's got himself the library pass.
Guwon's on NIP. We've been over this before.
And he's a very good player, so we're channeling the spirit of God Guwon here.
Worth noting as well. We're speaking of being Ben, he went for the Zeke's Convergence second because actually it gives the Sion a bit more upfront damage, honestly.
It gives you the ult cooldown too, because it's such a quick game in terms of everything's going to explode very quickly. Having Sion ult off cooldown is really important for BLG, because if Bin gets into the front line and blocks Jin W's, blocks the Rise just by holding Q in front of him, then these big damage carries that want to follow up on the engage can't do that. Bin, with that Ziggs, I think it's a very important purchase here, because he doesn't need to be like full-on tank. He just needs to get into the right place at the right time. Having more ults to do so helps that a lot.
Exactly that. We'll see whether it comes back to biting, because we have seen when things have gone wrong for Bin on Sion, it's often when he's been trying too hard to pull a hold my beer moment, trying to be the main character, when sometimes you just need to sit in the front line and press the Q button. Put the fries in the bag, Bin.
And I think this is something that we've often attributed to Viper, right? Because we saw a interview from Danny where he was talking about that. Hang on, they might look for a player pit. No, can't quite get that. They were stacking to see if they could get Jin W or something like that. But Danny was saying that no draft decision has ever been made without Viper's approval, and that's very important because Viper has been the weak side AD carry for BLG. Now, I do think individually Viper, outside of the Ezreal games, has looked not great. Actually, I think it's been middling, or rather, not great for a man of his standards.
Yeah.
I think this guy is the best AD carry in the world at his best. I think that in 2025, he was the best AD carry across the average of that year. The fact that he is taking a very humble step to say, I can just do this, it gives you a lot of understanding for why the LPL community loves this guy so much. He is, in many ways, quote-unquote, the perfect AD carry, as the LPL community calls him.
Yeah, and considering, despite the fact that I think his laning phase has been a little lackluster, we've seen not great CS numbers from him. Again, even this game, right, he was down quite a lot of CS and some deaths that have been a bit dubious. The fact that despite that, he's still the #1 damage per minute player in the LPL, #1 damage per gold player in the LPL as well, at least going by the stats at the start of the game there that were brought up by the mainstream. Those are big numbers, and to do that considering the fact that actually we've said, hey, I was kind of a little bit worried for Viper in some of these moments. It's quite impressive, really, in the grand scheme of things, you know. And I'll give him some hats off for the fact that maybe I had not quite given respect where Viper had been doing well.
Quick note of something that just happened there. Shun was just hovering over Bin's lane. That's really important because, again, I think BLG is so aware of plays that can happen on side lanes at their best. In fact, that's actually one of the best litmus tests of seeing whether BLG are on good form, actually. Right there, Shun just making sure that Bin was safe on that side lane, despite the fact that he is, of course, big old tanky Sion.
20 seconds until next dragon. We saw a point for either team. 5,000 gold lead to BLG. That was pretty horrifying. And I'm looking at a 3-item Ezreal. I'm looking at a 3.5-item Aurora. And Thornbell just got done for Bin for good measure. There's a GA on Shun. This gets spicy.
This feels like the last chance for JDG to really swing the game. If you lose this fight, I think it's too far out of touch at that point. It's hard to win. They're looking around the corner, go on towards Shun, the knock-up misses.
Don't quite level what they're looking for. Now the turnaround with the beat drop, and Junger's so deep. The Cataclysm's there, the Flag and Dragon, but Viper goes looking, and that's not actually the best ults there from BLG. The Aurora ult, not fabulous. Viper has to flash barrier out, and that's pretty not great, actually. This is good, because Xiaoshu's now here, and that's a 3-item Ambessa. Oh, BLG oversend it onto Junger and lose 3.
Viper goes over the wall, and Sam, he throws the game. Viper has his first death. JDG, they only see Knight alive. He'll almost one-shot Gala, though. Very nearly gets the passive onto him. Knight trying his best. A big mistake from the bot lane of BLG. The encore is not good. It doesn't change that much from Viper there, from the Knight there, but Viper going over the wall may have thrown this game into JDG. We did say it was the last chance for them to find this game, and they find it, Sam. Credit to JDG. We were singing the praises of BLG, but it's a huge, perhaps fatal mistake from them in the 5v5.
Knight hits no one with the ult. Viper goes over the wall. The two major moments there were very poor. Knight and Bin are still here, though, and think they can play this. The Seraphim's nearly here. I think they might have burned a little bit much. JDG's been very careful.
Knight has ult in 5.
He's going to nearly one-shot. Junger gets real low. Baron now about to be taken. The True Shot Barrage comes flying through, and there is the ult. True Shot Barrage claims another. Junger left low. On's going to throw down the beat drop so they can keep hunting for more. Honky needs to run, gets hit by the Scion ultimate. The Deadly Flourish flashed away from. All the while, those Xiaoshu's a scary man on this Ambessa. On's doing his best to dance around, flashes away, but there's still a sundering slam. All the while, Viper now trading up to Honky, likely gets that one. Knight's got limited mana. Xiaoshu needs to back away, and JDG, you got your big moment. Your eyes may have been bigger than your stomachs, though, because I think BLG are a bit of a meal to consume.
Shun has flash, he has ult, Xiaoshu has nothing. This is going to be dead Ambessa, so 4 of the hard-earned Baron buffs go to the wayside. BLG make a mistake, but somehow it's not quite fatal. It is a hell of a reality check, though, Sam. BLG, they will be breathing a sigh of relief. They should not have gotten away with that. Knight gets his ultimate back up. This is even a bad start from JDG. I mean, they don't hit the initial skill shots. Junger is caught out, and you think, well, they should hard CC, and they have the encore there too. I think that it's a mistake from On to not initially cast that. Then Viper jumps over, misses everything, gets hit by Gala, and just pretty much immediately dies. Viper, that is a game-losing play in many situations. Of course, the W not body block there too. Honky flashes for the Rune Prism. Great from the Rise, who's been behind the game. But Viper, you have to question that decision.
I actually think that's... I'm going to put this out there. I want to hear what they say from the comps. We're going to have a look at this Baron play here as well. I'm fairly certain that Knight failed his W over the Baron pit because he was looking to ult there as well and fumbled his ult W.
So over the Baron pit, he went around the back
Baron. I mean around the dragon.
Has the ultimate there.
I meant around the dragon.
Gotcha.
So when Viper jumped over the wall, he was expecting Knight to join him.
But he'd already used his combo onto the Jarvan.
No, he hadn't.
He had to, because he used it onto the Jarvan as he was CC'd up on front of him, and then Jarvan flashed away from that combo. Maybe went a little bit longer and came back up. I mean, Knight still actually ended up surviving that play, was the big thing. 607, 20 stacks on the Dark Seal.
Yeah, I'd love to go back and look at that one, because I'm fairly certain there might be some miscoms going on, or a misplay from both, because I think Viper thought he was having the Aurora join him. It's possibly what was happening there. We'll have a look back. Either way, BLG fumble. It's probably the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Knight had just used that combo, didn't have it available for that kill there. The Jarvan flashed out of it. I think it was a mistake from that CC of On. So Viper just went over, no support. Knight had used his cooldowns. I think they should have just cast the Encore onto Junger. Big mistake by BLG to let him go. I mean, they're back into it, but I mean, JDG, they have Soul Point now. They've got that third dragon. It's a big swing. They're not going to get much out of the Baron, but BLG, this should have been just dead and gone. But once again, we have issues with some of that late game 5v5s.
Yeah, a little bit spicy there, has to be said. And I'm glad we looked back over that replay. Nice to see, appreciate you, Alex, for pulling that one up for us. And setting the record straight as ever. Worth noting here, Gala has now hit 4 items on Jin. That's 75% crit. It's 4 items. He is getting to the point where between DFT, the passive scaling, and Jin's passive scaling basically just gives him a hell of a lot of AD based on crit, on level, on raw AD. He can begin to potentially take out someone like an Aurora, someone like an Ezreal if he's given the opportunity.
And there's huge items everywhere. I mean, it's a 3-item Ambassador who's got the Death Stance, and with how bursty these fights are, that makes a lot of sense. You can get a lot of healing from the Death Stance passive. You get a kill.
That last fight, which was a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm just talking about overall, right? So we got the 4 there, but you also have the 3 items from the Ambassador. You also have the Actualizer and the Seekers from Hongq. So across the whole team, JDG have a lot of very important items to change the way that you play the fights. The burstier the fights are, the better it is for Xiaoshu. Hongq and Gala have that burst now. It helps them a lot. BLG, you do have that Zhonya's on Knight. You do have 20 stacks on the dark on the Magi's. Knight is doing a ton of damage. I mean, Viper's pretty survivable too with the Endless Hunger and the Shojin. There's a lot of items which, of course, are changing this game. But BLG should have shut this game out well and truly. It's not quite as easy as that. Got 30 seconds till the Dragon. And JDG, they should have confidence that they can actually win a fight with these items.
Of course, they don't have to get the Dragon here, but getting it would get them Infernal Soul, and that would be a win con in and of itself. Of course, you've got 3.5 items on the rise. It's still not going to be matching what Knight's doing here, and I think if Knight gets a good ult off, game's looking pretty rough here as well. Viper with the 4 items, TP's in, BLG in the river first. JDG, you can play this, but be careful.
Kurt's route there onto Viper. No one's there to body block for him. He's healing up from the Endless Hunger. A bit of body block. The Deathfire Touch, not bad. The shielding from the Seraphine, not bad. But what this does do, it ends up buying JDG into the river. That's the big thing.
Oh, that W just did a third of On's HP.
Hongq on the side here. Level 18. Strong rise. Dragon going lower. Here we go. Where's the Xiaoshu ultimate? That's the big skill for JDG.
Good call on that one. Eyes on it. Xiaoshu steps forward there with the Lacerate, looking to cut someone who's been in the front line who is getting increasingly tanky. Dragon down to 4,000 HP. JDG still got Junja around, but they got to find their way forwards at some point. Bin threatening with the Encore. The Encore comes across, gets onto Junja, flashes away the ult from Bin. A little wide. Now he's in the front line and potentially vulnerable as he's CC'd up. Keeps getting CC'd. Decimating Smash forces people back. Xiaoshu also left low, burning low from that Death Stance, but gets out. And BLG throw a few ultimates to just zone off the Jarvan and get their prize, namely Soul Point.
If it was a better Encore, they commit harder. It wasn't, so they back off slowly. BLG actually choose some discretion. Discretion is the better part of Valor. Death by Touch taking on to Shun there. They get themselves the inside track onto mid lane. JDG, credit to them. They didn't have to fight that Dragon. It's only the 3rd one for BLG. They would have liked to if the opportunity was there. They were actually looking for some decent poke with, again, the Jin really being a threat. Almost had themselves some good roots there. Couldn't quite find their own angle.
If they have the opportunity, says Nymaera, but of course the irony is that opportunity's been removed from the game now. Not available at all.
Doing the bush bait. Have some great damage here. Vampire of the Wall. He spot them with the Seeker, with the Sweeper rather. Shun rooted up.
Very important that. I think if that Sweeper wasn't there, we could be in for some serious trouble.
You can see that. Hang on, they might jump on. He's got Zhonya's. It's very hard to jump onto him with that Zhonya's there. And that Shadow Flame means that his damage is utterly absurd too. He doesn't have the death cap, but the... I'm just like, ow, good ult across there. This is a much more even game than it has any right to be. It goes to show the discipline of JDG in mid and late game. And despite the fact that Junja had a pretty torrid early to mid game, he's kind of shut up shop. And JDG is starting to find ranks in the 5v5, and they're a very good 5v5 team fighting team. There was a while where BLG couldn't really 5v5 them at all. Xiaoshu, strong in the Ambassador, as you said. How's that Serpent's Fang? I don't think we mentioned that one just yet, so that'll help against the shields from various members of BLG. Infinity Edge for Gold has been done for a while. We're waiting to see whether we can get towards that 100% crit for him soon.
Speaking of Serpent's Fang, Viper's got his own. I'll also note the Oblivion Orb in On's inventory hasn't turned that tier into a diadem. The song's gone the Mikhail's route as a second item. And just having that anti-heal and AoE feels quite useful here because Ryze will be bringing a fair amount of it. Xiaoshu, Junja also not exactly without their own instances of healing. And of course, Karma with things like that Echoes of Hellier has some value there too.
I think it should worry BLG that they can't find very bursty picks anymore. It's had to slow down. It's coming down to 5v5s. JDG, hang on a second, JDG. Just seeing Junja there. Knight does get himself a combo. W away. Gala looking potentially for an auto attack into the W. Ow, that one hurts. The Mikhail's is there. The route opens up. Mikhail's there, stops Xiaoshu's ultimate from landing.
Does have to heal to dodge out on the bullets though. Now Knight goes looking, doesn't quite catch on with the true shot barrage after. A little bit spicy. Hongq gets threatened there. The rocket belt after the twofold hex not quite there. The ult from Bin into the wall. What's a flash from Hongq and JDG back away.
And the slow from the bird sign ult and using is a lot of value there onto Hongq. They're going to start the Baron up immediately. The poke war is won by BLG. Bin holding this bush, looking for that Q channel to just zone out.
You've got a Realm Warp and a Cataclysm, but those are the only ults available for JDG really at this point. Xiaoshu threatened, but Bin is just there in the front line. Flash for the encore! Oh, it's so beautiful. Press play and just listen to the beats drop as JDG follows suit and drop like flies.
It is the encore. Gets absolutely everyone. So nice you say it twice. That is a game-winning Seraphine play.
Oh, just can't ask for better, can you? Shun will help get another into the top lane. We look as BLG with a wave to their name and Baron buff empowering all of the army minions they could need, can send it straight down that top lane into the inhibitor. Nexus in their eyes.
That is beautiful. Beautiful late game for once from this team. JDG almost had it, but BLG clutched it out to seal the first game of the series.
We were promised a festival. We were promised a headline act, and BLG and JDG deliver in game one. It goes to 38 minutes of pure entertainment. We get at least one more of these, folks. I hope you're ready.
BLG take a win against JDG in game one. It is a difficult week for Jingdong Gaming. They have 3 of all of the top teams in the LPL to face off against back to back. A daybreak in between them. And they've, they swept top Esports. BLG showing to be a bit sturdier opposition here. Welcome back. My name is Alex. This is Sam. We're IRL brothers, and we cast the LPL for you because 1, we love it, and 2, we think you'd like it too, perhaps. Anyway, we hope you're enjoying yourselves as BLG gave us a hell of a show there with a bunch of playmaking. I think Knight still comes away a player of the game, but that encore from On was superb.
Thank you very much, guys, for coming and joining us. Little bit of shilling to be done at this point, folks. If you have not already, please do consider hitting that follow button, hitting that subscribe button. I wish you maybe help us out a little bit here. If you've got that additional $8, couple euros, there's a Ko-fi link as well for your YouTube folks who maybe don't want to subscribe on Twitch or just don't want to make it a monthly commitment. That's completely fine as well. But basically, guys, we're relying on all of you to keep doing this. For those of you who can help out, please do.
Well, JDG, it is a tough road for them. The early game had almost all of the hallmarks that they like at first. When they had, Junja slightly ahead of the curve, well, very much ahead of the curve in terms of XP. Bot lane, getting a winning lane. I think there's a lot to be said about how Shun recovered from that early game position, and particularly about how they rallied around Knight's Aurora once again. Now, a lot of this split when Knight has gotten fed, I don't think BLG have actually played very well around him. And, they've had all this talks about, you can't all be the main character. I think one of the problems is that sometimes BLG don't realize Knight is the main character in this game, play around him. Despite how fed he is. We've seen many games like his Aurora, his LeBlanc get very fed, and they don't quite leverage it in the right way. They do just about there, although it was a close run thing. That 5v5 round Dragon was a mess.
It was. That one poor fight was not great, and it was a big mess about that one. We saw Viper and going over the wall by himself, like ulting no one. Like, it was just like, what are we doing, guys? We've got to be kind of on the same page. No, that was not it. I think Knight likely going to be the MVP here. Immaculate Aurora game on the whole. You can't ask for much more out of that bunny in mid lane. The other side of that, of course, is I think On also looked good on the Seraphine, but I think he's going to come out second best here, and no mistake about it. For JDG, the workings of a good plan there. We're going to turn the camera off as these numbers come up because it'd be nice to see them, because actually the early priority earned Junja big CS leads. We saw Shun in really tricky scenarios having to fight over his camps all the time. JDG permanently looking to invade, but it didn't turn into kills. It didn't turn into a serious gold lead. The Dragon stacking was decent enough, but I don't think to a point where it became a genuine win condition. And so 2/3 of a great game plan is not 100% of a great execution, and that really hurt them as the mid game rolled around, and just some raw mechanical outplays from Knight just going, yeah, I'm 3-0 now, what are you going to do, made things very hard.
Very good damage from Viper too. Actually ended up topping the damage share. I mean, his ultimates were really good. Some very good poke from him. I mean, that's got to be a bit galling for JDG because that's got, like we said, it's got a lot of the hallmarks of how they win normally. You know, Xiaoshu on a powerful team fighter where he's got a lot of mobility. Gala and Vampire winning lane. Ginger and Honkyu on a very powerful mid-jungle duo for themselves. They lost with a lot of comfort picks, even though they were given that opening into mid and late game. Dude, what an encore from On, man. That was crazy.
Oh, we're going to get a replay on this one because I tell you, it was real good. What a bad call, actually. So I'm listening to Alex put that one up as well. Got a little distracted, guys. There's the cool clip now on social medias if you want to go listen to that last fight all over again. I know I will because it's sometimes nice to hear you doing cool things on the microphone. I'll get rid of that. Goodbye, who your ads. Folks, we are going to need to run some adverts soon, and the upside of that is if you are on Twitch, please keep watching them because it helps fund us, and if you don't want to watch them, consider subscribing. Twitch Prime allegedly gives you a free subscription, but I'm a visual learner, guys, so I don't really know what that looks like, but I hear if you do subscribe with Twitch Prime, you get one of those free every month, and you won't see the adverts that are going to be coming right about now.
That was such a fun game, actually.
I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah.
Can I get you a coffee, Alex?
Yeah, I'm okay, actually.
Up and running.
Player of the game is Knight. No surprise there. Very good Aurora game from him. Really ended up being the game changer. On CS support MVP. Thing is that the rest of On's game wasn't fantastic, but that last ultimate was absurd. Okay, change the audio of it. Oh yeah, I'm putting the Seraphine alt clip on Reddit, so, you know, if anyone likes that kind of thing. We need to be able to order for Uber Eats to you guys as a donation form. The problem is then we have to give out our address, like, publicly, which is, I'm not sure I want to give out my address like that, you know? Like, put it this way, I've had enough weirdos say bad things about me on the internet. I'm like, I don't really want to give them the chance to know where I am, just in case one of them is, like, super crazy. Like, yeah. Because, like, I mean, there's been some people on Reddit who've been, like, going above and beyond to be not very nice people to me. So, I don't really want to test that, you know? Even if it seems outlandish, the time you don't take it seriously is when there becomes an issue, you know? I just heard Sam go, oh, and that's a worry. What's up, Sam? I don't know what... I guess you can't hear me. What makes them hate you? I have no idea. I have no idea. So what I can tell is, from what I can tell, there are people who make burner accounts. So they're people who don't want to post it on main. So I don't know whether it's people I've known from the industry, whether it's people who, you know, or people who are fans of them. I mean, people make burner accounts for anything, right? People make burner accounts so they can do that kind of thing without it coming back to their main. How tall am I? I'm 6'5". Yeah, I'm 6'5". Hey, Lineman, good to see you. I mean, I've criticized a lot of players in my time. I don't shy away from criticizing players, and some people don't like the fact that I've criticized their favorite players before. So that has been a thing which is, that has happened. Jealous of your height, maybe. Yeah. No, but for instance, so this is how unhinged some of them are. There's a person called Thun Equivalent, which is just like a random name on Reddit, who made a new account to post, you know, hate comments about me, and then they would delete their comment history so they could post it again and make it look like they're not making a habit of it. But they've done this over the course of a year now. There's also someone called like Cat Loves something or other. They made a comment in a post-match thread which I thought was talking about me, so I apologized for that, because they said like, oh, someone was getting player names wrong, and I said, oh, sorry for that. And then they just went mental, and now for a year, because I replied to them on a post-match thread, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I got some names wrong. Sometimes I do that, that's my bad. And for a year now, they've been posting like hate and misinformation comments about me, and I'm like, what? Crazy. And there's a couple of other people that have like made like 2-month-old accounts to post things about me when I make clips or something like that. So for instance, when I posted the last finals clip, there were some people who were just posting some horrid stuff there. Yeah, and these people are just wild. They're just wild. So, you know, they post hate comments and misinformation, and the problem is if they say it enough, people will walk away with you know, some people walk away believing that stuff even though it's not true, and that's all they have to do, you know, that's all they have to do. But yeah, it's a little weird, you know. People are like that though sometimes. And I'm very lucky to have a very supportive set of fans, and people in the community and people who stood up for me from there. Because like that kind of behavior is not okay. And you know, I've spoken out about a lot of the harassment I've had online, whether that's from, I mean, I've had harassment from all sorts of people, whether they're LPL fans or LEC fans, whether that's like G2, KCM, Koi, who I've all had like great interactions with too, but there are the worst parts of those communities. LCK fans too. I've had Gimusi fans like giving me threats, and Faker fans, even though I'm a huge fan of both of those players. And yeah, I mean, Reddit's no different, right? You've just got some crazies who are online too much. They create burdens so they feel like they can get away with anything. And they just rot their brains with this stuff. They rot their brains with this stuff. And, you know, I don't have it as bad as some people. You know, like, LS had a whole Discord dedicated to downvoting anything about him that would come up on Reddit, you know? I need to turn down the volume in game as well, because I'm listening back to these clips, and I'm listening back to these clips, and in this second game, the volume is not high enough. So I'm gonna turn down the game volume just a little bit. I appreciate that, H. Yeah, because I don't ever want to be cowed away of correct criticism and praise, you know? Whether I think it's a player that's been struggling, I want to praise them. If it's a player that's been doing well, I want to criticize them. Now, if it is appropriate to do so, and I think that is the way that any analyst should approach the game. You know, you can give caveats, and there's definitely context to all of these things. But yeah, I mean, you know, even though Faker is the greatest player of all time, and the reason I'm playing League of Legends, I don't want to say that I can't criticize him if it's correct to do so. Even if I think that... what the hell is this? What the hell? They've got a bin clock? They're changing the time? What? What does it mean? Oh, gosh. I hate the "oh well, that's Reddit for you" argument. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, in some ways, you know, people, because Shox has talked about this a lot too in lore as well, where sometimes it's like, oh, just ignore the haters, and you know, most of the time I do actually. But sometimes, you know, it is completely fine to kind of just call people out for you know, irresponsible, rude behavior. You know, there are so many people on different socials who think they can talk to people in very disrespectful, rude ways. You know, and yeah. All right, we're into the second draft. So I know there's a lot of other stuff, right? Talking about the things outside of the game, which is the most important thing here today. Welcome everyone back into Game 2 between JDG and BLG. Let's get ourselves into those slightly heavier beats for this game. Let's get ourselves into that rock groove. JDG, BLG. It's going to be BLG with first pick again. So JDG retaining counter pick. Wait, why was Bin being flamed by that sign? Dark World, I actually didn't see the translation of it. Did it said, that saying said, this person is not the #1 top in the world with a picture of Bin? The thing is that could even be by his fans, because a lot of his fans just don't like him like being arrogant on social media to the point where it's become a meme. Perhaps that's what it is, we'll see. But again, it is the JDG arena. They've played against Bin a number of times, haven't they? Lucian banned away from Gala and Vampire, because they don't want to give them the Lucian Milio. So we have Yunara Lulu, we have Corki Nami, we have some Zeri lanes, I suppose. We have Rumble available. I think Rumble as first pick makes a lot of sense here. There's no Ambassador or Scion into it, so at that point you're thinking about what? Nar or Kasanse, maybe Jace. Pantheon is available, and no Nocturnes. There's Pantheon Shinzao. I think JDG would prefer the Shinzao. That's a very good Ari cosplay. I think they'd prefer the Shinzao for the early jungle matchup. But they'd probably want a dominant bot lane first. Do they lock in Yunara Lulu? I mean, Vampire's put in a lot of work to be a better Lulu. They can look in the Kasante against the Rumble. Okay. Now, typically JDG prefer to have the winning bot lane early in drafts. They haven't picked that here. They go for the Kasante as one of the few remaining good matchups into the Rumble. Now, do you pick up the Lulu? Do you pick up the Nami? You can go for stuff like the Corki Nami. And that'd be fine for you. Take it away from Viper and on to...
Worthy consideration. Bard gets locked. And in fairness, Vampire's Bard's been pretty... Hang on, that's locked! Oh my god, I thought that Needler had been locked. I was like,
misinformation on the internet, Sam.
I thought that was locked.
Yunara Lulu very likely here from BLG now. So there is no Needler here. Don't worry. Sam is spreading misinformation on the internet. And that'll it'd likely be what, Caitlyn Sivir for Gala, no Jhin for him, no Ezreal for that Bard.
Could just take it for Viper.
So they take the Caitlyn. So now the Bard is running out of choice lane pairings.
Could be Neela support. That's how I get away with this.
The Caitlyn's that they might go Caitlyn Pike or Caitlyn Elise. It's the Caitlyn Elise. Now, I think Bard hates this kind of lane. It's why we're seeing more Pike. It's why we're seeing more Elise. I mean, Feng Yue on top esports actually did very well versus Vampire's Bard just the other day. I thought that Feng Yue had a great series, by the way, despite top esports loss. But the logic stays the same here. You crush lane and Bard is so squishy in the early levels, he can die to burst lanes like the Caitlyn Elise. Very much a kill combo.
The answer then might be something like the misfortune of the Sivir to say, you know what, screw it, you can leave. I have enough power by myself, enough wave clear by myself to just allow the Bard to not be here.
So they lock in the Misfortune, which is, it's a strong laning champion. It's not the best duo, but it is also a champion that does very well versus the Caitlyn. Viper and On taking up the mantle, which Elkanon used to play with this. This will be a slightly different style from last game. I doubt that Viper will be in as much of a 1v1 scenario as he was in game 1. Then again, it is BLG. On loves to roam, loves to snowball with this. Hello, there's some international fans here in Beijing. Very cool.
Definitely, you can see their family by the tilt of that mouth. It's quite good fun. Worth noting here as well, of course, that Elise is an exceptionally good tower diving champion. And for all they've added in some little twists here to make sure that roaming too much gets you in trouble early on, there's still very much the potential to go top, go mid with the Elise and potentially cause some trouble there as well. So you're right, the Elise could still look to roam, I agree. Cassiopeia, again, just says no honky, not allowed that. Last time it was Knight who had that banned away from him. But I think as we do come round to something like that R4, B4 kind of set of picks, the Cassiopeia as a blind option is becoming more and more prevalent. Neferi and Trundle away from Shen.
So it's all about these early jungle matchups. Now we do have Pantheon and Shinzao. The Neferi and the Trundle can cause issue for the Pantheon, so I wonder whether JDG want that. They also technically cause issues for the Shinzao too. So these are the best champions versus the Trundle and the Shinzao. This means that JDG might want to counter-pick jungle, which would be a bit odd for them. Well, a bit odd for modern drafting. However, given that it's Junjo versus Shun, jungle matchup is so key here. Do they have a blind pick mid they want to pick? You could go Ahri for the blind pick here. Try and pair it up with a Pantheon last pick. TF has been banned. No, they're not going to give counter pick over to jungle. I thought they might do that and try and lock in the Pantheon or something like that last. They lock in the Skarner and they give counter pick over to Honkyu instead.
And to be fair, the Neferi and the Trundle do make Skarner's life quite tricky. Neferi's actually quite good into a lot of tanks, and the Trundle pillar can mess with your Ixtal's impact more than you'd like, and obviously having your resist stolen can be a bit miserable. So I can see what the thought process is there.
You can't really blind pick Yone.
Is it just a Lee Sin angle?
It could be Lee Sin LeBlanc.
Yeah.
It could be Lee Sin LeBlanc, because LeBlanc doesn't lose to anything in lane with these champions out. Pantheon would be a bit different. Annie's already gone. Now, do you want something mobile to escape the Bard ult, or do you want something that's a bit more lane dominant but more static?
Ziggs or Ahri would be my two calls. The Ziggs allows you to follow up with a second global, and based between Pantheon at least Caitlyn trap, you can just full send. I think Ahri allows you to dive very aggressively with his core of champions too.
And it gives you the extra CC for the CC chain. If Hover the Taliyah, Pantheon Taliyah used to be very good. I think that the Ahri probably better into all comers, but the Taliyah has been buffed a fair amount, hovering over a lot of different stuff actually. We were asking, okay, do you want something more mobile to escape the Bard? I think the problem there is if you lock in Ahri or Taliyah, the Victor is really nasty into you. So you take the Victor away from Honky. Now Knight is going to be more at risk to the Gala, Misfortune ultimate, and then also Vampire on that Bard too. Last pick for Honky. Victor's pretty hard to get one over in lane. LeBlanc is that champion that can do that though. They might take the losing matchup and look for playmaking. They go for the Ahri. No, he wants to contest lane. It's mage v mage. Hui slightly outranges Victor. It's a pretty competitive matchup though. I really want to see how this goes between Honkyu and Knight.
And Honkyu's always been a bit of a Hui enjoyer when he gets the opportunity. And again, if you can follow up on a bullet time with your own big AoE, I can see how the team fights here. If a load of people get caught in Impale, theoretically for JDG, you kind of pop what is on the whole a very squishy composition from BLG.
Yeah.
My worry is the global and early threat under these turrets in the 2v2s, the 3v3s is real nasty for BLG.
Double immobile carries on both sides. You have Bard ult threatening one, Rumble ult threatening the other. Hui is paper mache compared to any kind of damage coming at them. The early fights, if Hui goes down, this guy is going to really snowball downwards in a negative trajectory. I prefer JDG's comp this time compared to last time. You have a good front line, a good threat onto the back line. Turn the cameras off, watch those coaches, give their fist bump on stage. JDG now have to fight from behind in the series.
Another fun draft, guys. Another fun draft. I think, understandably, with those kind of lanes, eyes will be turning bot. Especially if our jungles and or mid laners can find a way to just mosey on down. Specifically, the supports. Those bards, the Elise. If they can get active on the map, get active in the lane, this could get real explosive real quick. I'd expect some knife fights, and I'd expect them early. Race for impact, folks. BLG found themselves the win in game 1, but JDG made them work for it. The riff we go, Gios. About to hit your eardrums. Brace for impact. It's loud out there. A lot of BLG fans in the audience today. Valiant effort from JDG, but they are definitely outnumbered out there. Considering they are the first stand champions, are the reigning champs here in the LPL. There's just a lot to be liking them right now. There's a look at our rooms. First strike from the Rumble, no DFT, or even the Conqueror, looking for a little bit of early upfront scaling.
It gives you better value out of your Leandries, because what you don't realize about the, hang on a second, on misses the Cocoon, ends up taking a lot of damage back there. The level 1's actually going very well for Gala and Vampire, because On and Viper missing so many skill shots.
Ends up getting stunned into the wall there a bit dicily. That's a hell of a stat graph.
That is, Jesus, man. BLG very much favored from I suppose, the computer modeling there. Viper does have more HP. The thing is, though, even though On loses a lot here, technically you can get some lifesteal off of the Elise, and because you have Repel, it's actually still okay. Good use from Vampire. I'm not going to like Viper and On are kind of positioning themselves to get hit by them. Knight puts a ward down into the enemy jungle, got the early shove into the Hui, who has struggled at the early levels on Knight there. Passive doesn't land. Of course, Hui, most of his damage actually does come through those passive stacks. The reason why Hui later into the game does so much is that if you hit multiple people with 2 skills, you need to hit two skills within 4 seconds, I believe it is. They all proc the AoE passive around them right there. Now, Knight does get it onto him, but Honkyu is losing the trades because he's not doing that consistently, and at least Knight has that shield at the early levels. Honkyu doesn't always have that.
This is going to be a really minor thing, but these particular skins from the Bard and the Caitlyn, the traps and the cups of tea are not dissimilar looking, and I wonder whether someone of the heat at the moment might do some funny things. Junger's here early, might be looking for a gank, worth noting that as I'm musing about skin discrepancies.
So he actually delays his Krug clear for that. Knight beating Honkyu out in the early lane right now. We did say, look, Honkyu should slightly outrange the Victor. The problem is in the early levels, you still have to be on the wave, and you can't just chunk people out with a single ability. Really well laned from Knight. Early level Xiaoshu. He's gone for the full proxy, dying here, making sure that Bin has to farm at turret. Bin actually might make a plate go down here for free though, so Xiaoshu can't get it.
Worth noting, actually, Xiaoshu's gone for the Doran's Helm start as well.
Yeah, we saw this last series, so it's we saw this on the Cassante versus the Gwen in the last game. I think Bin is going to... Yeah, I think he tried to let a plate go down there on the turret so the Cassante couldn't get it, but couldn't quite manage to do so. Would have been nice to deny that gold.
Yeah, and again, what we see is Cassante is able to get shove into the Rumble, particularly those early levels. Basically, because there's points in the flame spitter.
Just going to go behind mid lane here. Knight might have to flash. He's trying to position towards the safe part of mid lane, quote unquote. The problem is if he stands too far away from the wall, the Skarner can't wall drag him into anything anyway. He's not low enough health where just the right basic damage will do that much.
Yeah, and there's a reset comes on down, so it won't lead to too much. Shun now is top side. Doesn't really find as much as I think he was hoping for. Just having a look to see whether there's any wards. We'll head back towards those Krugs that are respawning. And Shun here has got the early game off on the Shin's on the Pantheon just fine. Hasn't had any weird shenanigans in his jungle this time compared to what Junger was doing last game. Instead, we'll be able to get towards things like that level 6 on a decent clip.
Viper's still actually doing quite well in this early laning phase, despite the level 1 going quite well for Gala and Vampire. The damage didn't go onto the Caitlyn, as we were saying. Now, we did say that... Oh, he's going to get that plate, though, which is kind of annoying for Bin. So Bin just going to get pushed in here. Well played by Xiaoshu. I mean, after the first back, it feels like Doran's Helm outvalues Doran's Shield for a bunch of champions. Honkyu missing a lot of combos here in mid lane. Hasn't come at the cost of CS right now, but Knight forcing him into a bad position.
That was a bit annoying. The Molten Fish is going to come on down. Out comes that X-Tech Ray, Pantheon mid though saying, yeah, Honky, you just don't get to be here. Look at that wave.
He's just lost the whole wave for that trade. Knight really butchering Honky in the laning phase. We're saying, look, Honky may well be our second best mid laner in the league right now. Well, Knight may actually be the best player in the world and probably our best one within the LPL. Ginger won't lose any Raptors there. But Knight has just been on incredible form. He's such a joy to watch. And again, when you're watching players like this, or over in the LCK, when you see, you know, someone like Chovy on peak form, you know, Katie Rolster on the form that they've been on recently, Kanavi on the form he's on, just enjoy it, folks. Potential magical journey over bot lane. They don't spot it. Viper's in big trouble.
He is. Does think about flashing a bit pointless there. Will just let himself die. Throws down the barrier, gets a decent chunk out there, but will just fall. No point doing anything more. Vampire flash to help get that stun. And it is Gala that's donated the kill.
Yeah, not great ward coverage. They were not really prepared to push in like that. You shouldn't really cast the barrier there either. Surprised that Viper did that in the first place. No real chance of a kill there. Mistake. That's the ultimate put down from Nart onto Honky. Gets most of the tick damage there.
To interrupt that reset there briefly, but only onto Vampire, not Gala. Literally was on a warding mission as that play happened, which is the really frustrating
No,
part.
the timing wasn't quite that. The timing wasn't quite that. They were trying to look for something in that Tri-Bush, couldn't get it. Of course, the Bard, very good at kind of tunneling through that wall and giving yourself extra options. So, Shun doesn't have the empowered ability. Ginger actually probably wins the trade here with the Giant Spell. Honky's here too. I don't think Shun's in... I think Shun should actually be in real danger here, actually.
And here comes that flash out. You're right, it was a bit spicy, but the gravity field comes on down. Now Viper's up as well, and Honky's had to flash. So it's gotten a bit spicy all of a sudden. The 90 caliber net to the headshot puts Gala at a little bit lower than they like, and Shun will be able to get this Scuttle Crab, and that will be 6, I believe, just about.
We'll see. He might need another Raptor camp at that point in the XP bar. No, it is level 6, just about. Cool, so he gets that. I was a bit worried because there wasn't level with Gingers there. Sometimes it can, if you miss like a small Raptor or a Krug, sometimes it can actually affect that. Or a couple of them anyway. Shun is going to get towards this dragon. Knight has been a massive control tower here in mid lane though, which has allowed BLG to fight. Ginger is in bot side, does have flash. Viper and On do have most of their summoners left though.
Worth noting again, no real vision of this Skarner as BLG trying to get that shove. Have again gotten a good CS lead, but they haven't managed to get that gold that they were hoping for, basically because Garlic got that kill and is now up about 19 gold. Has also got the early cull, which is not always a guarantee on the Misfortune, who sometimes likes to ignore that and just rush BF, but I think from behind the early stages of the lane makes some sense. Cull plus Vamps have to just scale your way through to being annoying in team fights.
To BLG. Early game, not quite what they wanted so far. Mid lane's going well. Top lane is somewhat even. I mean, credit to Xiaoshu. He was solo losing games against BLG because Bin was kind of caving his head in like multiple times in a playoffs. It's not necessarily been that today. Been good on the Scion, but Xiaoshu was still an impactful factor, I suppose is the right term. On the Ambassador. Right here on the Cassante, doing fine. I think it's really going to come down to whether Shun can get a good first ult of the game to start snowballing it. If it comes into 5v5s with front to backs, I think I do favor JDG. They just have better frontline. BLG, they have good damage, of course they do, but I think that the Misfortune bullet time, the Quay AoE as well, especially the ability to CC people in place in that front line too. I think I favor JDG in the 5v5s.
Yeah, like imagine Impale, if you will. Hang on, play onto Honky, who doesn't have the flash. There's a gravity field. The Spiraling Despair comes on down, but the only thing that is despairing right now is Honky's health bar, but a good Impale, driven into the wall after Honky surviving, and that's a wonderful combo from Junja.
Manages to survive. No idea how Honky lived through that. Junja saves his mid laner, and we're saying, look, Shun needs a good first ult of the game. Very nearly is, but they don't quite get the damage calculation. Knight can't get the kill. Honky survives, and Junja, very important save there.
That was pretty clutch. We'll have a look at that replay, I am sure, but Knight just didn't quite have the burst. Neither did Shun, and a bit of fear. The CC chain was strong enough there to put Shun in the dirt. Look again.
I mean, this is a full Chaos Storm. Gets almost everything onto him. I mean, there's no flash from Shun. Gets wall stun there too. Perhaps should have positioned further to the right to stop Ginger having the extended range. I was surprised he got the wall stun from that range in the first place. Shun caught off guard there, and now Ginger and Honky further ahead in gold than they had any right to be there.
Nicely done. Of course, not really changing that much yet, but still, again, you're running the Pantheon, you're running the Elise, you're running Caitlyn for early prior. The whole point of this draft is we want to make aggressive early plays and dives, and that hasn't been the successful case so far. JDG, in fact, up 2-0 in the kill mark in the TP into a Severing Bolt then. Not exactly the most fun for Knight.
No, and look, BLG, we had some concerns about them playing around strong side bot lane in the past. I mean, the CS lead is there from Viper. Does flash to the side. Gets himself a jump forwards too. Doesn't have the ultimate. Just used at the start of it. Flash for flash. HP trade in Viper's favor.
Still going to force Gala to back off a little bit here. I appreciate the false end from Viper saying if you're going to have to flash, you may as well force the Misfortune to do the same.
Yeah, now the problem is, I think the Misfortune is just way better at playing in the 1v1 than the Caitlyn, and the Bard is way better on the Roam than the Elise. Well, the point I was making before that just happened was we had some worries about BLG playing strong side bot last split with Viper, where it felt like they could get ahead in lane like inconsistently. I don't think they were as good at playing around that as Elk and Onware as a duo. And I think that BLG were worse at playing around a gold lead from bot lane than they were from Bin. You know, compared to 2024, and they were very good at playing bot side-centric modes of play. Galva's actually switched top lane for a wave, which is going to hurt the role quests from JDG. Viper still providing pressure here despite that early death.
Roam down the river there from the Misfortune. Tempered Fate just shy there. Knight holds his nerve, doesn't
Swifties,
flash.
baby. He's got the boots for the move speed.
Shun nearly went looking for a shield vault there, but it does get stunned up. Won't find quite what he's looking for. Worth noting the Grubs have already been claimed by JDG. Looking for a magical journey onto Bennu. He's on a ward right now. Maybe threatening the river here as JDG kind of on a bit of an awkward retreat. Are we threatening the Skarner here? Certainly thinking about it. Nice interrupt on the shield vault, but the gravity field comes on down. On's also run, and that's still good CC back. Honku looking for a trade here as the spiraling spell not quite available. Jones has to flash, shun over the wall, but here's Vampire looking to get the stun, but there's still enough damage there as Bin flashes on him with the flame spitter on Gala. Remember, the Misfortune doesn't have the flash from earlier. On potentially in danger, but turns around with a venomous bite. Can still turn back into that human form and look to find Cocoon. Over comes Honku with some fear onto Bin, who's gone real deep. Remember, flash to get on top of Gala, the double cosmic binding. It's still a 3v3. Shun gets a lot of damage though. Flash over from on for the noxious bite. Shun gets it anyway. Honku in danger as the repel comes on forward. Severing Bolt is good damage onto the Elise, but not quite enough to get the kill, and Honku flashes out the back of the blue pit.
BLG get themselves their first kills. I am so surprised that Bin got himself that kill onto Gala, but the big loss here is that Gala went top lane to avoid losing out anything more, still dies, and Viper is a lone bot lane this entire time. It is a 5v4 for BLG, which they just, this is so disrespectful that they win this. What do you mean they win a 5v4 on that side of the map? Cassante even teleports up to, I think it's a bad teleport to a location for him. He ends up teleporting too far away. I think there was one closer just in river. He chooses the wrong one. That teleport from Xiaoshu, and BLG realized, well, that means it's actually a 4v4, and we take those right now, especially with, you know, the Victor being so powerful in these choke points. Vampire gets some good stuns, he's got a good magical journey, but really it's Knight and Bin, the solo lane, is getting a crazy amount of value in this fight, which turned the damage around. Even on with the assassin value from the Elise, gets great value, because remember, the Omni Vamp from the Cassante is really scary. Gets another skill off there, maybe we have a different fight. Ends up being turned around though by that Elise kill combo.
On just about squeezing out. That is the power of popping your pots, folks. Gets away with it. Come back to life. Caitlyn's helped get that dragon. Got that first turret as well. And suddenly BLG, 2,500 gold. 2 dragons in the lead as well. 92% first turret win rate. Should tell you quite a lot about this team when they start the snowball.
Viper getting that full turret just by himself. While this team just disrespectfully wins a 4v5. There's no other way to say, you know, BLG, this is them playing against a second place team. JDG, they win this series, they draw even with BLG. Knight doesn't have flash. There's actually a chance of an ult being thrown on him, by the way. They don't spot him recalling at that point in the lane, though. What happened here? Oh!
Ace in the hole follow.
Ah, I didn't see that. That'll be why Viper has a kill. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Great combo. I was wondering why Knight didn't have flash as well. It didn't flash in that top lane plate. Well, there you go. Replay makes that obvious.
Boom, headshot. Quite literally, Viper gets that one, and Honku, who's survived a number of plays, will not survive that one. Viper now with Hex Optics going towards what I suspect with that Noon Quiver will be the LDR second as well. I like this build on the Caitlyn. I think Hex Optics into a comp like this as well. You get that first kill involvement, and suddenly you are insanely long range for the rest of the fight.
It's just, Hex Optics is just really cost efficient. They managed to replace that control ward. I believe it was Junger's control ward in that tri-brush beforehand. So now BLG, you've got a huge lead on Viper. You can start pushing around different lanes. Knight feels very safe for this point too. Hang on, Viper doesn't have flash. This is a problem. He's saying he needs to be careful here. Caught out by the Bard ult.
Not really that many ways to go, but overcomes Shun looking to interrupt the Pantheon, or the Misfortune rather, and does. Viper likely dies, but they can maybe trade this back around. Oh boy, that damage is nasty. Now Junger's in danger, slowed down by the smite, and the Caitlyn's death will be paid in blood.
This is the BLG we wanted to see. Yeah, there might be an opening mistake, but they're so quick on the response, it doesn't matter. Honku under that turret, there's a Pantheon. Nowhere is safe for you, JDG.
Pantheon Elise is the tower diving godsend. You don't get to survive under that turret as a lone squishy member. Shield vault into the gravity field as an additional threat. The Cocoon is following, repelled to reset aggro. Viper sees he's in danger and goes, I'll try and play this out.
Now, in 2023 and 2024, this is what we grew to love about BLG. There may be an initial mistake, but they're so quick at responding, it doesn't matter. They have the gold lead, and they're not resting on their laurels. They're aware of where the plays can be made. Victor is immediately walking over. The Rumble's within range there. They give up some stuff topside. But this is what we knew BLG could do a couple of years ago. We didn't see this in 25. We didn't really see this in early 2026 either. It came later for them. Teleport now in mid lane. Victor spots out Xiaoshu. Can they get anything here? There's no flash from Xiaoshu just yet.
Rocket Belt in from On, who gets feared away, will likely die, goes up into the sky, down on Vampire, trying to run it away! The Spider form move speed gets him out, now Bin's here, threatening the backline, that leaves Xiaoshu isolated. Can Bin speed up for a little bit more with the Scrap Shield? Lands another Electro Harpoon, there's the second Gravity Field, flash in, pull back, Junja goes down. Brief attack on the microphone from me makes it a little bit spicy. Honkyu at least gets that shut down, but it's still 3 for 1.
Oh, you know, got to show you the microphone who's boss. Honkyu does end up dying to Viper as well. BLG, they're just rolling them. This isn't close. This is the BLG that we wanted to see from even just last year when they were retaining so much of that core roster, making a couple of changes, bringing back Shun for 26, Viper switching in. We were wondering whether, you know, BLG, can they keep up this identity? Sam, we're starting to see more and more of it. This is how the play starts this time. Gala, I thought he was the best AD carry in the LPL for a little while. It's another just great kill. Knight just walks around the corner. He has been excellent this series. Knight, I think quite clearly, is the best player in the LPL. I think he's quite clearly best player in this series for me. Cocoon from On, I thought that Protobelt into Melee range of the Cassandre might just kill him. I have no idea how he lives through this. That is just, yeah, this is disrespect. You should not be able to survive through this. And then again, they're so quick on the response. You get there just quicker. JDG are not ready for the numbers that BLG are bringing to bear.
I think On was ready to sacrifice himself there to get his team out. Instead, he gets away with it. He's 007 somehow on this Elise. But again, you're looking at the best Elise players in the world. It's always been On right among them. Feels a bit sad to say as someone who started off as an Elise jungle main, following the likes of Diamond Prox and Watch and Yankos. Now become a bit of a support player as the Elise, and On at least is doing us proud with the cool Elise stat lines.
Sorry. The name's On. James On. It's a 007 in the bot lane. Actually,
licensed to int.
He actually, well, no, in that case, Sam, let's get it right. License to assist in this case. He's only got them. He doesn't have a license to kill or to die himself because he's got none of either of them right now. We'll see if he
gets that trainee.
Yeah, you know, we'll get on to the inting stuff later, of course. Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. JDG have 0 positioning on the map. Honkyu could teleport down. I'm not. Well, I suppose JDG do have a 5v5 comp. They want to play the front to back. BLG have been slaughtering them in the more split, aggressive skirmishes where numbers kind of have to come in through teleports. Maybe if JDG have everyone there at first and they can play front to back, maybe that works for them. They are going to teleport in. Victor's going to recall first. BLG are actually not contesting the setup. They want the back from Knight. He's going to get himself second item, and then he'll join the play.
Yeah, that's probably quite wise, to be fair. There's that Proto Belt, so we'll be able to come in at Rocket Belt. You've got me doing this too now.
It's Proto Belt, Sam. I'm sorry.
Trap line comes out again on the Mountain Rift. That trap line is really obnoxious in the river. Actually, Herald as well. Battle Herald to work with.
Yeah, Bin's taking the long way around, afraid of the Tri-Brush. On Proto Belting away. There is the Rocket Belt, which bullet time used.
Best bullets of all time. The Dragon is taken away. Shun will immune some of that damage. Over the wall comes that Hex Tech off. I think, oh, wait, where is Ongoing? Drives through everyone. Just realized he was coming on through there. The Arcane Storm was also there. That's the one I was looking for. And they just drive through everyone and we'll get a little bit of an attack on mid, and that's it. It gets the Crystallized proc, I guess.
Wow. I mean, they get the Dragon, they get out. The bullet time, not really what they wanted. Now, before this, I was saying that Gala, I thought he was the best on-form AD carry in the league in this last week. I thought he was fantastic. He's been second best today. The Jhin was fine in game 1, but this misfortune has been taken for a ride. You know, BLG have really stop Gala from having much value. The ult lands onto Shun, but it doesn't catch Knight. I don't think that's going to lead to that much here.
Magical Journey, turnaround from Shun. He might end up being traded. The Impale comes on through. The ace in the hole, chunks after. Shun just kills off the bar. JDG are clutching at straws, but it turns out the straw might have been a snake all along, and it is damn venomous. Viper, speaking of, coming on over, looking for a bit more damage, forces some more flashes. The TP from Xiaoshu means that this Cassandre is a little alone. BLG hunting for Gala potentially, and some research. Oh, Honkyu, can they catch him out here? They see him. The Piltover Peacemaker is a second off from stopping that recall.
Skarner died off screen from when we were looking at whatever the hell was happening with Xiaoshu, so it ends up being a 2-0. Now, Tabe used to coach BLG to play this style in 2023. He left before Knight joined in 24, but they've retained that style. Tabe loves quick, aggressive teleports, responding to mistakes on the map. This is a classic Tabe play where you have like a follow-up fight after one just happens. And even though, JDG lost that last fight, they want to go for it again. I haven't liked Xiaoshu's teleports, though. I don't think the wards have been in the right place to make the most out of them. And they're turned around on because Knight is too strong. They try and go forwards with the Bard and the Skarner. The theory is somewhat sound from Tabe's style of League of Legends. This doesn't quite work out the way that they wanted to. Ginger can't get through the wall in time. Viper picks up the kill.
Back away. And she'll look into the jungle. The Grand Starfall. Ginger's stunned up. There's on following with the cocoons. This mid-jungle. Sorry, jungle support. Let me get this correct. Though it feels like On's doing enough damage to be a mid laner in some ways. Has been utterly disgusting. Viper gets another. And they'll manage to back away, feeling pretty happy about themselves as Ben is going, we could use some turrets, guys. We're 20 minutes in, we've only got 2 of those.
Yeah, I think game 1, Ginger's early game, you can very much, hang on a sec, jumping onto Vampire. This is always more kills. They had to check the Baron. They had to. And this is the thing. The kind of Vampire's dying on repeat. Ginger's dying on repeat too. This isn't an individual failure of them at this point. It's just BLG being so aggressive and willing to look for these picks. This is what happens in scrims, folks. This is what happens when BLG find their chemistry again. This is a disrespectful game 2. BLG are stomping the second best team in the league.
And the moment you lose vision control, look how many ways there are to follow up and to keep the CC chain going, to keep the dives going. The Pathmaker comes on forward. On will then transform into Spider form. Will tank up a couple turret shots, but Shun's just not quite in range to turn that into the kill. But they got Baron. They've got so many turrets to pick up. It's already a 9,000 gold lead. It's about to balloon to 10k plus, and we all know it. Dragon's still a minute and a half away, so BLG don't even have to bother setting up for that yet.
And I don't think there's a comeback ready for this one, Sam. I think that, I say that with, bated breath, because BLG have thrown worse leads before versus JDG, in fact. But I just don't think with this amount of damage on so many members, you can do that. I think your carries die to you quickly. I think Honkyu has been sent to class in this one. Honkyu he picked the counter pick into Knight, lost the counter pick matchup, and now is doing nothing in this game.
Yeah.
Gala, similarly, spotted that bot lane, coming out in that draft, picked the misfortune, has similarly not been able to play the game. BLG have totaled their opposition. JDG, I think that they had a decent first entry into the game with Ginger playing in that mid-jungle. We said that realistically BLG needed to get ahead. The 5v5s later on were going to be difficult. They have gotten ahead, Sam, through by hook or by crook and by individual plays.
And the thing is, being this far ahead means people like Ginger, people like Xiaoshu just aren't safe when they're looking for plays. And the problem I think JDG are running into is anytime they can threaten a play, they are in range of being turned onto by a shield vault, by a cocoon, by Pantheon ulting in, by the equalizer coming on. And the moment that first bit of CC lands, the follow-up chain of pain is pretty ridiculous. Tier 2 under siege, and you are sieging into Caitlyn. Viper does get caught up there. We'll have that ability tonight to caliber net away, all out from Xiaoshu, but he's left alone in a 1v4 because no one can follow. Viper survives, On gets the kill, the ace in the hole, onto Gala even, because Ginger doesn't body block it, and now Knight can threaten as he begins to strut on forward. Grand Starfall in, the Impale is there, Shun may die, but that Arcane Storm is looking a little bit generational. The once in a century storm is still burning away. Gala just about survive.
And Knight goes down to the turret shot. So the generational storm is killed off in its infancy. You've got to, category 3, got that out of most of them. BLG, though, they still end up taking the 3 for 2, breaking the base. They'll get the dragon hit. That will be Mountain Soul. Gala and Vampire cannot contest this one. Mountain Soul for BLG. There's a quick slip up at the end. We'll give JDG some shutdown gold. Vampire doesn't have spellbooks, so we can't go for that. Teleporting for Cassante. This is actually going to come down to a no-smite fight.
Might get a bit spicy. TP in. They're going to try and make that play happen. It's taken by the Cassante, so good win there for JDG. Unlikely dies from
this is big now. Actually, now BLG go from, it should have just been an easy one there. I don't know whether they knew they had to play that as much. There's a flash available for Viper, so he won't be at risk there. Knight dying in the base is actually a bit of a problem. Loses his Magi stacks. Shun, of course, his ultimate was kind of what started that off too. I think he was okay to die there. Thought he could cancel out the bullet time. Couldn't quite. Gala's ultimate took him down alongside that tower. BLG, make no mistake, though, still in a huge advantage. It is just a little bit of a slip up, which gives JDG a window to stop the game being completely over.
Yeah, and BLG obviously looking to end the game there is what was happening. They don't quite pull that one. They don't get the dragon after. And basically, JDG get a decent consolation prize. That's not a that is an actual silver lining, not one masquerading as it. Of course, they're still in a horrible spot. The map is still largely broken open. I'm worried about where this misfortune stands and farms. BLG actually end up going negative 300 or so on that Baron power play, which is not exactly what you call spectacular.
No, I mean, it's still... I mean, yeah, it's definitely where they should have ended the game. Let's put it that way. Knight's farming up in bot lane, stealing away Krugs. He doesn't have Flash, actually. There's a chance that they look for a Bard ult onto him. Of course, if he does get hit by that, chance he just kind of dumps the Chaos Storm and kills you anyway. He doesn't have a Zhonya, so that is worth noting. BLG. No, first game did have that one slip up around Dragon where Viper just kind of jumped in and missed everything and died. It happens every so often. They're going to go towards Knight. He doesn't have Flash. They're really looking for him. Do they have a teleport? They do. Where's Vampire with his ultimate? Not hitting it.
Can they still run at this regardless of Flash for the Q? Doesn't quite land, and now the Arcane's don't turn around the just wide well, and Knight's just outstepping him. Oh, Judge caught up on the ground. He feels Vampire's being run out the McHale to try and stop the burn. Cannot get through the magical journey, and he's now dead. It's not looking so magical now, is it? Oh, QQ, he's crying out on the bottom of the rift. He was just following his jungle support, man. It's not supposed to look like this. The Skarner also falls. It's a dead Scorpion. Knight has all the anti-venom in the world.
He's Sam. He's not just playing Victor. He's playing Victor Van Helsing. He's a vampire killer. He's a scorpion killer. He's an everyone killer if you give him a space like that. Massive outplay from the best player in the LPL. Gets himself all the Magi stacks he lost right back to him. At least 2 short of it. That's now the game. Knight outplays to kill off JDG, the team he made into a super team in 2023. It's always a little bit personal there, I suppose. Knight is the super team maker in LPL.
Yeah, I am him, right? That's the play. We know exactly how dangerous he is. The Knight, the LPL is just a little too chivalrous for the rest of the league to really contend with. That armor is gleaming bright at the minute.
Yeah, it's, you know, giving stuff like these swiftness boots upgraded to a player like Knight or famously Faker in the past, these great mid laners, you give them move speed and they make magic happen with it. It's one of the most important stats in League of Legends. Some would argue the most important stat within League of Legends. Remember, like 2016 semifinals, Rox, SKT, Faker escaping everyone on the sideline. He's made that happen a couple of times. And right here, the swiftness boots and the Q are the thing which makes the difference here. Ends up hitting the E because he's got the full upgrade. It slows them with that. Gets that Q. The flash Q is completely wide from Vampire. Sidesteps the Impale. Knight, that is just not fair. What do you mean there's a player in the LPL that can just do this?
I don't even think Vampire and Ginger did anything particularly wrong. That felt right.
Knight is ungrateful. Now, for most of this split, it did kind of feel as though Knight was kind of alone in playing great with them, but now feels like BLG have woken up. And like we said, not everyone can be on BLG can be the main character. Yeah, Knight kind of can be, though. Ginger is behind Shun, has the GA.
Oh, the ace in the hole, the equalizer in the corridor. Honq and Vampire healed up a little bit by the Tranquil Pool, but I don't think it's looking all that Tranquil. Bin will go golden. Out comes a potential Gaze of the Abyss. Xiaoxu flashes to try and get something onto the Rumble and just doesn't. The bullet time is there, but no one's really interested in what time it is, Misfortune. The Tempered Fate does land onto 2. Hang on. Now, this gets a bit spicier. What are they going to be able to do is a double Q, pull people back, trying to get something. The spiraling despair is on everyone. Wait. That's a bit unfortunate. On goes over to the sky, though, with the repel, and looks to get some more value. Gala's a threat. The Arcane Storm. And Knight just murders everyone.
As JDG look for their game-ending flight, there's someone they forgot to ask. Knight says no. He proto belts into the team. 1v3, resets his ult to win the game.
Well, we thought it was going to be about the Caitlyn, the Elise, the Pantheon, the early diving power, and in some ways it was, but really the hero still comes riding out of the mid lane on the great white stallion. Knight is just a monster beyond all others.
JDG, they used to have a super team with this guy in the mid lane. Realistically, any team with Knight in it in the LPL is a super team. He kind of just takes that game by himself. He takes it by quite literal storm. Chaos Storm, Arcane Storm. It's Night Storm today. Jesus, man. How good is this player? The outplay in bot lane. That play in mid lane could have actually been the turnaround team fight for JDG. That is actually the kind of play which loses you games of League of Legends. The AoE Hui finally got around to doing damage.
Yeah.
And then Knight gets the reset with his Chaos Storm, and it immediately just takes over the game.
Shout out, by the way, I think it was it Rocket Jumper in chat that was going to think that was great casting. Feels official. It always feels nice to get those little comments as well. So thank you very much. We have been on official broadcast before, to be fair. So we cheat a little bit by virtue of being quite good at this.
Yeah.
Not to our own horn.
You might have heard us in LEC playoffs before. I've cast LPL finals before. We've done EMEA Masters before. And, you know, we are doing this from our bedroom. It's not going to be the same level of production as we can do on other broadcasts that we've been on. But we still like to bring our experience. And now I have now cast a dozen JDG BLG series. I started my tenure in the LPL in 2023, and JDG BLG was always very emotionally connected to my journey in the LPL because this is the era which I have come in for. And it's been great to see this. And the only thing which I would say for people who are tuning in to watch these kind of games, enjoy it. There will only be so many games of these across history. We are blessed to have so many top tier games in the LPL. Games like this, though, are ones you want to enjoy and you want to remember.
Thank you very much, guys, for coming and joining us. If you haven't done so already, please do hit that follow button on whatever channel you're following. Try to do a little bit of cross-pollination as well. YouTubers, come follow the Twitch. Twitch people, follow the YouTube. Makes a big difference. If you're not following our socials, please do so. I'm at Initialise Cast with an S in the Initialise because I'm British and therefore spell it that way. Alex is at Nymaera. Make sure you're following us. Makes a big deal in terms of our ability to get paying work, which does help us do things like this. And for those of you who can support to make this paying work, please do as well. That means doing things like donating to the Ko-fi link, considering subscribing on Twitch, and all those other good things as well. Thank you to all those that do. Much love.
I was a huge fan of the series then.
Yeah,
BLG, I've been kind of waiting for them to kind of wake up and again try to turn back into this 2024 version of themselves. They just brutalized people. They were just that much better. And the thing is, for BLG, is we haven't really seen them consistently do that. There are still, like, that last, 5% they need to sort out in terms of the dragon fight in game 1, the catch out in game 2 as well. I think it's got a little bit awkward for them around that bot lane inhibitor turret, but, these guys are just such good individuals. If they all turn up to play, what can the LPL do against them, Sam?
Not a lot is the answer. Not a lot. Thank you guys again for joining us. Makes a big deal. It's certainly been something. It's fact just to answer unlikely in here. I might do something, but as it stands, that's probably not going to
Yes, I'm not involved in that tournament, so I won't be doing any of those online qualifier things, but, I'm sure some will be doing some somewhere else as well. Knight just did over 1,000 DPM. He did more damage than both carries combined by himself. Knight is so good. He's a cheat code. He is a cheat code. I believe he is the best player in the world. Of course, quite hard to prove that definitively without regular play versus players like BDD, whoever you want to name from the LCK. But that is my belief right now. And until MSI, we shall see. We shall see whether that holds true.
Now, those are great score lines. Knight's going to get MVP for the series, I think, and it will be deservedly so. And Honkyu is supposed to be one of our better mid laners. Now finds himself, was 1-6 in that game. JDG now fall from 2nd place to 4th place because of that loss. So yeah, it's very tight, don't get me wrong. 2nd through 4th is a big scrum of teams right now, so it's still very competitive. But losing this big series is going to hurt. Losing it 0-2 hurts that little bit more. Again, it was always going to be a hard series, but even moments like this, we're already halfway into the game. This is that potential pick onto Viper. They get the Impale into the bullet time combo. It's what you're supposed to be doing. But at this point, just the turnaround violence from BLG is disgusting. Orca, thank you so much for the gift subs. I appreciate you helping us look after the community.
Thank you so much there. Well, that's going to be the end of our broadcast today. If you've enjoyed this, please drop a like, a follow, or a subscribe. It does make a difference to us. This is our paying job. This pays our rent and everything else. So know that every bit of interaction you give to the stream, as much as you're able to, does go directly into our pockets. It keeps, an independent, passion-created project here alive. There is no official LPL broadcast, so we'd like to consider ourselves one of the best opportunities for you to have something a bit similar to that left online right now for the LPL community. We hope you've enjoyed yourselves. We hope you'll join us again sometime, whether it's for, the big games or for anything else. We'll welcome you in. I can't believe Knight didn't even flash. Oh god, that's funny as hell, actually. That's so funny, that death to the turret. It's like when Faker had his Z1v1 then died to turret afterwards. Sometimes that just happens. Like, oh, big play. Oh, poop, I've got to get away from the turret. But yeah, we appreciate you all joining us. It's been a great day today. The 3-game series earlier is difficult for Ultra Prime fans. Difficult to watch that series. But this one here, I mean, JDG just got routed. And JDG, with this loss, they go from 2nd place down to 4th, based on game score. That's how close Top Esports, JDG, and Anyone's Legend are. JDG will face off against Anyone's Legend in 2 days' time. You should definitely tune in for that. It is a huge game to see if JDG can keep themselves a pace of the top. JDG didn't look great the other day. They got destroyed by NIP, though, so there is some room for maneuver there. Sam, what's your plan for the rest of the day? What you gonna do?
I'm still a little bit under the weather,
Gotcha.
and I've got some MTG stuff on this evening, so I think I will probably pass on today. Thank you for those
Gotcha.
who do come and help us out anyway. We'll find someone else, I'm sure, to raid over to, and we will send you on with love.
That we will. Well, I appreciate everyone who stuck around for today. We're going to raid you over to someone. I'll find out in just a second. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we hope to see you again in the future. Thanks for watching us. That's all for now.